To oh, I'm gonna do this again. I should know that by now that it does a double. It does a double. Well, welcome everyone to the Stand Up, Speak Up, and Show Up Summit series. This is incredible. Welcome to our friends in Streamland on every single streaming channel that we are on. Thank you so much. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, and make sure that you send this to all of your friends so they can good morning, good afternoon, and good evening with us as well. We are so excited to be here today, and we have an incredible roster of the most amazing women that are doing exactly what I just said, standing up, speaking up, and showing up. And the reason why we put yes, you on the end there is because many of you, as you go through this day, are going to have either an astounding, I would love to be speaking with them, or a quiet, I think I know I need to be speaking with them. And that yes, you is for you. So if you're like, oh my goodness, I've been on stages over and over and over again, let someone else take it, get back on here and share your wisdom. If you're like, I don't know if I need to step up. If you're here, that's a yes. So you can reach out to us afterwards and we can help you with that yes, you part. I want to introduce my incredible co-host for today. That is Kathleen Carlson. I know many of you know who she is because she's been playing in this party for quite a time. And we're going to be running this through. We have only, and it might sound like a lot to you, but when you start at 22 summits, we only have 7 more summits after today. So make sure you put all of the summit dates on your calendar and share those. And then, of course, we're going to be going streaming live. And please, absolutely do not miss to put May 11th on your calendar. It is going to be the official book launch, which is how this project started. And it is going to be full. We have a roster of 23 women coming to speak and share with a full celebrity panel. And it is going to be the place where all the authors and all the speakers are there. And I can't even imagine what's going to go on in the chat. I can't even imagine what's going to go on in the chat. So let me introduce Kathleen Carlson properly, and then I'm going to let her take it a little bit. And then we have a beautiful reel for you to listen to. So Miss Kathleen Carlson is an incredible coach for excellence and for leaders. This woman spent over 30 years in a Forbes 50 company and ran a team of 2,000. So I think she's got it today. And they annually generated over 300 million. So she has been one of the first women to do many things. And I loved when I was reading in your bio, the first woman to do a loyalty program for a company in retail. And I thought, oh my gosh, I don't know, am I dating myself when you went back to when loyalty programs first started to come out, and what an innovative form of marketing that was. And now what you look like, look what we do for innovative marketing. And how I think loyalty programs probably kicked off that first, let's have a relationship with the people that we're doing business with. And I can see exactly why that would get you on the front cover of many magazines with that astounding success. So I'm excited to spend the day with you. We did not talk earlier about being in black and white today. So I'm going to pass the stage over to you, my friend.
Thanks, Deb. Yeah, we did not plan this. And, you know, Deb's there and you're going to see her all day and you're going to see a beautiful reel that's going to tell you a lot about it. But what you really need to know, and if you've been hanging around for even 10 minutes, you know she's the mastermind behind all of this. Started with her dream, her vision. And, you know, we all have dreams. We all have things that come to our mind. This woman had the tenacity to go after it. And even though I think she maybe have shook in her boots at the size of it and maybe didn't even foresee the way it grew, but she has been there literally every single second, making this whole 262 project, the book, everything that we are experiencing, everything that we get to enjoy. She's not just nailed that, she's made an entire movement out of this. At this point, we have women from all over the world. Over 5,000 women have been able to come in and watch us for free, pick up tidbits that they otherwise just wouldn't have probably. And then the speakers, oh my gosh, and the women in the book, we're over 500 women, all sharing, all giving of themselves, all doing business together, doing amazing things. And this thing is just going to keep rolling. We talked about May 11th, but I'm just going to drop a little tiny hint. It's not going to stop there. The party's going to continue. Stick with us, stay with us, grow with us, be with us. You're going to want to hang around, but we're going to talk about today anyway. But you know what? Not a thing of this would have been possible or happened if it weren't for Miss Deb Drummond. And she's going to speak to us later. And I'm going to probably tell you some things about her that you may not know at that point. But right now, what you need to know is she's our rock star. She's our resident. She's our friend. And we love you, Deb. And thanks so much for doing this and continuing to do this. So yeah, let's rock this party.
All right, let's do it. Well, thank you so much for the kind words, and let's get that reel going. We're going to have a reel and bring us in. It is what we do every summit, beginning and end, and I just absolutely love the music. Here we go. Butler in the house, and this is your empowerment drop. So Kim, I have to ask you, what is a magical moment that you had being a woman?
The magical moment I had being a woman is when I was sitting on the grass at NYU. I was in my senior year, and Gloria Steinem and everybody was going down Fifth Avenue screaming bloody murder. Now I'm going to graduate, and I'm going to go into a male-dominated industry of photography, and I have to break through. And I realized at that moment that they had set the stage for me. And I got out, and I looked at them, and I realized, you know what? Pick up the phone, call them, say, I want to show my book, not let anything stop me, and that was it.
That's it.
Sonia, do you mind sharing, like, I'm sure there's many, but what is a magical moment about being a woman? Is there one that you can share with us that comes to mind?
Yeah, absolutely. So kind of a funny story. I have two older brothers, and when I was a kid, I wanted to be a boy. I wanted to climb the trees and play with the trucks and the cars, and I was not interested in dolls. My mom can testify. And for the longest time, I wanted to be a boy. I still climbed the trees with the boys. I did all the things. I was definitely a tomboy growing up. And then, menstruation hit, and then I even more wanted to be a boy. I was like, this is stupid. Why do we have to go through this? So, yeah. So that's kind of my backstory. But then as I was growing up, and especially in my 20s, I started becoming closer to a group of women, and it's like when we got together, there was a bond that I don't have with any guy friends. There was this unspoken understanding, like we knew where each other was coming from. And it was like, I just felt so connected, so a part of something. And it was just like, that hit me that day, like, you know what? I am actually glad that I'm a woman.
Well, cheers. Thank you so much for joining us and having a cheers, a glass of wine, a hello. Welcome to the 262 Women Project. Thank you so much. 262 women, entrepreneurs, ultrapreneurs, creatives, and media, rock legacy and tell all book. This project started with a book. And then while I was sitting on my late night couch office one day, a movie got presented to me, and I got very told to watch the movie, and I did. And it was the life story of one of the most incredible women that has dedicated her life to women's accessibility. And I got a very clear download, if you want to say, or message that we needed to incorporate more into this project. And there birthed 22 summits of women coming together from all over the world, a world global accessibility event where anyone in the world that was a woman or someone who supported a woman could come for free and just download their own inspiration and innovation from everyone that was sharing. It's incredible, and it's been incredible. And you know, thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of women's lives have been changed due to this. And we had to be the first project to ever release a what we call sip and summit. Sip and read, sip and book, sip and join in. And we launched this incredible wine club for people like you to be able to enjoy and participate. You may not have been to anything that we've done, but by purchasing the wine, you have supported and contributed to that message of having an incredible day where women all over the world get to be united in solidarity, whether they're in each other's company or in each other's country or in each other's energy. So thank you so much. I want to cheers to you. If you are a woman who supports a woman, happy International Women's Day. And may that be every day. Treat yourself special every day with a little something. All right, I absolutely love that. I hope that that reel got you inspired and gave you a little bit of insight into why this project is what it is. It did start with what I call a download when I was 31, and we all know my daughter's 31, so we'll just leave that there. But I got a very clear message to create a book. And who knew one day I was going to be owning a media company, and who knew one day I was going to be producing books. And then I got a very clear message that it was time. And there, the production of the 262 book that you hear about is Women in Gumption. And that book is now in production, ready to be released May 11th. And we'll have a 5-year live book tour where you can come meet us in all different countries, where you can come meet authors and sign the book and all have some fun with us. But then that couch experience that I had, where I was sent the movie called Seeing Allred, which is the life story of Gloria Allred, which made me feel like I could do more, even though I know that women do more every single day. And so it pushed it to that next level. And here we are. All of the summits have a beautiful theme around remembering. That was the message, to remember International Women's Day, to remember there is a solidarity of women all over the world that get up every single day like we do, and that at least that one day, if not the whole month, which we are still in, when we wake up, we feel our sister's presence, which allows us to continue the path of gumption that we do every single day. So that being said, we're very excited about today. We have some wonderful things to share with you. I know we talked a lot. Well, you saw them talk about you saw me talk about a wine. I just want to show you what that is. So we have a couple of things that we've done for women to experience, whether they're here or not. Everything that we do is an initiative that supports this initiative, as you know, because you're here. This is a free summit. And one of the ways that we continue with being able to have that accessibility is to do things like this. So this is a gorgeous, beautiful wine from the Napa Valley. We were very supported, and I want to do a shout out now. Okay, I'm going to show the picture. Shout out now to Brett Hudson and his crew, David Harmon, who helped us produce a wine that women in the US can purchase and send to anyone in the US. It's called 262 Women Rock Legacy and Tell All. And I basically think it sums it up, not only from a wine, but from what we're going to do for the rest of the day. And it says, what does being a woman mean to you? The 262 project was brought together to heighten and remind women that the 8th day of March has been established as a day of solidarity for all women, a day that is meant to be celebrated globally, as well as powerfully celebrated individually on the heart of every woman. So you can send us It is a very fine wine from Napa Valley. We have a club you can go to, get 2 bottles for $100. It normally sells for about $150 a bottle. And then, or you can get a case as well and send it to everyone. So that is the wine that he was talking about there. I also want to do a big shout out because you know that these events don't happen by themselves. Anyone that does a project knows that these don't happen by themselves. And so not only do I want to thank Kathleen for being my co-host, but you see Dorothea on here. She is our official CEO. She is the Chief Everything Officer. And if you have any experience with this event at all, you know you've spoken to Dorothea quite a bit. Emily and her whole crew from Start 'em Up has been the Chief Marketing Officer on this project and everything above. We also, Logan, Connor, and the team, Chris de Jesus, who is our wonderful goddess from the Philippines, who does social media support and market research, and she is there cheering us on. And she normally doesn't make it this early in the morning because I think it's the middle of her night. We also have Carmel, who is doing beautiful. Her and Kathleen, I can't tell you, they've done incredible things around women in history. You'll see a surprise in the book about that, but you'll also have a surprise today about that. Sarah Troy, who is our media sponsor, and Leslie Capps, and also Connie for supporting the back end on support for women that are able to come into the project. Our sponsors are Brett with the wine, Ocean Baker, who did the cover of the book and the cover of the wine label, Shiraz as well, if you know him, he has been a big supporter to our whole project, and David Medensky, who was one of our first sponsors in the project. So I also want to do a big shout out to the speakers, because the truth is the speakers have sponsored themselves to be here, to be able to allow this to be free and accessible. We've had speakers from all over the world that normally get paid to speak that are like, don't worry, waive that, we're coming and we're sharing. And so it's just been an incredible collaborative project at the very least. Kathleen, I'm going to pass it back over to you, share a few words, and then I see that our first speaker is in the house. So after Kathleen, we will get into getting this party started. Was there anything I missed?
Oh my gosh, well, there's so much you could not possibly get it all in, and I'm sure we're going to pepper it throughout. I mean, just that Deb is so generous and gives so much to our community. You're going to hear about our planner. You're going to hear about, all of the professional things that she's put together for us all day long. So let that leak out. I do want to say one thing about the intro film. I absolutely love what Sonia pointed out. I wanted to be a boy. And what that brought for me was, what would it be like if you could go ahead and be a girl and climb those trees? Which, by the way, I did. I had 4 brothers. So, it's what if, and that's what this is really all about. This is all about breaking down those barriers, seeing each other for who we are, and realizing, we're way more alike than we are different. And we don't have to fit into any box. And she also brought up the women in history, and you're going to find a whole lot of women that didn't fit, refused to fit way back when to fit in any box. So this is something I feel like we've done to ourselves, and I know we can undo it. And that's why we're here. So just so many gems today. Thank you all for being here. And yeah, there's just a lot that's coming your way. We're thrilled you're here with us.
All right. Well, let's get this party started, because I see that Eleanor is in the room. And Eleanor, if you're ready, we're ready. Are you ready to go a few minutes early? Gives us a little extra time to chat. Are we ready to go?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, so we're kicking off strong. This is an incredible woman, and let me introduce you to Eleanor Pan. And here's the thing: when you have someone that has a flourishing amount of bio, as this woman, it's really hard to pick 3 things. And that is the beautiful thing about. That's why we put the word ultrapreneurs in this project, is because I don't know about you, but playing in the entrepreneur word for a while, she starts doing this and this. And some people ask me, what is an entrepreneur? And I'm like, it's just an entrepreneur that can't say no. And I really, when I looked at your bio, I'm like, do. But honestly, she is a film goddess. She is a film producer who has worked and been in the likes of the top tier world festivals. She is a creative producer, multi-international, multi-diverse, worked across liaisons among different spaces in cultures and entertainment, incredible art. Make sure you talk about your art today. And her topic is a little bit diversity of a female producer in the entertainment space. And we have here addressed as a human being. It's got a little subtitle, addressed as a human being. The thing that you don't know about Eleanor is that she really loves collecting fridge magnets. I love that. I love these things that we find out about people. Because next time you see a fridge magnet after you hear her spot, you're gonna like, I should pick that up and I should get that to her. The music that she loves and adores right now is The Last Goodbye by Odessa. And we have a couple of gifts. In case you don't know, or you've never been with us before, you are going to see tens of thousands of dollars. I think we are well over $100,000, if not $200,000 in gifts that we have given away since this party has started. Oh my gosh, what's going to happen on June 6th? You got to get to June 6th. But for the one person who listens to win, and I'll explain that in a minute, you are going to have a private conversation with this amazing woman, and the value is priceless. And then for everybody, you're going to get a free gift. Now collect your swag all day long. There is going to be in the chat all day long all the free gifts that all the speakers are giving, and she's giving a cool playlist of inspired music. So how you listen to win is this, is that Eleanor is going to talk. We don't even know the question I'm going to ask you, because I also have to listen to find out a question for you. The first person to put the answer and their email in the chat is the person that's going to win. And we're going to play this all day long, so make sure you play all day long. So Eleanor, thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure to get to know you. I'm glad we've been introduced, and we're going to continue that. But do share a diversity of a female producer in the entertainment space.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. And I just want to echo what Kathleen said a little bit earlier. Getting to know Deb is one of the most amazing experience. She's just such a wonderful woman. And just getting to know you, that I feel inspired by every single conversation that we've had. And I want to say hi to all the people across the world that's watching this. Good morning, evening, good afternoon. I missed that one. And I'm Eleanor. I'm a multimedia producer based in Los Angeles. Some of the projects that I've worked on recently in the past few years, I've had the pleasure of working on Justin Chang's Jamujaya, which marked the screen debut of Rich Brian, a top Asian pop music label, 88 Rising. It is a father-son story. We made our world premiere at Sundance Film Festival, and then made its Asian debut at Busan Film Festival. Another project that I've worked on that I'm super excited about is Jordan West's Playland. It is an experimental queer film that premiered in Rotterdam and later debuted in North America at Tribeca Film Festival. I've worked across a lot of major studio deals, mostly in development. So I work a lot with writers and directors, financiers and distributors. The studio deals that I've worked on, they have been distributed through all the major networks, including Warner Brothers, Sony, Paramount, HBO, etc. I am also a creative producer who's very excited about getting deals done a little bit differently, always finding that angle within the network system that would make people say yes, especially that a lot of the content that I focus on does have more of a diversity angle. Alongside those endeavors, I also contribute to Harvard University's CAM Lab. It is a multimedia cognitive art lab that focuses on modernizing the presentation of ancient East Asian art historical sites and objects. So in short, my work does span across studio networks, independent scenes, and also academic spheres of all elements of content producing. For this conversation in terms of diversity in the industry, but really as a human being, I would say, while there has been a huge progress in terms of representation and diversity in the industry overall, especially in front of the camera, producing remains one of the least diverse sectors in the industry still. And I've wondered why myself, because for me, it really shouldn't have been the case. I really feel like women are better multitaskers, and we are in so many ways better suited in this job. So I would certainly encourage more women. I would love to see more women in this space. While I'm not entirely sure why it hasn't, one thing I do know is, as an Asian female producer, a question that I do encounter a lot is, how did you break into the industry? How did you become a producer? To me, that question is a little bit interesting because it almost implies a certain degree of surprise, or it implies a degree of extra difficulty about me specifically being in that space. And sometimes I cannot help but wonder, would I get asked the same question if, let's say, I was a Caucasian male? Like, how did you come up? The thing is, though, truly, for me personally, I've never thought of my gender or my ethnicity as major roadblocks to begin with. I pursued producing because obviously I love it. Very early on that I learned that I have a knack for it. This comes to me a little bit more naturally than some of the other elements in entertainment. And I'm still working on it every day. I'm only getting better every single day. But the most important element is I didn't anticipate or assume it to be impossible in the very first place. I didn't go into this and I feel like, oh, most likely I'm not going to be able to do this, or it would be too difficult. In so many ways, women in business, it is such a mind game. And that is not at all to say it is easy. Producing is a very particular type of job where it requires so many different parts of your brain to be working together. It is, Deb and I like talked about kind of the multiplicity of a job of this nature, of being an entrepreneur. You're wearing so many different hats at the same time. And at the end of the day, it is a people's job. It is understanding what every single person really wants in the room beyond what they're saying on the surface. And I think that's the element that I'm trying still every day, trying to get to know, because when you walk into a room, every single person is different. Even though there is an industry standard, every deal is different. And that's why this job is exciting to me. However, I personally don't believe my journey has been inherently more challenging than all the other people who are getting into the space just because of my gender or my ethnicity. So when it does come to, when it comes to the conversation of empowering women, I would say mindset is the most important element. What if instead of asking, how could we start asking, why couldn't we? A lot of the times, I find fear to be the biggest factor that holds women back in business. I feel like a lot of the times it just leads us to anticipate obstacles or problems before we even actually encounter them. However, when you really think about it, the work itself is impartial to gender or to ethnicity. Like, for example, in my day-to-day work, as a producer, I need to deal with a lot of legal contracts and a lot of paperwork. When I get handed a contract, the contract doesn't know if I'm a woman or a man, doesn't know what's the color of my skin. And it just requires me being able to understand what is in the deal and to put in my point of view. And that's the key thing, that when I walk into a job, I don't feel like I am doing this differently than anyone else who is trying to do the exact same job. I don't put myself in a inferior or a more vulnerable or a lesser of a place of stance than anyone else. And I do believe competence really is what matters the most at the end of the day. And we do live in, or at least I advocate for, a space of meritocracy. I would say I'm very careful when I use the word equality. I personally prefer to use the word professional equity when I talk about my workspace, because like for me, I'm not too proud to admit when I do lack the knowledge, or when I feel like I am falling short, or there is something that I don't understand, and just to ask questions. But I came from the live action, the narrative space. And if I am in a room of, let's say, animators or gamers, and there are things that I wouldn't understand, and I don't feel like it is disrespectful in any way when I am treated on an equal level as a person, but professionally as someone who's less knowledgeable about the space because they just genuinely don't. On the flip side of this, I do demand, not just hope for, I do demand and expect the amount of respect and the amount of listening and understanding coming from my coworkers when I do know what I'm talking about. And when I do know that I have done my homework and I'm coming into this, have a point of view to present. So that's why a lot of the times for me, it is equity. It is taking equity in what I do know and do not know. And to also not take things personally as I'm moving along those kind of spaces. And I would say a key thing that I kind of want to wrap my little talk on and just to share with everyone, there's a key word that I live by, which really encapsulates my approach to life. It is a Japanese term called ikigai. It means the reason to live. Oh, I see some nodding here, so I feel like it is a word that a lot of people know. I love it, especially for women. I guess there is a French equivalent. It's called like raison d'être, but I love the Japanese version better. It's cuter, it sounds better. But for those people who don't know that word, in Japanese, it kind of means the reason to live or the purpose of life. In short, it is promoting the idea that the purpose of your life, it should be at the intersection of what you love, what you excel at, what the world needs, and what you can be paid for. So in short, it is kind of a balancing between your passion, your mission, your profession, and your vocation. And still, it is my everyday work. I don't think I've nailed it. It's kind of an ongoing thing. Sometimes I'm feeling like, oh, I'm leaning more towards the things that I feel more passionate about. I need more motivation. And on another day, oh, I really need to get the bills paid. And we live in a world where all of those things need to exist at the same time. But I love that in the single word, it kind of really talk about this equilibrium. And especially as a woman, we do have a lot more on our plate as we're moving through the professional spaces, and to be able to not only compartmentalize and to know that the separation, the absolute separation doesn't really exist. It is really about finding that possibility where all the things you care about can live in the same space within your life. And I'm incredibly blessed to be making a living from doing something that I love. And it is not easy every day, but it does make my life easier just to know that I wake up every day feeling excited about the people that I'm about to meet and the work that I will be rendering. So that's the things I want to share to start with. And thank you so much, Deb, for having me, and hope everybody walk away from this learning one more Japanese word.
That was awesome. Everybody do some love, some Zoom love, some hearts, some up. I mean, I think one of the things that really stuck out for me, and we'll get to the prize, don't worry. But one of the things that stuck out for me was that first of all, I love professional equity. I think that we should all be hashtagging and tagging her in, and all that professional equity. I think is really, it's wonderful, and it's actually one of the wonderful things that I love about, many of the sectors out there, like direct sales is like that. And the goal, and isn't it refreshing to hear where you are? Because you happen to be on my screen right beside a woman named Kathy Bushnell, who was the first woman duo to break in the music industry in the UK. Now, she's probably had a few more birthday candles on her cake. But when you hear Kathy's story, and I hear your story, and I hear where you were at as a trailblazer, and where you are able to be at and make more detailed internal posturing expectations, right? I mean, I think with Kathy, the roadies were telling her, like, they weren't even letting her in the club, didn't even think that she was supposed to be on stage. And you're able to hold posture and presence, and where you're able to navigate from now is so empowering, and it's so refreshing, and it's why we all got up at 5 o'clock this morning to get onto the summit. Well, some of us, who's on the PST time zone, sister, right? Yeah, okay. So I found that really empowering and refreshing, and yet still, I love how, if you don't know, you still feel confident in your not knowingness and your expectations in the realism of that. I just refreshing. Kathleen, I'm going to pass that over to you.
Oh my, I want to like sit down with Eleanor and talk like all day. That boom, as somebody who spent all those years in corporate America fighting to get in, I guess, and watching other women just walk away and not want to put up the fight. And then the entitlement that we're all experiencing, I am going to hang on, repeat, and share with the world your professional equity. And I wrote that as, owning what I know and what I don't know. So key. I mean, what a mic drop. I love your candor and just the absolute way you just laid it out. I mean, you just laid it out. It's like there's no, I walk in with no expectation, is what you said, that they're going to take care of me. I don't have to do that. I don't worry about my gender. I don't worry about where I came from. I don't worry. I walk in, but I do demand that respect. I mean, so many pieces there. Oh my gosh, just absolutely beautiful. I just really appreciate what you said. So good, so good. So I don't know if we're ready to move on to the question or if we're gonna.
Yeah. I've got hey, we've got a prize to give. Absolutely.
We do.
We do have a prize to give. So what a great, powerful way to start the day talking about professional equity. And what a great way to start the day on a refreshing note, knowing that change is being made. I would ask, and we don't tend to go back to speakers because we know, we know you're going to dive into the chat and people are going to have questions. And here's the deal. This is where you get to connect. You ever been on a summit? You're like, oh my gosh, she was amazing. And then you're like, man, I wish I had reached out. So your job is to go into the chat. You can talk to her privately. You can text, you can exchange, you can do all those groovy things that all know how to do. But before you go, as you are in film and you are in production and you're in this creative life that gets on screen, what can we do to continue? Is it looking up to see who the directors are? I mean, there's a great movie out right now. I'm like, I need to go see that. It was done by a woman producer, and we all know March 23rd. We've got another movie we need to see from Yankee Crystal Lowe. And so what can we do to help support the industry to stay moving in the right direction?
It is really kind of the old tale, but go to the cinema. It is the hardest thing that, especially post-COVID, getting people to actually move from your TV screen, from your streamers, just to actually go to a cinema. But at the end of the day, theatrical rights are the most important, not only revenue, but the driving horse of the industry, that when we talk about, what does it look like when it is on the bigger screen? And there are a lot of filmmakers that I love and I work with, and people who actually care and love this craft. They spent so much time and so much effort of putting those things together for it to be ready to be shown on a screen at that size. And also, a lot of the times, what people wouldn't know is on the side of production and making things, just to know as an industry overall, a lot of people are not going to the cinema. A lot of people are just watching it from their TV. Is actually making our jobs a little bit harder as producers when we were pitching things, because when you talk to financiers and distributors, they're like, oh, well, why are you packaging it this way? Why is this the budget? People are not going to the cinema anyways. So just want everyone to actually just go into the theater and really admire the amount of work and the artistry that people in the industry are putting into to make all of this happen. And it is the best way to support us, so that we can go back to the financiers and distributors and network and say, hey, there are more people going. We should be making more projects like this.
Oh, wow. That's so good. You know what? Can I just jump in there for a second? Because absolutely. Eleanor, you're just giving us all so many lessons, and she's sitting here talking about film and producing, but the reality is, if you want to see movies in a movie theater, and I think, at least in my area, we're watching them close. We're watching a lot of retail buildings close. We've gotten so used to being home and so into convenience, and I know Deb's a big proponent of this, but we got to create the world we want. And if you want to have movie theaters to go to, then you got to go to the movie theater. right? You got to go. You got to put that, put your dollars there and support your local guy and or gal that's in there putting these buildings out for us. The same thing for shopping, the same thing, and same thing as a community. The more we support each other, just say to everybody before you jump out and go find somebody outside of this community, look inside. It's such a powerful Rolodex that we're all living inside of. There are people, we can all support and help and do for each other. And why give it to a stranger? Why not support the women that are here today that are really working to change the world? And I know you didn't say all that, but that's how it resonated with me, is that, support starts here. And that's the whole thing, right? Show up, stand up, speak up. It's time, ladies. We can't keep waiting for the next guy to do it or the next gal to do it, or get to just complain about what it is we're living in. We get to make it. So that was beautiful, Eleanor. Thank you.
Thank
That was-
you.
Yeah, amazing piece. And there's, I don't know where you are, but where we are, there's an organization called Women in Film, right? And there's a lot of film and cinema, and you can actually, Google yourself to find out some of the most amazing women doing the most amazing thing. And so here's my thing. If anyone goes to a movie in the next 30 days and takes a picture of your cinema tab, right, your ticket, because you get one, even if you screenshot your phone and you send it to me, I will send you a Natsukaishi swag. If you don't know what Natsukaishi is, you haven't been hanging out with me long enough. But Natsukaishi is also a Japanese word. It's from my son's company. He doesn't know I'm doing this. The power of being a momager. And Natsukaishi means good times, good feelings, and nostalgia. And who has not had a good nostalgic feeling sitting in a movie theater, eating too much popcorn or falling asleep in the drive-in? Okay, so I have a gift for you and to support the industry, but yet Eleanor has a gift, and not only is she going to put her free gift in the chat so everyone can swag. And so much for me using the answer to her question, professional equity, because that's out the door. But there was something that she talked about, and how you play this game is you have to put the answer in your email, because Dorothea is so good at her job, but she doesn't know your email out of the top of her head. So you have to put it, or guess what? So she said that there was something that she, I wrote down. She said one of the most important things to do and get whatever you want is this. And it was a way of thinking. And that is the differentiator that allows us to get professional equity. So please put it in the chat with your email. Let's do one more round of applause for Eleanor. Go to your theaters, go to your movies, go see your directors, send me your tab, and we're going to send some swag your way. So thank you so much for that. And I am going to pass it over to Kathleen to introduce our next woman, who is going to drop some very cool historical information for you. Oh, okay.
Yes. Really, we are celebrating all these amazing women that have come on all of these summits, and it'll be 22 in the end. And we know we would be terribly remiss if we didn't look back and pay some homage and give some thanks to those ladies that sort of created space so that we could all do that. And Deborah talked about it when we opened, that my partner in crime, CARMEL ECKER, and myself were lucky enough to do this amazing research. What a great partner. Let me tell you just a little bit about CARMEL, and then I'm going to let her tell you about an amazing woman in history. So first of all, she's just an all-around amazing woman, incredible, and something about she'll steal your last tidbit. I'm not sure I know everything about that, but what I do know is she'll steal your heart too, because she's just such a super friend and such a great person to be around. So thank you. Thank you for being here. She's also an international best-selling author, and I love this. She's an extreme sport mindset coach, and she has a different background today, so she might have to tell you what that is. And she is a past president of the Dirty Girls Bike Club. I don't know if that was as much fun as it sounds like, but I'm sure she's going to share with us. Welcome, Carmel.
Hi, Kathleen. Thank you for that lovely introduction. Yes, the Dirty Girls Bike Club is my local Victoria mountain bike club, and we spent a lot of years encouraging women to get into mountain biking and actually giving them the skills to do it. So that was an incredibly rewarding experience, and I'm so happy that, I don't know, 24 years later, the club is still going strong, which is just absolutely amazing for a nonprofit. So yes, hello everyone. I'm Carmel ECKER, and I'm really excited to be sharing these women in history. As Kathleen said, it was a wonderful research project to do. As soon as Deb suggested it, I was like, I'm in. I am all over this. There are so many cool women in history that we just don't hear about. So the one that I actually want to share right now, her name is Faye Del Mundo. And she's actually the matriarch of modern pediatric medicine in the Philippines. And she was inspired by her sister, who actually wanted to become a doctor, but ended up dying as a teenager. Can you imagine how that would motivate you to get into something? So she actually revolutionized medicine in the Philippines and made numerous breakthroughs in the field of pediatrics, immunization, treatment of jaundice, and providing accessible health care to areas, people living in areas that normally didn't have any access to health care. She really wanted to be someone who helped people maintain good health throughout their life, which she actually was able to do. She lived to 99, which is absolutely amazing, and was continuing to do rounds at the hospital that she founded right up until basically the year that she died. So she's just absolutely an amazing human being. Google created a Google Doodle celebrating her what would have been her 107th birthday a few years ago. So yeah, she was just she also received a numerous awards for the work that she did. But I think possibly the coolest thing about her is that she put her money where her mouth was. So when she founded her hospital, she took out loans, she sold her house and most of her belongings in order to create this pediatric hospital. It was her legacy. And I don't know many people who would be willing to do that. I, for one, would be hard pressed to be like, yep, I'm all in on this. But you have to applaud the commitment of someone who is like, I'm giving everything to this. So she's just absolutely amazing human, and I'm so grateful that I was able to learn about her through this project.
Oh, wow. Thank you. We all got to learn about her. That was awesome. And there's so many more that you're good. And we're just scratching the surface, but thank you so much. That was an amazing story there. That is so good.
And I just put her name in the chat for anybody who wants to look her up and learn a little bit more about her online.
Oh, yes, please. Yes, please. And visit the chat too, because everybody that's speaking today will be putting their gifts in there. They'll be putting their email addresses in there. Feel free to chat amongst yourself. You see somebody that's interesting, something you're hearing. That's what this is all about. This is all about that connection and support. So let's take advantage of that chat today. So Deb, I see our next speaker in the house.
I do see our next speaker in the house, and I see that she's getting ready, and I know, Kathleen, you're going to be bringing her in. But I just wanted to say that for those, there's some surprises in the book that's coming out that is in relationship to what Carmel was sharing today. And I know that either Carmel or Kathleen is going to be sharing some more of that today. But if you feel like you want to have some voice and you want to have some presence, we have this incredible book that's in production, but we also have this incredible, beautiful planner that's coming up. Most people know, and they're so grateful it's coming back, that we have a beautiful planner that you can actually put your quote. So if you'd like to put your quote in our next 2025 entrepreneurial planner, please just put a little message in the chat and we'll contact you. And you can either put a quote, and it has to be yours because you have a voice and it's fantastic and you have things to say. And then we can actually QR code that quote. So when people hover over it in the planner, you pop up in their phone and you do what Eleanor just did, and you get to talk and we get to see you, and you get to be someone's Monday inspiration or Sunday meditation. So if that inspires you and you want to get your voice heard in our planner, please send us your information, because of course we only have so many spots, because of course there's almost so many days in the calendar, and I'm pretty sure if we could change it, we would. But some things, like Eleanor said, are set in stone. So you have to just accept some reality. So with that, just go ahead and put some things, put it in the chat. I won't be in the chat today, but I'll click the chat and we'll be taking a look at it in the next couple of days. So Kathleen, I'm going to pass it back over to you to introduce our next speaker in the room.
Well, thank you. And I'm going to do that in just a minute. But first, I want to say this isn't just any planner. First of all, it was created by the most masterful high performance coach I've ever been involved in. Not just a coach, somebody that lives high performance, right? So I love the planner itself. But how cool to be able to go in and, click a QR code and see your message and see all the other people that have come to the planner and do it. So it's something like I've never seen before. I bought lots of planners, as I'm guessing most of you had. It's not only is it amazing, but it works. It works. So, and I'm sure Deb will talk about it as we go too, but she always has extra classes for all of us to support us in that performance area. She's not just going to hand you a book and not let you know how to work it. So yeah, I just want to say that. So yes, and I will hush my pipe here and get on to our next speaker. And I did see she's in the house, and I want to introduce to all of us the Sheldrake. And she's been here before, and there's a few things you should know about Brenda. Hi, Brenda. She is the recipient of a prestigious Women of Worth Award in 2020. That is so cool. I can't wait to hear about that. She's an international best-selling author and a renowned lead magnet specialist. Think about that. Who needs Brenda? I know I do. The topic is unlocking the power of the unstoppable mind. Ooh. And something that we might not know about Brenda, she's been in recovery for 30 years. Her music, oh my God, who doesn't love this song, Lady by Kenny Rogers? As soon as I read that, I got chills. I could feel that song. And she too has an amazing gift for us today. Her one-on-one, that's going to go to one person. The one that gets in there puts their email address and the answer to the question that we don't know yet, because we're going to just collect that from the jewels that she shares with us. But you put your name in and then the answer. And her prize for that is a 1-year membership to her Build Better community. Plus, wait for this, 4 interviews on her platform. All that's valued at $1,200. Yeah, get in line for that because you want to win that. And then she has a tip sheet for all the rest of us. And I'm guessing that's all around lead magnets. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn this over to Brenda. Welcome to the stage, Brenda.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much. Thank you. I want to say thank you for having me back today. I'm really excited to be with you guys again. And for those of you who've met me before, I'm Brenda Marie Sheldrake. I am the Biz Leads expert at Biz Leads Expert, and I help busy entrepreneurs stop wasting time on meetings that don't produce results by teaching you how to generate more qualified leads for your business through relationship building. So today I thought I would share with you more about why it's so important to generate relationships and a couple of tips for you on some really good ways to generate those relationships. One of them being through LinkedIn. So first of all, why relationship building and not paid advertising or any of the other ways of generating leads? Why relationship building and not doing, like, why is relationship building better than social media? Well, first of all, I want to be very clear. I don't believe that those other methods don't work. But what I do believe is that when you generate a lead through anything other than relationship building, you are getting a lead that is just above a cold lead. And I don't know about you ladies, but cold leads leave me pretty cold. They're not my favorite thing. I don't wake up and jump out of bed in the morning going, oh, I can't wait to call a bunch of total strangers and try and get them to talk to me. And probably I see some smiles and some laughter in your faces. So I'm pretty sure that you feel the same way, that it is not your favorite thing to be calling strangers first thing in the morning. So relationship building, that's the reason why relationship building is the key. Because when you build relationships, you take strangers and transform them into friends. And don't we all like making friends? But isn't that a fun thing to do? It is for me. Making friends is one of my favorite things to do. And this process with this 262 project has been a remarkable opportunity to make so many new friends, one after the other. And I can't wait. I am so looking forward to going to Vancouver and meeting you all and getting to know you better and going away with people who I can say are even stronger friends than they are now. So that's why I believe that lead generation through relationship building is one of the best ways to generate your leads. But here's the truth about why I know that relationship building is the best way to generate leads. The year before COVID hit, I was working in financial services and I was struggling to get the people I wanted to talk to me. I wanted them to know that I had a product that I knew would help them. And they were skeptical. I couldn't get them to sit down and book meetings with me. I'd been trying for 2 years with this product I was so passionate about. And then someone let me in on a secret. And I am going to share that secret with you today. The secret was stop trying to sell them your product and find out what they need help with. Sounds pretty simple. And it was, and it is, and you can all do it. And using that system that I started to implement the year before COVID, I generated 3,000 qualified leads in 1 year. I don't think there are too many ladies here on this call today who would not like 3,000 qualified leads in 1 year. Or if you would not like it, then you probably would not like it for the same reason that I had a bit of a challenge with it once I'd achieved it. I couldn't serve them all fast enough. So how did I solve that problem? Well, the solution to that problem was that I had to ask other people to help me with those leads. But here's the even better thing about leads generated through relationship building. Those people trusted me so much that my close ratio was 95% on the clients that I got. So when you generate a lead through a relationship building, people talk all the time about know, like, and trust. They're always telling me know, like, and trust, know, like, and trust. It's become the watchwords that I hear at every meeting. It's become the thing I hear everyone say. You've got to generate know, like, and trust. Well, here's a news flash for you. Know, like, and trust doesn't happen in one call. Know, like, and trust takes some effort on your part. You want to generate know, like, and trust. First of all, the first clue is the one that I've just given you. You need to express an interest in the person you're talking to. When you book that getting to know you call with a person, if you want to establish know, like, and trust, then here's what you need to know first. Your agenda is not to tell them the wonderful thing that you have for them. Your agenda is to listen to what they're struggling with right now in their business and see if you have a solution, because you're qualifying them right then. You are qualifying those people. If you take a getting to know you call with someone that you don't know anything about, in that call, you are listening to them to get to know them. And that is one of the strongest keys. The tip sheet that I have for you is going to include a set of questions that you want to be asking these people on that first getting to know you call to help you to move that know, like, and trust needle forward. Once you know what their problem is, once they know your challenges, then you need to offer any possible solution that you have that doesn't cost anything. That's right, you're still not selling. What you're doing is you're meeting them where they are. What I offer is things like an introduction to one of you wonderful ladies who has the solution. That's why I've loved these summits, because I have connected with so many wonderful people who have solutions to other people's problems. So that when I'm on a call, I can say, you've got to meet Natalie McQueen, who I see nodding her head at me over and over again. And I'm just picking her out because I see her. You've got to meet Natalie because she can solve your problem. You've got to meet Kathy Bushnell and talk to her because she has the key to the challenge you're facing today. So when you listen to a person's problem, don't be afraid to refer to somebody else. Don't be afraid to offer that introduction, because it makes you even more valuable in two ways. First of all, you are more valuable because you just showed generosity, and generosity of heart is a very strong key. The second way you're even more valuable is because they become even more valuable to you. If you help me, then I feel an even stronger draw to give something back to you and help you. So now I want to know what your challenge is and see how I can help you. Now, when you are sharing, share succinctly. You want to take the majority of your call to be for them, but then you do want to tell them a little bit about you. You want to tell them what you do. And if you can, give them a way that they can help you. If at the end of the call, if you have come to the conclusion, as you're wrapping up your call, the next part of your call, if you have come to the conclusion, or they have come to the conclusion that you two are not a match, that you cannot help each other, that you've helped each other as much as you can by offering a referral, then what you need to say to them, you need to tell them exactly who it is that they could help you by referring you to. And this may be a solution to a problem you're experiencing right now, or this may be your ideal client. But when you do this, you take all of the pressure off. And I've actually seen people who were a no, go from a no to a maybe, and then come back and become a client because you didn't pressure them. One of the tactics that I have the strongest objection to is the person who says, well, okay, of course, I understand that you can't make a decision right now, but I have a time limited offer for you. And if you say yes to this right now, I'm going to be able to give you this bonus or this discount or this extra value item. If I said I wasn't ready to make a decision, I'm not ready to make a decision. And if you trying to tell me that I can get more benefits by making the decision is making me more certain that I don't want to make the decision. So don't pressure them. Give them an out where they can out with grace. And then remember that no does not mean never. It means until we meet again. And I think that that's the thought that I would like to leave you ladies with. Until we meet again, I would love to talk to every one of you, because if I don't have the solution to your challenge right now, I promise you I will find it. And every one of you ladies is the solution to someone's problem. I have spaces to share you and highlight you. And I look forward to the person who wins my offer, because that's exactly what it's about, sharing and highlighting you. For any of you who want to be one of my solutions, please book a time with me, connect with me, and let's get connecting. Let's start that conversation that builds the know, like, and trust. I'm Brenda Marie Shelby, Biz Leads Expert at Biz Leads Expert. My parting thought for you, don't quit, because there's a miracle in your future. And as long as you stay an entrepreneur, you're going to get it.
Whoa, let's show some love. Let's show some love. Oh my gosh, that was amazing. That was, Brenda, you're always so inspiring and always so heart giving, and always, I love that. Natalie's got her heart shining. I mean, that's the best way that we can show love. And wow, Kathleen, I'm sure, I'm sure you wrote lots of notes. I saw you writing.
Oh my gosh, I was writing and writing and writing and feeling and feeling and feeling. And I think that's Brenda's whole message, right? You know, she can do amazing CEO, or SEO. She talked about that, all the leads, things she can do, how important they are to your life. I love when she said cold leads leave me cold, right? And then, you know, we're hearing like a theme so far, and it's funny because I don't know if it's planned. It's just a knack Deb has. One speaker after another just falls into place. And before you know it, we have a theme. And today's theme, I think, is accountability. You know, so far, I mean, Eleanor shared with us, you know, be you, be whatever, but take stock of what you can and can't do and show up that way and work on the things you need. Brenda said, hey, you know what? Your first conversation is not about you. You know, you shouldn't be handing your business card as you're shaking hands because it's not about you. It's about them. And no wonder she's so successful. Oh my gosh. And I love your prize, Brenda. So let's get to that prize. And as a reminder, and I'm going to make this easy. I think I'm going to make it easy. The first thing you're going to do is put your email address in because that's the easiest way for Dorothea to find it. And we're going to give Dorothea a day or two to sort it out and see who's won what. But don't think because, you know, you were the first one, the last one, or whatever, put your name in because everybody gets a shot at the one of the grand prizes or one of the one-on-one prizes. So put it in. You don't know. Everybody's walking away with something today. So including your prize that goes to everybody, which is amazing. I need those tips. So let me get to that easy question. She talked about the power of really getting to know, like, and trust and spending time and it being way more than a first conversation. And she said when she started really employing that, her close ratio was what? I'll give you a hint. It was a percentage. It hit my ears like, woohoo, are you kidding me? So yeah, it was amazing. So put your email address in there and your answer to that. And hopefully that's not too hard because I know it's early and we're all still drinking coffee. Oh, it's not too hard. We got a couple of right answers in there. Good job. Yeah, super. All
That's
right.
amazing. Yeah, you know what I loved? I loved when you said turning strangers into friends. And I think that we are all seeing that and we have seen that over and over and over again. And the world has become such a collaborative place. I mean, it's just there's that really that wall of competition has really gone down. And I experienced it yesterday, the day before. So my son decided he was going to get his first tattoo. And I was talking to the tattoo artist about something that I'm looking at. And he's like, you know what, based on that design, I need to find someone that's better for you than I am. And I'm, you know, and it's just said with such knowingness, right? And I think that especially I think it also makes it stronger to hone our craft. Do you know what I mean? I think it makes us stronger to hone our craft. So Brenda, you're always refreshing and so heart-centered. That was wonderful. So we've got people that won prizes, and then she has that tip sheet that everybody wants, right? That tip sheet. Don't forget, gather your swag. You came with an empty bag to this party, and there's a lot of pretty well every speaker has got something for everyone just for being here, just for supporting. So make sure that you go in there and collect that swag. All right.
When you get this video replay, she said so many great drops there. Please go back and listen because something that I picked up that just I think is so key. She addressed that awkward space when someone says no. You know, that's not a personal rejection. That's just in the moment, it doesn't fit. Don't break that relationship by, you know, okay, well, that was a waste of time because your energy shows when you do that. And like she said, I love that she said, if you're not the person, you know, if you know, don't pretend. If you can't help them, don't let it just slide away. You have a whole entire community here that there's a pretty good chance the right person is here. And who doesn't love a great referral to somebody and to receive one from somebody? I mean, that's taking care of you. That's like, I can't do this in the moment for you, or I may not be the right person, but I'm sure not going to just leave you with, you know, the Rolodex to go find your own help. she's a resourceful person and she's going to fill that gap, and we all are. So yeah, please go back and listen. It was great. Super great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, look, I know we have a few minutes, and I know that Carmel can't stay with us all day. So Carmel, can we ask you for one more drop before we go into our next? What's happening next?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I have someone else. Surprise, surprise. Someone who also actually had a very long life and a very interesting life. And I wish that I could sit here and talk about all what she did in her life. She was actually incredibly influential, but on kind of the Eastern philosophy end of things. So you probably haven't heard of her. Her name's Alexandra David Neal, and she was a Belgian French explorer, spiritualist, Buddhist. She actually converted to Buddhism early in her life, and anarchist, which I just love. Who doesn't love a little bit of anarchy? I mean, most early feminists were like branded anarchists, and she was an early feminist. She was also an opera singer and a writer. So she was prolific. She's a little bit like almost a polymath, but not quite. But she knew a broad variety of things. She's most known for her trips to Tibet when it was actually forbidden to foreigners. And she ended up writing over 30 books about Eastern religion, philosophy, and her travels all over the world. She was definitely a traveler. She actually was an anarchist anarchist and traveler from an early age. At 15, she was on holidays with her parents, and she just decided she was going to run away. So she didn't get very far and ended up having to go back, but that it tells you a little bit about the spirit of who she was. And by 18 years old, she had traveled to England, Switzerland, and Spain on her own. And that drive to travel and live this very independent life carried through her whole life. But I thought what was kind of neat with the opera piece, you know, she's traveling, she's learning, she's keen on Eastern philosophy, and then just kind of, it almost seems like sporadically she decided to become an opera singer because her parents needed some help. So for 9 years, she was an opera singer and actually ended up writing at least one opera in that time. And then met her future husband and decided, oh, I'm done with opera. And she actually went and managed a casino for a few months. You know, just kind of, she was someone who did what inspired her, you know, whatever took her her interest, that's the direction that she moved. So I think she's just absolutely fascinating. And I'll put her name in the chat. She has a very long story that is definitely worth a read. So I'll put her name in the chat and you can go and check her out for yourself.
I absolutely love that. Here's the thing. Thank you so much, Carmel. Here's the thing, that when this decision to introduce women of history to you is that they made, and we all made a clear decision that we wanted to choose women whom you had never heard from before, right? It's because most of us, and I say this as an example, most of us have heard, particularly throughout the ages, of people in certain professions, like there's Nobel Peace Prize winners, or would have been, yet they were not the right gender at the time, and so their partner in science or their partner in medicine took that prize. And so there's all these incredible women. Like, I love that. It reminds me of my girlfriend Deb, who just was, you know, so inspired to do whatever she wanted when she wanted. We don't know of them. We just don't know of them. We've never learned of them. So I think it's great to be able to pull inspiration, not only from women that are rocking the world right now, like those of us that are on here and making change. And then where does some of that spirit come from? Where does some of that gumption come from? You know, it may not just be our parents or our crazy grandmothers or whatever. It definitely is a strong spirit from way back. So thank you so much, Carmel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know Kathleen's going to take us to one other woman, and then our next speaker is in the house, and we are going to go over to Taylor. So Kathleen, can you fill us in on another woman of history, and then we're going to be kicking off our day full strong here.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, where does it come from? In some ways I've thought about, well, maybe these women just kind of snuck in because in their time, not much was expected from a woman, right? And there was that fear of failure probably wasn't there because nobody, except for maybe themselves, really expected them to be able to do any of this. And so there's might be a little nugget there too. What if you didn't have all those preconceived notions? What if we didn't already know what the world's told us about where we belong and where we don't belong? And we just felt that for ourselves and encouraged each other. So yeah, thank you, Carmel. I love that. And I have a lady, and I'm not sure if you've heard of her or not, but in the 1900s in Paris, the Olympics, she won the gold. She was the first female Olympic tennis champion. Her name is Charlotte Cooper Steery. Excuse me. And not only did she win the singles, but she also won the doubles. And my mind goes to, was she out there in her little petticoat? What was she wearing? I mean, just to be out there showing her strength, physical strength. And she was a pretty smart cookie too. And I don't know if you followed tennis. And if you do, you probably maybe heard of that little place called Wimbledon. Yeah, she dominated Wimbledon. And not just once, but in 1895, 1896, 1898, 1901, 1908. Again, winning 5 times in the singles. She's a front runner, right? She showed women of her time, and women today still look back to her legacy and see what she's done for women in sports. And it's kind of ironic right now. We have a little fight for women in sports right now. So let's keep supporting those women in sports for the things that they're doing. So thank you, Charlotte, for showing up and showing us we can do anything we want. Yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Here's
Yeah.
some women in history that we don't know and they don't know us yet. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And I see that Taylor's in the room. And Taylor, you have been hanging out with us all morning, so thank you so much for that. And we got some inside scoop. I'm telling you, when you come to a summit, if you pop on a little early, you get some inside scoop, and we would love to share something that's going on incredibly for Taylor, but she is under contract and therefore we are zipped, but she's got some great things in the hop. And we so wish. But let me introduce Taylor Ullom, who has been introduced to me by a very good friend in music. And we just absolutely adore music and send music back and forth. And when I told him I was doing this project, he's like, you have to meet this woman. And I'm so grateful because there's so many things that she does that I absolutely love. So she is a self-proclaimed military brat. She is an Air Force veteran. She is an incredible singer-songwriter. And she is the National Development Director for Guitars for Vets. If you couldn't tell, I mean, you couldn't tell, this woman's got an interesting relationship with guitars, and she's got some very cool ones that we got to meet before we started today. Taylor is going to share with us on Don't Wait to Be Perfect, to Be Impactful. That is a really great title. If you don't know anything about this woman, here's something. She gigs, like really gigs airplanes, and many times she'll be found out on the airfield. Under Pressure is her song right now with Queen and David Bowie, and she has a gift for one person that's listening, and that is going to be an incredible swag bag from Guitars for Vets. So Taylor, thank you so much for making time to come to the Stand Up, Speak Up, and Show Up Summit. We just love what you're doing, and I'm just excited for you to share with the world that is.
I'm so excited to be here. What a platform to be a part of. I've resonated so much with the speakers already this morning. I too wanted to be a boy. I was like, forget this girl thing. I don't blend in with the girls. So just to give you a little background of who I am, I was born in Indiana to young parents, to a young teenage mom, to a father that was a Vietnam vet who unfortunately passed away when I was like 3 years old. So I grew up without knowing who he was. People didn't talk about suicide. People didn't talk about PTSD. So it was like he never existed. I was adopted a few years later. So I got a Marine dad. And then I just had this life of incredible adventure, moving every 3 years, a new life every 3 years, a new identity, a new school, new everything, every 3 years. Torturous when you're a child because you make friends, you lose friends, and you don't understand that. But as an adult, it became such a wonderful gift. It gave me so many amazing skills. As I was growing up, I had this weird obsession with guitars, and I never understood why. My first memory, I wanted to touch a guitar. I was also the only blonde and blue-eyed person in the family, and people would always be like, "Oh, why are you so different?" So growing up, I grew up in a very masculine, energy. I was basically raised by Marine Corps. I grew up obsessed with guitars and not Barbies. I too wanted to climb trees, throw rocks, play in dirt. I didn't care about dresses and hair or anything. So everything about me just has always been this very masculine energy. I had a mother that was really more strict than any Marine you could ever meet. So perfection was always driven into me. That was the lifestyle I was raised in. Everything had to be perfect and in order and play by the rules and do the thing. So I grew up and I joined the Air Force. Actually, I tried to join the Marines, but my dad said, "Over my dead body," and off to the Air Force I went. And it was a great thing because, yes, I geek out over airplanes like really bad. It's embarrassing. I can't stop myself. And in the Air Force, I went through some things. I'm a military sexual assault survivor. I, dealt with diminishing myself around men, even though we're in ranks and we're being all trained to do the same thing. You're still dealing with sexism. You're still dealing with, don't be too much of a woman or you're a bitch. Don't be too much of this or that. Get out of the way. But I have never really been able to be that person I didn't think that could diminish themselves. So I was always winning awards. I would step up toe to toe with any man and be like, "Let's go." Still thinking I was being like the best version of me. So then I got married and I had kids, and I started to realize with kids, like, I don't want to preach perfectionism to my children. I would say, you're here to learn. Like, just because maybe you didn't make a good grade here, that's not a reflection of you. That just means you're not going to be good at everything. And hey, I got a D in geometry. I am never going to master geometry. And you know what? I'm cool with that. That's not my gift. It was about finding, what is your gift going to be? What is your passion going to be? That's really what I wanted for my children, for them to find their passion. And here, it never occurred to me to like figure out, what is my passion? I loved the military. I knew I wanted to travel. I left after 10 years. I was very happy to raise my children. I knew I wanted to be a mom. And this whole time, I'm living perfect and I'm playing by the rules. And I think I know where life is going. And then life in 2015 said, "No, we're going to mix this up for you." And when I tell you that in a very short period of time, my entire past was erased, my entire future was erased, everything that I had connected my identity to just diminished. I suddenly realized playing by the rules wasn't doing me any favors, and trying to be perfect wasn't doing me any favors. But what was going on in my life at this time was people were dying. And one of the causes of that was suicide, was mental health issues. Mental health issues plagued my own family for many years. It still does. But again, it wasn't something we talked about. And so in 2016, I got to the point where I was so distraught over, what can I do to help somebody? Because what suicide does is this passes the problem on to somebody else. And then you're feeling like, where was I? I should have known. I should have been able to do something. And you can't know. The signs aren't always there. People like myself are very good at masking their weaknesses. And so, especially as a veteran, I'm not going to ask for help. I'm not going to let you know I'm struggling, because I'm going to be the strong one for everybody else. So in 2016, I decided I needed to do something to help. And then my crazy little mind, when we talk about downloads and spirituality and being intuitive as women, I play guitar, but I'm being real honest with you. I learned to play from drunk Marines. So I play like drunk Marines, and I'm cool with that, because that's all I was ever going to do, is just play like a drunk Marine at home. I didn't play out in public. I played, for my tortured children, put them in the bathtub and make them listen to me. They can't leave. But I thought, okay, what can I do? And in this moment, I see my guitar, and I thought, I wonder if I could teach veterans how to play guitar. So I Googled free guitar lessons for vets, and out popped this website, Guitars for Vets. And I couldn't believe it. I was so excited to see this existed. But then there wasn't a chapter in Nebraska, and it said start a chapter, click here. Well, I left the military in 2003. This is in 2016. And all that time, all I did was be a mom, right? As the world changed, computers changed, everything changed. And I was like, whoa, that seems irresponsible. I don't think I should be starting a chapter. First of all, I don't even know how to play guitar. I play like a drunk Marine. And, you know, right in that moment when I was confronted, when nobody else was around with this decision, I went through every reason why I would fail, why I wouldn't be good enough, despite my career in the military, despite all the awards, despite what I was teaching my children. I was telling myself I would not be good enough. Well, the one thing that changed was I had been following the 22 a day page, and I had just read a story of a female combat veteran who took her life and left behind 3 children. And I thought to myself, where would I have to be to think my children would be okay without me? We're mothers. We fight to the death for our children. And so I realized I'd rather try and fail than to let another person take their life. And I clicked that button and I started this chapter telling myself, all I have to do is teach people to play like a drunk Marine and they'll be okay. You know? So I started on this route. Well, 5 years into it, you know, I have met so many veterans that have told me their story of PTSD, that have shared their traumas with me, that have their struggles, their mental health struggles. And my method or my words were always, don't be ashamed of it. Ask for help, reach out. We will journey with you. You're not alone. And then 2021, boom, I got hit with a PTSD diagnosis. Let me take you to this moment. I was flat on my floor, done. The only thing I was capable of doing in that moment was just breathing. I couldn't think, I couldn't eat. I'd lost 30 pounds. And I remember thinking, I'm so ineffective as a human being right now. I can't do anything. Here I'd had this great job with Guitars for Vets, and I was doing all of these wonderful things. And in this moment, I'm thinking, I've got nothing left. I'm done. I'm done. Whew. But I had my kids, and I remember the day I had to tell my kids, somebody you love tried to take their life, and the impact that that had on them. So that resonated, and especially with my daughter. And that was my reason right there to hang on. And I said to myself, okay, I'm ineffective. The best thing I can do in this moment is educate people on what PTSD looks like, because they don't know. They don't know. We think of PTSD, we think of World War II and old men and shell shock and these things. We're not thinking a middle-aged mom with everything going for her. You know, oh, you're too pretty to think like that, are things that I've heard. They're not thinking, you're not going to look at me and think this lady wants to take her life. But in that moment, I was ready. I was done. I couldn't take one more thing. And so I said, okay, you know what? This is what I heard. People don't like to look at your pain, but they will wonder how you healed. And people need to learn how to heal. There are too many hurting people in the world. And so in that moment, I made a commitment that I was going to heal, and I was going to do it publicly. And at the worst point of my life, I went and did a Facebook Live, and I just confessed. I said, here I am. I have PTSD, and this is what it looks like. And you would never know, because I would never let you know. I would never let you see. I would never tell you I was struggling. You would see that I lost weight, and you're all out there telling me I look great. And the entire time, I'm just trying to stay alive. And so that is on me, that I didn't speak up and say I needed help. So in this entire journey since, I have publicly healed. And I've been able to do that with Guitars for Vets. I will tell you, guitar is a life-saving resource. I will tell you that the community created connection is everything. Because many times that veteran, me asking how they're doing, I'm the first person to even say that to them. We want to withdraw. We want to hide in shame. We don't want anybody to know that we are freaking out and losing our minds, because our central nervous system is shot. This is not a personal failure. This is an illness. like cancer, like diabetes, like anything else in life. But it's our brain, and we think in our logic brain we can control it. But the day came where all I tried to do was make a phone call, and that phone call kept getting disconnected, and my body just split, and my logic brain just left, and my central nervous system just went out. And I'll never forget that feeling. I'm terrified of it ever happening again. So I had to come to terms with my mental health. And in doing that, I make public updates. I don't put a perfect life out there to say, life is going great. I say, I haven't slept for 3 days. I feel like crap. So when you see me today and my hair is in disarray and I barely look together, like, that's because I'm struggling. And in private, people will message me and say, thank you for sharing that, because that's how I'm feeling. And I don't feel like I could tell people that. On this journey, my daughter and I have been able to realize that you can't just heal a veteran. You have to also heal the family. You can't heal a veteran. Their PTSD is also impacting their family, and it's secondary PTSD. And so whether that's through chronic illness, it doesn't have to mean military service, it's first line responders, it's divorce, it's any kind of trauma that you've faced. That is a wound and a response that in the moment allows you to survive. But then as life goes on, it no longer serves you, and you've got to come out of that survival mode. You got to come out of fight or flight. And that is the great gift behind this resource here, is when you're learning to play this instrument and I sit down and I'm holding this, it pulls me out of my fight or flight response and into my creative brain. And that's where we heal. And it has been such an honor to teach people that as I learn. Because like I said, we're pain avoiding creatures, and nobody wants to look at your pain. But every day, the people that have followed my journey are like, you inspire me. And so that's what I want. I want to inspire people to heal. I want to inspire families to heal. I'm never going to take your pain away. I can't take what happened to you away, but I can journey with you. I can sit with you. I can hold a safe space for you. And let me tell you about a safe space. This guitar right here is autographed by Wynonna Judd. And if you know her story at all, you know what her family has been through. I was so excited to see this concert. Her and her mom were going on tour, and I was going to take my daughter on that tour, because I always said, we're going to be like the Judds. We're going to be a family band. She said, no, absolutely not. So unfortunately, Naomi took her life. And I think Wynonna had to be very public about that. She's a public figure, you know. She continued on with the tour, and I know how hard that was for her, just based on my own life experience, because she has PTSD too in her life, and then she's lost her mom on top of it. And what I witnessed was her friends in the music industry show up and perform with her. They carried her through that, and through the tears and through all of it. And she didn't hide that she was grieving, and nobody tried to suppress her grief because it made them feel uncomfortable. It just was a moment of like, man, let's celebrate this life. You know, this wasn't a personal failure that she took her own life. This is an illness. And it just was in a moment where nobody could stop it. And so now it's about healing, and to watch her publicly heal has just been inspiring to me as someone who suffers as well. And to have this in common with her, like, I envy her guitars. I adored watching her perform, and it was such an inspiration. So for me to have this reminder every day, because let me tell you, in the moment that I was laying there pondering, is this it for me? There was a guitar in the corner, and all I kept hearing was, here I am working for this program that says, hey, use music for therapy. Don't take your life. What kind of message am I going to send if I go out this way? That's going to let a lot of people down. And the other thing I love about this instrument is it has 6 strings. Your regular acoustic guitar does. The military saying is, we got your 6. That means that people are watching out for you. They've got your back. And so to have a 6-string guitar associated community has been amazing, because it's a symbol of hope. It is not physically going to save somebody's life. You can't do that. If they make up their mind, they've made up their mind to do it. But understand, it isn't because they're being so. No other way to cope with the pain. It's a pain you can't get rid of. You can't cut it off. You can't take a medication. It's unbearable because you can't separate from it. So teaching people how to hold a safe space, teaching people how to sit with uncomfortable feelings, teaching families how to heal has all been what has come out of this. And I will tell you, there are days that I wake up, I regret everything I've ever put out there. I'm like, I have been too open, too vulnerable, too honest. And the moment I wish I could delete everything, it never fails. Somebody will message me and say, thank you. I needed to hear this today. Thank you for just being so authentic and vulnerable, because I need to see that. I need to know that I'm not a failure because of this. So yeah, I play like a drunk Marine. And yes, I have mental health issues, and I'm divorced, and I'm all these things. I'm chaotic. But what I've learned is everything that you look at and you see today came through the worst time of my life, the darkest night. And I realized trauma has been a blessing. Grief has been a blessing. All of these things allowed me to break open and discover the most authentic version of myself, to embrace all the gifts and wonderful parts of myself. Even the broken parts are beautiful to me. And so all the programming I got in the world of what perfect was supposed to be like, perfect has nothing to do with who I get to be, who I am, and how I show up into the world. And so my challenge to all the women out there in the world is, don't wait to be perfect to be impactful, because it is your journey. It's not the final outcome. It is every part of you that shows up in an authentic way of who you are. Every passion you have, every like or dislike that you have, if you're showing up genuine, you're showing up authentic, you're showing up in a place of love, in a place of healed, because you have to heal the wounds. You can't carry bitterness forward. You can't carry what happened to you in the past forward. It is your story, but you get to choose how you're going to let that play out in your life. So this whole second part of my life, I have two names. I was born Peggy Sue. Okay. People are like, why did you change your name? You know what? Peggy Sue is the one that had to endure the programming and all the processes and all the trauma and all the pain of what the world said I had to show up and be like. But Taylor chose to take that story and flip it and say, I'm the author of my story. I'm the singer-songwriter. I get to tell how I'm going to show up in the world. I'm broken. Deal with it. I have mental health issues. Deal with it. Because I love me because of that. I'm a better creator. I'm a co-creator with the world. I can bring inspiration into the world through it all. And so what I learned is I had to break to become bold. And when I became bold, I became beautiful. And that beauty is based on what my standard of beauty is, not the world. I used to look in the mirror and think, girl, you got a big nose. You're this, you're that. You're not perfect. Look. But when I realized all that, like, look what you survived. Wow. You are beautiful. You are strong. And I will never say a critical thing about myself again. I am a warrior. I know what I deal with. And I will show up and be a hot, chaotic mess some days. And I still love myself, even when I feel like that. I'm going through menopause. Great. I'm so excited for that. Super. I'm learning so much about myself. And I'm having a blast, because the fact that I've lived to be this long, my story is still going. I'm still here for my kids, for my daughter, and for women like you. I'm blessed and I'm grateful. And I'm so glad that I get to do that through an instrument. It's not the instrument itself, but it's a connection. It's a resource. It's a way in, because music is universal. And I'm on a global platform today where everybody here has a favorite song. And we can sit and talk about music. We don't have to talk about what's hard, but we can talk about music. And when we talk about music, we are processing. We are processing emotions. We are processing pain. We are processing love and joy. And so, yeah, my favorite song is Under Pressure. Not because of the title, man, I love the vocals. I love the collaboration. I love the complexity, and I will rock out to that song. But also, like, yeah, I tend to thrive under pressure too. So that's what, So it is a joy to hear your stories and to hear what you are out there achieving. And I'm so happy. I just challenge you to make sure that you're showing up as your best, most authentic self, your higher self. Don't diminish anything about what you're doing. Have no shame that you can show up to any courtroom, boardroom, or whatever and think, well, I don't want to step on somebody's toes. Go for it. You're the author of your story. What is the saying? Laura Thatcher Ulrich coined the phrase, well-behaved women seldom make history. And the other quote that I have here is by Richard Bach. You're never given a dream without also being given the power to make it come true, but you have to work for it. So whatever your dream is, whatever your fears are, forget the fears. It does no good to be fearful. You're still going to go through it. So just go for it. Everything you've got, broken bits and all. So that's what I have for you today.
Wow. Okay. Rounds of applause and hearts. And oh my gosh, like, is anyone like, at one point I was like, I think I stopped breathing. I was like, I'm gonna take that in. That was so incredible. Thank you so much for one, being brave, two, being transparent, three, sharing. Right. And I mean, that just takes a lot of bravery. And I mean, I wrote so many things down, and it was interesting when you first started talking, you were talking about helping the vets, and you were sharing like, we will journey with you. And I was like, I started writing that down. We will journey with you. And how interesting that you were inspired to share your journey and the people that journeyed with you. I'm just like, take a deep breath. I'm sure we all are. Kathleen, I'm going to pass it to you, my friend, before I got into any prizes or anything else. Like, are you breathing?
Barely. I'm going to tell you, I'm sitting here all of a sudden, I'm freezing. I got goosebumps on top of my goosebumps on top of my goosebumps. That was such a gift. I mean, you went on and you blew every one of our minds. And then you said, that's it, I'm done. It's like, oh no, you cannot leave me here, it just.
I want a time limit, I could give you a TED Talk. I wasn't done, but I got a time limit.
You should be on every stage out there. That message that you have, the authenticity that you deliver it with, it is beyond needed. And I love that you brought social media into it, because in a lot of ways, social media has made our lives so much more amazing. And I mean, face it, we're all here right now because of the different platforms. But it's also caused a lot of angst. And, and all you see, nobody ever, like you said, posts the picture of, hey, I didn't sleep for 3 days. And I'm feeling like really crappy. I could use some help. Everybody's got I had the best gourmet meal. I've been depressed. I've been, and you're feeling like, what's wrong with me? We need more real in the world. And I don't think, and I see tears out there. I see shivers. You've given hope that no matter what's happened to you, you are a warrior. And the other message, and we've heard it over and over, is drop everyone else's standards. I love when you said, that's cool. I flunked geometry. That's cool. Guess I'm not going to be a mathematician, right? We're not all going to be everything, right? And the courage that you carried on, and the fact that you were so open with your children, and this was that family journey. I mean, I can't even tell you how many notes I have. I adore you. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I'm guessing from all the women on here, that you had the courage to do what you're doing and share what you're sharing. And yeah, you're making a huge mark on the world.
Women are very good at masking and hiding. But the suicide rate amongst females is pretty bad.
And that's such a good reminder.
We need to talk about it.
Yeah. When you haven't heard from somebody in a while, instead of going to that place, what did I do wrong? Why isn't she talking to me? Did I fall out of grace? Maybe she needs you. Maybe she needs you. Maybe that's your time to step out and reach forward. That was so, like I said, so many good drops. Oh.
What a
Yeah.
really good reminder.
you.
What a really good reminder. Taylor, so I mean, before everyone kind of goes off, I know you're going to go into the chat, and I know we're going to do a prize and all. That's lovely. But Guitar for Vets.
Yeah.
Can you tell us where and how we can support for Guitar for Vets? And for those that do not live, because Guitar for Vets is US based, there are associations that have similar needs in relationship to music. If you need to know them in Canada, call me. I've got them lined up. But there's some really, really cool organizations that support women, support children, support music in terms of healing and their needs, but specifically Guitar for Vets. Where can we go to support?
Thank you. Yes, please go check out guitarsforvets.org. We're also all over social media. If you want to find my personal chapter, you can find me at Guitars for Vets Nebraska on Facebook. But here's what I will tell you as an MST survivor, we need more female guitar players. We need more female support. And we have chapters nationwide. We also have some affiliates with Canada, the UK, and Australia. So we're a little bit starting to go global, and I love that. And we have a cyber chapter. So we are shipping guitars to the Philippines and around the world. So wherever there's a veteran, we are supporting them. But the thing is, we are in desperate need of more female guitar players. You don't have to be a veteran. You don't have to be professionally trained, but we're looking for patience and acceptance and gratitude and empathy. And so my number one call to action would be, if you're able to teach basic guitar, we could use you. And we're asking for an hour a week for a period of 10 weeks. A little bit about the program. When a veteran comes to us, we provide practice equipment. We do 10 weeks of one-on-one instruction, basic guitars, basic strumming patterns. At the end of the 10 weeks, that veteran receives a brand new acoustic guitar. They receive all the accessories that go with it. And then we continue the program with jam sessions to help them continue to grow their skill, but more importantly, their community, to keep them to stay connected. Because again, though our avenue is the guitar, what we're doing here is restoring purpose, restoring passion, restoring community into the life of our veterans. And it's such a beautiful thing to see happen, because really I tell myself, I diminish it. Oh, I'm just teaching basic guitar. But it's the tears in their eyes when they're receiving that. It's the appreciation. It's the excitement when they've mastered a new skill. But what we need is more female influence, because like I hear here, oh, it's a male dominated field in the military. It's a male dominated field over here. Well, such as in the musician industry as well, Kathy, right? We're up against the males. I know there are women guitar players out there. That's what I wanted to say on this platform. Please contact me, Taylor at guitarsforvets.org, if you want to learn more about this program. Follow our social media, Guitars for Vets. Again, my chapter is Guitars for Vets Nebraska on Facebook. And if you're looking for me on social media, it's Taylor Fry ULLOM. And if you want to know the whole history on the name thing, that's a whole other conversation. Listen to my podcast, What is Your Why? Yes, I would appreciate any women that have the time to donate to help us, especially reach and serve our female veterans through the power of music.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And let's talk, who is actually gifting these guitars?
Okay, well, we are a 501c3, so we're fundraising, and we do have partnerships with other organizations. We work with Taylor, we work with Gifts, and we work with Craft Music, but ultimately, you know, my job as a development director is I need to fundraise. It costs about $1,000 per vet to have the entire experience in our program. And so we are rapidly growing. You know what's going on in the Middle East. You see what's going on with our military. I don't think there's anybody that's not aware how young the veterans are coming to us. That are dealing with moral wounds, that are dealing with physical wounds. So we are rapidly growing, and that need for financial support is huge. And so you know, we're grateful for the partnerships that we have with guitar industries. But it is through organizations, corporations, and individual giving that we are able to sustain this program and serve our veterans.
All right. Thank you so much. And I think all of that was really important. And I'm sure everyone in Canada is going to be texting me today. And of course, Taylor, you can count on us for support here up in Canada. And I know we're going to be talking later anyway. So thank you so much. Thank you everybody for the cheers and the laughing and the tearing and the
Thank you all.
inspiration. And as Taylor was sharing, you could feel the room come together, right? I mean, I think when we talked earlier about how this platform is about solidarity and how when you wake up in the morning, how powerful it is to feel. I mean, there is some of you, Miss Sarah Troy, there is some of you that have been here from the beginning and have really come to and you feel the difference. And we can feel the solidarity that happens when we come together. And that's what this whole platform is. And that's why, you know, when Kathleen said that we were sharing earlier that yes, May 11th is the book launch and May 11th is the place where we are all going to come together after this 22. And then we announced on March 8th that, okay, we're not going to do 22 summits in 15 months again, but what we are going to do is we are going to do a summit every 3 months, double back. We're going to do 2 summits so we cover every single time zone, because like you just shared, there is need everywhere. And so we are starting early on one day and ending late the next. Every quarter there is an opportunity to share again, and that starts August. We're doing August, November, of course March, and of course May, those Mother Days months and International Women's Day. So for those of you that want to speak and share with us past this summit, it is open to attend and it is open to come speak. So just know that. Thank you so much. I know that we have, I believe we have Melissa in the room. And I know that she's just getting ready there and we're a few minutes early. So hopefully you're okay with that, Mr. Melissa, are you there? Yeah.
The doctor's here.
Okay, I'm going to pass this over to Kathleen to introduce you. But before I do, I want to talk about some really, and let's, you know, there's some really, oh, you know what? I didn't give a prize. I didn't give a question. Oh my gosh, I was so carried. Was I the only one that was carried away? I was just like, ooh,
No.
there were so many things that I could ask that I think that you guys, that you ladies are already going to know. Like I was writing things down and then another question and then another question because it was so impactful, so imparting. I'm going to ask something that's really super easy. I think that that's what we do after this is that if you had to listen to win and if you heard the answer to this, what you do is you put it in the chat with your email. Now, here's the thing. We have some incredible gifts and you are invited to put your answer. If you think you have answered a question before, or you see someone that's answered it and you're like, oh, they've answered it and that's the correct one, you can only win one big prize per day. So we know people that have won the big prize when they were the 5th answer or the 6th answer, because there's that many gifts that are given away. But one woman is going to win an incredible swag bag from the organization that Taylor supports. And the answer that you need to put in there is that, what was her name before it was Taylor? What was the name before? You too can change your state, you can change your name, you can change how you think, and you can change how you feel. So what was her name before she became the incredible Miss Taylor? All right, with that, I am going to pass this over to you, Kathleen. I almost forgot to do that. Don't forget to give the prizes, Deb. Don't forget to give the prizes. I'll let you bring my very, very, very good friend into the party.
I'll tell you, just listening to her was prize enough for sure. But to all the speakers and everybody that's here, please remember to put your info where we can contact you, where we can help, where we can contribute. Make sure you put that all in the chat for everybody. So thank you. And yes, without any further ado, we are going to bring up our next speaker because she is in the house. I get the pleasure of introducing Dr. Melissa BALIZAN, and she is a world-renowned pharmaceutical doctor, author of multiple best-selling books, and is also an international speaker. Her topic today kind of fits right in. Again, we're setting another trend here. She's got solutions for us, solutions for depression, anxiety, and high blood pressure. And isn't that just sort of plaguing our world right now for sure? Her interesting fact, something that you might not know about her, I got to tell you, she's a girl after my own heart. She loves Tweety Bird. Me too. And my sister has Tweety Bird everywhere, so everybody loves Tweety. The music she's listening to right now is Martina McBride. This ones for the girls. Yeah, that's a battle song. I love that. And she comes bearing prizes too. And she has for our one-on-one prize winner, again, the drill we just went through, will come up with a question. She has a private consultation accompanied with an anxiety reduction gift basket. Ooh, I wonder what's in there. That's really good. And she's got something for all the rest of us as well. And that's a free pharmacy and health consult. Please take her up on that because, I'm sure we all have questions unanswered. And without that, with all that said, I'm going to give the floor right now to Dr. Melissa. Thank you for joining us today.
Hi, Kathleen. Thank you so much. Hi, ladies. How are you today? It's a great day here in Colorado. It's great to listen to you, Taylor, and everybody here today. I'm excited to share some things with you and help you be so that maybe you can get off of your anxiety medications, high blood pressure, or depression medications, if that's the case, or maybe you like something different. So I know Deb and I are going to have a little conversation here and give you some good tips today.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I can take it from here. I can take it from
Okay,
here.
great.
Okay, awesome. So good to see you. So good to see you, my friend. You're looking fantastic. You're looking
Thank you.
fantastic. So, I just want to say, we met, and this is beautiful. This goes back to what we were talking earlier about, Brenda talked about making friends and getting to know each other. And so me and Melissa met, honestly, just on an event like this. And somehow, for some reason, we decided to get together. And then when we got together, we decided to get to know each other. And so by getting to know each other, we decided to talk every week, every 2 weeks. Right.
Nice.
And we did that for a very long time. And then this project came into my life. And I sent her a text this morning. I'm like, I can't wait to have a get together after the 11th of May. Right. But it was just this get together. And it was like, what do you need? What's going on? What do you need? What's going on? What do you need? And that's such a powerful question that I've taught over and over and over again. So look, why don't you give us a little bit of background? We know that you're a doctor and we know that you, what I know and what we all know, because you've been a big part of this project since the beginning. If you haven't been, she has been, as you have a big heart for your concern for the amount of things that people are taking, whether they're the right things people are taking, whether they're conflicting. And why don't you give us a little bit of background like that? Because that's your mission and that's your passion.
Absolutely. So what I've noticed in my many years, over 26 years now of experience in the world of healthcare and pharmacy, is that we're doing it wrong. There's some things that are right. There's a time and a place for medication. I mean, emergency medication, absolutely 100%. There's a time and a place where you might be in that spot in your life where you need something for depression or anxiety, so something doesn't go further. It may be you have a condition like high blood pressure or diabetes, things that because of the severity of that particular condition, we need to give you medication. But that doesn't mean that you're going to be on it for life. So many times when you go in to see your physician, we expect to get a medication. We go in, we're expecting to have something written. That's ingrained in us. That's been how we've been brought up. Not many physicians look at other things, supplementation. When I look at the history of healthcare, and I've seen hospital, I've seen outpatient, we just layer on the medications. That's the thing. People will call me and say, hey, I'm having a problem with dizziness, because I've been put on this medication because of whatever it happens to be. And their physician just gave them another medication. So we're masking the side effects of a medication with another medication. And this happens all the time. I've seen it. I've seen the way that we have been treated. We go in, we ask, we're seeking answers because we can't figure out what's wrong with us. One thing that got me way back into the world of healthcare and pharmacy is somebody really close to me, they were seeking answers. And the doctor just kept saying, it's all in your head. It's all in your head. Well, it's not always all in your head. It may be in certain cases, but maybe we need to drill down a little bit further. And so I went in, going into pharmacy school, and I was like, I'm going to go into research. And so I started that path. And my path kind of expanded a little bit because I decided I wanted to be more with people and help them and be more centered versus just being in a lab doing research, finding another drug. So along that path, I see people and I want to make sure that they understand that they have the right to have a voice in their healthcare. They have a right to choose. Maybe your physician says, hey, you've been diagnosed with this and you're distraught. You're scared. You're anxious. You don't know what's going on. You've been put on, you're saying your life is going to end right now if you don't start this medication. And so your fear kicks in. Your doctor has put that fear in there. And it's not that they don't care, but this is how they're brought up, the system. Our system is to check the box, give you medication. Well, I want you to know that there's other choices. And so my passion is to sit down with you and to figure out what is the right choice for you. What's the right choice for you in that circumstance? So along my career, I keep going back to how do we get it right for you? We look at what you're taking. And so that's kind of what started me on this journey of I want to make sure it's right for you, not just right for Joe Blow or Jane.
Wow. So when you talk, I'm sure there's many people that are nodding their head because I can see that they're nodding their head. And I think that by nature, we've been taught, I don't know who else was raised with children should be seen and not heard and respect your elders. And as soon as people have letters behind their name and those kind of things, it's very difficult to even ask for a second opinion. Like that's a challenge. I had that experience myself. I found a lump and my doctor, who's fantastic, was not in the office that day. And I had a doctor say to me, come back in 3 weeks. If it's still there, then that's what we're going to do. And she was just about to go on lunch. And I sat and I said, I'm not leaving unless you give me a prescription for an ultrasound. Now look, people would not think that I'm a fear-based woman. We all have fear, but I'm not the person that tends to, but I felt fear. I didn't know where it was coming from. I felt like I was stepping on a line that I wasn't experienced in. And she's like, that's our protocol. And I said, my girlfriend just passed from breast cancer and I'm not leaving. And so she threw it at me. Like she threw the requisition at me. And that wasn't that long ago. But the point is, I don't know where that fear came from to even ask about a second opinion. I'm sure that's not the first time that you've heard that story. What can we do? Like, what can we do? Like, what do you recommend? I mean, you're here and you're advocating. And here's the thing, brave on, because there's not a lot of people that's going to challenge. It's like listening to Dr. Paula Gordon. Like you're actually kind of making a claim that people would rather you just hush, 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 hush over here, please, Dr. Melissa, and not tell people that. So good on you. Thank you for the allowance, the permission slip. But in those situations, outside of the fact that I wouldn't leave, right? That was kind of a little extreme. What can we do? Like, what can we do?
So what you did was absolutely right. You stand your ground. If you're forced to leave, you get a second opinion. You call the administrator, you call and talk to them. A lot of our physicians are very good, but yes, we see in our practices, the way that medicine is set up today, you often will see a colleague. And so call administration, say, hey, I wasn't treated correctly. I have the right to choose. I would like a second opinion. I would like the prescription for the ultrasound, for the x-ray, for whatever. But holding your ground, I think is the biggest thing for you. And if you're alone, I would say lean on somebody. If you don't have a spouse, call a friend. Say, hey, this is what happened. And hopefully that friend will be able to say, hey, okay, well, let's call the administration and let's see what we can do. Let's get you a second opinion. Let's start looking through the yellow pages, Google, and find that physician that we can go to so we can get the answer. Do you need to go in? Is it a situation where you need to go to urgent care to get that particular thing done, depending upon what you're looking for. So I would just say hold your ground and keep pressing.
I think that, we need to hear that and be reminded of that. Let's talk about something that you brought up that we talk about sometimes. And I think it's so common now that it just flies by. Like if we talk to a girlfriend, how are you doing today? Oh man, I have a little bit of anxiety. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. I've got, we brush by it because it's so common. Where if someone was like, oh, hey, how are you doing today? Oh my gosh, I sprained my wrist. You're like, oh my gosh, you sprained your wrist, arm, and that's so hard. And is it a split? And because there is so much talk of anxiety, it is so common now. And we see advertisements for it and, with a whole bunch of side effects and all that kind of stuff. It's become such a common term that it no longer alerts us. It just doesn't alert us anymore. And that is your wheelhouse. So can you share with us anything on that topic? Because there's so many different types of anxiety as well. Like really, it's become almost like I've got a cold.
That's so true. That's so true. For so many years, it was so hush hush. We can't talk about it. We can't talk about our anxiety. We can't talk about our depression. And then all of a sudden it's like plastered everywhere. So yes, it's one extreme to the other, which is unfortunate because now it's just like, oh, I have anxiety. Okay, whatever. And yes, we're concerned of certain things. And I think that that's our nature. So when you hear somebody who said, hey, I'm a little anxious, well, talk to them. One of the biggest things that we can do for anxiety is actually to talk about it with a friend. Some people can journal about it. If you're very, very anxious, journaling is not going to work for you. So that's just that's one thing. But talking about it is very good. Have a friend that you can go to, you can talk to. Is it something that there's situations? So situational anxiety. Do you get more anxious sitting in traffic? Do you get more anxious? A lot of us get anxious when we go to our physician. That's why it's called white coat syndrome, when you get your blood pressure taken and it's very elevated because you're very anxious to be there. It's a situation that you've put yourself in, whether you need to be or traffic, there's an accident. It was not intentional, but those different situations. And so our flight or fright system kicks in. And sometimes we run, sometimes we freeze, and sometimes we get adrenaline pumped up. And so anxiety plays with that. So the different situations, sometimes it's a trigger. So it might not just be situational, it might be a trigger. So an event that happened, a particular calendar date rolls around, or you're, maybe you lost somebody and something happened. So you see a dog that walks by that reminds you of something, or you walk by some flowers and you see a smell, or see a smell. You see the flowers, or you smell the flowers, and that triggers that anxiety event. And so that anxiety can last anywhere from seconds to minutes to hours to days. And so if it's lasting longer than a couple of minutes, then I highly, highly encourage you, talk to somebody about it. Talk to me. We can figure out, is it a medication that you need to change? Is it a supplement that you need to be on? Do we need to do different types of therapy with you? Talk to a friend. But make sure that you're able to discuss that anxiety, because we need to, number one, figure out what's causing it, why is it happening, and let's figure out a solution for you versus just slapping a medication on there or tucking it under the rug.
I so appreciate when you just said that you can, because we hear the word trigger and a lot of people don't really understand trigger. They're like, well, what do you mean? And they think that you have to be triggered by something big, but you can have, you know, Taylor talked about it. Sometimes we have these undercurrents of trauma, whether small or big, and a smell can trigger us off. I had a girlfriend who called me every year when it came around to the anniversary. She called me and she was like, I'm in the hospital. They don't know what's wrong. My heart's going crazy. So by the time I got there, we both figured out that it was the anniversary time of something that had happened. And sure enough, it was something that she dealt with until she could get a handle on it. And it was year after year after year. So sometimes we have these triggers. And I think like what you were saying, whether it's days or it could just be hours or days or what have you, to start to track some of that and ask yourself. And you also talked about supplements. So where do you sit on that spectrum? I mean, you're talking sometimes about pharmacy, you're talking about things like journaling, which would be considered more preventative or holistic, and then you talked about supplements. Like, what's that? What does that look like? What does that anxiety buffet look like, my dear friend?
So there is a host of supplements out there that can help with anxiety and depression. The thing with that is supplementation, like anything that you're going to take or use, because there's some topical things now. There's some patches out there actually that help with reducing the anxiety, which actually those are pretty cool because there's no drug in them. But you also, you have to consider the source. You have to consider the source of those supplementations. Good quality supplementation is number one. If you're going to supplement yourself for anything, vitamin C, anxiety, whatever it be, you've got to make sure it's from a good quality source. Not everything is created equal. There are places that they'll note that they're following good manufacturing processes. That's bare minimum. That's bare minimum that has to be done. You want to make sure that what they're sourcing is good. You want to make sure that they're getting third party tested, because supplementation varies. You can go to the shelf and pick something off the shelf, pick two things. So I'll pick two things up off the shelf. Let's get ashwagandha, for example, which can be beneficial. And this one says it has 100 micrograms, and this one over here says it has 2,000 micrograms. Well, how do you know which is true? And if we were to take those to the lab and test them, depending upon who makes those, that might actually contain some ashwagandha, and it might actually not. It may just be on the label. It may not have any in there. So depending upon where you're getting that, number one, you've got to make sure it's good quality supplementation. Number two, if you need it, you've got to be consistent with taking it. Supplementation takes time. It takes weeks to months sometimes, depending upon, are you getting the right dose in? So that would be something you could consult me for, because I could, tell you if we could find the right study that actually, there's very few studies on supplementation because it's not regulated. Something that's not regulated, they can just do whatever they want with it. So we want to make sure that you're getting the right dose to treat what we need to treat for you. And it's something to help support you. It's a supplement. It's not to take over. It's to help support or supplement what's going on. So there's still going to be some work to be done, whether it's high blood pressure, anxiety, depression, whatever it is. There's some other underlying work that you're going to have to do as well.
Right. Well, our health is a relationship, right? I think that we come from a place where many times it's like, we're not well, we go to this practitioner and somehow we say, fix us, or what do I need to do to make this go away? And many times it's now become, it's a relationship that you want to have with your practitioners. It's a relationship, and it's a two-way street in terms of not just prevention, but also correcting, prevention and correction. It's like there's that inside, like, what is going on with me as well, right? What could be playing privy into this? I know we're going to be wrapping up soon, and I want to ask you two things. One is, let's talk a little bit about high blood pressure, right? High blood pressure, because I don't think women by nature think they have it or get it. No, I really don't. I think we think of high blood pressure as someone older than us, and not necessarily us. And there's, I think, a disconnect. What can you share with us a little bit about high blood pressure, and I don't know, maybe something we can do, or just bring us up to educational speed on high blood pressure?
So high blood pressure, yes, can affect many women and men. High blood pressure is the silent killer. It is one, I don't have my numbers in front of me today, Deb. Heart disease is the #1 killer of women and men.
Mhm.
High blood pressure leads to heart disease. Undiagnosed high blood pressure can lead to a heart attack or stroke, and you can die and not even know you had it. So I don't say that to scare you, but I do say that to scare you a little bit. I want you to be aware. So I want you to make sure a lot of people nowadays aren't going to their physician routinely. We used to always go to our physician for a routine physical, but if we feel that we're healthy, we don't do that. So I would encourage you to make sure you get your blood pressure checked. Normal blood pressure, anything less than 140/80. So we're talking how the heart pumps out blood and how the blood when it's going back into the heart. So you've got two different numbers there. If you have already been diagnosed with high blood pressure, then your numbers need to be lower than that. Depending upon what other underlying conditions you might have, your numbers need to be lower. 120/80 is typically textbook normal. Go to your local big box store, your local retail store. A lot of them still have the blood pressure cuffs where you can test your blood pressure there. Or you can buy one online. Pretty inexpensive. I'd make sure you get a good high quality brand. Consider the source. Omron is actually a really good brand. So that's one you guys can pick up if you want to have it. Knowing what your blood pressure is key. If you experience any kind of headaches, twinges, chest pain, I would highly encourage you, make sure you know what your blood pressure is right away. That anxiety can raise your blood pressure. Medications that treat anxiety and depression can raise your blood pressure. So you may have been put on something to deal with a situation you're trying to get off, but we still need to monitor your blood pressure because, as I said, it is the silent killer. And we want to make sure women, we hold so much inside. And inside, what can happen is it can explode. And it can explode in a bad way. And so your blood pressure goes up, you can have a heart attack or stroke. So there's a lot of secrets and a lot of things we keep in, but let's at least know our numbers. And so we can help prevent that. If you get your blood pressure checked, just because one reading is high doesn't mean you have high blood pressure. It takes a couple readings in a row. We also want you to be in a normal situation so we can test you. Then if you're put on supplementation or medication, we need to monitor that blood pressure so that we can adjust the supplement, medication, diet, exercise, whatever it is we're doing for you to get to the right point, because we don't want you to drop too low, because that's a problem as well.
I don't know about anyone else, but I feel empowered and I feel educated. And every time I talk to you, I feel, and it's interesting because you're a doctor, but I feel better just talking to you because I don't know about anyone else, but I mean, I'm super fortunate and super lucky. And here in the US, I can't access you that, go and walk into your office. I've had an incredible doctor, but it is a rarity. But still, even you're right. If I feel good, I don't make an appointment to go in. I'm like, if something's wrong, I go in. Sometimes they're like, where have you been? But just listening to you talk, I feel really hopeful. I feel hopeful and I feel educated. And I think, I do a lot of speaking on a sustainable woman is a powerful woman. And I talk from a financial standpoint, but also a healthy woman is a powerful woman. I mean, I think we all know that health is the most powerful commodity that we have, right? I mean, the pillows on your new couch don't matter. It's your health that matters. And so I don't say this because you're my friend, but you're gifting everyone a consultation, which again is very giving. And I suggest everyone take that call. Is there anything we haven't talked about that we said we were going to talk about? Is there anything you want to share that we didn't cover in our conversation today, Melissa?
I think the only other thing I would say is if you are already taking medications or supplements, know that they can interact with other things. So if you're taking prescription medications, try to go to at least one pharmacy, because then at least the pharmacist can check for interactions with your other prescription medications. If you're going to multiple pharmacies, we can't check for that. Then you can call me for that and I can give me all your list and we'll go through that. But know that things like food, what you drink, not just alcohol, but other beverages, can interact with your medications and or your supplements. Supplements do interact with other supplements. Supplements can interact with medication. So be wise and learn what you're already taking. Is it good quality supplementation? Is it interacting with something else? Your over-the-counter things that you pick up because you saw a commercial on TV or somebody mentioned something, your friend recommended something. Just know that there's different things out there and be aware. That's what I would say.
Okay. Love, 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 love. Let's share some love. Thank you for caring about us. We care about you. That was so powerful. So powerful. Kathleen, I'm going to pass it over to you, but thank you so much, my dear friend.
Absolutely.
Oh my, Dr. Melissa, that is so amazing. Everything you said, I heard, and I worked with a lot of pharmacists at one point in my life, and I read a survey once, and it was thousands of people, and the question was simple. What is the one doctor that you have that you would never be without? And hands down, the pharmacist was the one. And now we know why, right? Now we know why. And you taught us so much about some of these specific opportunities, but I think what you really taught us today was, number one, you are responsible for your own health. Don't just give it to someone else. Challenge your doctor. I love, how Deb reframed it and said, your health is a relationship, with you and with your doctors. And I think if you've been anywhere, if you've been around for a couple decades, like some of us, you've been to a few doctors and you may have experienced exactly what Deborah's talking about. And, the challenge is now we know, don't just walk away feeling bad, having one more instance where you can see nobody really cares about you or whatever it is, or this is all in my mind, or, just challenge it. And I know I've had that opportunity and it always works out way better and you get their attention. So you brought so much to us. I have another whole page of notes and I have a question. Deb, do you have a question for her or did you want me to ask the question?
Oh, if you want to ask the question, go ahead. I have one, but you go.
You want to win this, right? You definitely want to win this prize. So again, your email address and the answer to the question, I'm going to make it, I think, pretty simple. She talked about a lot of things, but she talked about the silent killer being blood pressure and knowing your number and how important that was. And especially if you're having any symptoms. What was that number? She gave us a minimum that said your blood pressure should be less than this over this. What was that number? So put your answer in, win her amazing prize. Again, thank you, Dr. Melissa. That was way beyond. Let's give her some love.
Some jazz hands and some hearts. That was
I don't know what y'all thought you were coming for today, but look at all the good stuff you're getting in so many different arenas. This is great. This is great.
I know. And the beautiful thing is that as you start to fill your cup, you're going to start to feel different sitting here. I promise you. And the beautiful thing is when you join us over and over and over again, that cup stays full. That cup stays full. Not that you need to go out and do more, but you're going to be able to do more from a sustained place. And I love that. So thank you so much, Melissa, my dear friend. We will be talking again soon. Soon, I promise. And you know what? I know I see our next speaker in the room, and we have someone who's popped on that I just love and adore. I know we've got a couple minutes here. So Miss Janice Porter, you're in the house. You're in the house. And
Hi,
yeah.
nice to be here.
You too, you too. Can I hey, look it, you didn't even know, and we dressed alike.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I just have to say, Janice is all about relationships. So I think it's a great person to ask her a question right after Melissa. And I don't know, I think the two of you probably know each other, but yeah. Okay, see, that's right. Relationship people know relationship people. So if you've ever received a card from me, it's because of Janice, right? So I have this thing about, making people smile on the inside, and she helps me do that. But that's not what I want to ask you about today. So we've been talking a lot about relationships. If you were on earlier, Brenda was talking about lead generation in relationships. Melissa just finished talking about relationships with your doctor and your practitioners. And if you don't have one, become a friend of Melissa and or get to know your pharmacist. And I know you really well, and your podcast is Relationships Rule. So when I saw you, I was like, we're on a really good theme today. But one of the other things that you really believe in terms of relationships, and you've been in business for a long time, you're an OG like me, and we don't need to go there. We're not going to ask that question today, but you've been such a great support for me in relationship to LinkedIn. And even my 19-year-old son who started his business, who the last thing he thought he needed was a LinkedIn account. And I'm like, well, Janice says that in Europe, if you don't have a LinkedIn account by the time you're through high school, they think you're a nobody. So if you want to launch your clothing there, and he's like, okay, what's LinkedIn? Like, what is LinkedIn? We had our first painful meeting, but there's women on here that won't have that attitude about LinkedIn, and they probably have a LinkedIn account, and they're here. As you can hear, everyone has a message, and we create this platform so women can share their message. And I know that we both think of LinkedIn as a platform, right? So Miss LinkedIn expert, and you probably, if you know Janice, you already know this about her, but what is it that we need to know that we may not be activating? Like when I was learning from you, you had me in all different areas of my account that I was unaware of that started to yield some pretty great results. So can you share with us, I don't know, I hate to use the word tips, but what is it that when you're teaching people they don't know about, that's some of the game changing? Can you open up your expertise for us today?
Yeah, I don't have to talk fast because I know I don't have much time.
No, it's okay. You've got like at least 2 minutes. No, you've got.
And I was just going to say that I think just as an inroad here about relationships, I think I told you about and introduced you to this woman who has a platform that Melissa was on, and that's where you met her. So, and I think a lot of other people too. So I love that when it comes full circle. And I see someone like Dr. Melissa on here because she is such a wealth of information. So LinkedIn, first of all, I was just talking to someone about this the other day. I don't know if you know this, but there's over 1 billion people now worldwide on LinkedIn. And yet, and this is why I have to say this, about 1% of them actually use LinkedIn effectively, consistently, all the time, use it and get results. So there's lots of room for improvement for pretty much everybody, right? So first things first, you need to have a really good profile, because whether it's good or bad, it's seen. Google indexes LinkedIn extremely highly, and when somebody Googles you, your LinkedIn profile comes up top 3 no matter what. So you want to have a fully optimized profile. Secondly, if you're not using LinkedIn to network, you're missing out, because if your business, B2B particularly, but even B2C, because there's a lot more people that have come over to this platform now that are not happy with some of the other ones, so for their business. So there are many opportunities to meet new people and because I always say the money's in the mailbox, okay? You need to talk to people. You need to build relationships. And that's where you do it, by looking at first of all, doing outreach yourself, finding the kind of people that you want to talk to, that may be prospects, that may be strategic business partners, that may be referral partner possibilities, and you don't know unless you talk to them. But more importantly, it may not be them specifically. It's not them particularly, it's who they know. And so I look for people who have big networks, because if it's not them, there's somebody in their network I'd love an introduction to. And there's something else I was going to say there, but you can probably ask me a question and I'll be able to remember what it was.
Well, no, I think that you just made a point that the one thing that LinkedIn has built into its methodology is that there's first level, second level, third level generations, and people have contacts upon contacts. And I think if I can't put words in your mouth, I will. One of the things that you've shared with me about optimizing is that you're not just meeting with that person, you're meeting with that person's people. And that there is kind of like an unsounded rule that's how it works. If they don't know somebody, they know somebody, and it's very much that type of methodology. And I think just you sharing that information. I mean, I saw someone put in the chat, I need someone to help set them up. I'm like, okay, good, Janice, just go in the chat after and have a conversation, because that's the nice thing about, if I want is to be experted, right? I mean, you go to Sarah for media and podcasts, you go here, you go here, you go here. But I think you just explaining it that way, that sometimes we don't utilize something to its full capacity. And
yeah, the other side that I don't talk about all the time is the content piece. And that's where most people go first, is that they've got to post, they've got to post, they've got to post. Well, remember, start with the basics. Don't put the cart before the horse. Have a fully optimized profile that attracts your target audience, whoever, maybe more than one type of audience. Make sure you're attracting the people you want to attract and repelling the others, because that's how it sifts and sorts for you, right? Make your profile work for you. With content, it's not just about you posting, but more importantly, if you want to build relationships, pick 3 people this week whose work you follow, or who you want to get to infiltrate so you can get to know them, and start commenting on the posts that they make. Be seen in their world. Okay, that's huge and not done very often. And that's how you start to build relationships from the content side of things.
right on. So I know our next speaker's here, and I wanted to pick your brain a little bit, and I hope that you had an empowerment and education drop. It's been educational. So thank you so much. Just go in the chat if you have questions. That's the place to go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love, love,
Thanks,
love.
Deb.
And Kathleen, I'm going to pass it over to you because I see Shelby is in the room and ready to go. Fantastic. So take it away, ladies.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for all of those tips on LinkedIn. Holy moly, we got a lot of big drops there. And yes, indeedy, Shelby is in the house, and we are welcoming her actually back to the house, as she's been on this stage quite a few times, and we're happy to have her back. But just in case you didn't get to hear her before, let me tell you a little bit about Shelby. Well, first of all, she's an intimacy coach and a healer. This is going to be a good conversation. She's a professional guide trained in attachment theory. I've not heard of that, so I'm excited to hear what that's about. Intimacy and sexual practices as well, such as Tantra, kink, and Reiki, who also helps enhance people's emotional, energetic, and relational connections. So who doesn't need that? She's the creator of both Empowered Intimacy Coaching and Intimacy Incubator, where she helps clients learn healthy skills for communication, vulnerability, and building those deeper understandings of intimacy. And that's her topic today, intimacy and the attachment style. So we're all going to learn about that. Fun fact, as a kid, her favorite show was Solar Moon. I have to confess, I've never seen it, but sounds good. And music right now, all things Halsey. I went and listened to some of that yesterday. What a beautiful, beautiful voice she has. I think the song I listened to was Sorry. So if you haven't listened, tune in. And she has some free gifts for us, right? Free for all of us is the intimacy yes, no, maybe checklist. When's the last time you checked on that? And also, she's got a free private podcast series that's coming up she'd like us all to watch for. And then we've got the one-on-one. What a great gift. A free intimacy coaching session, relationship and intimacy coaching session. So that's pretty darn good. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stage, Shelby. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good, really good. So yeah, I'm really interested in your topic, and I have to just sort of ask what feels like an obvious question. So why don't we know how to express ourselves and tell people what we desire and need? Where's that come from?
It comes from basically where we have or have not learned it before. So as we've grown up, we may have learned skills that were more adaptive behaviors versus actual helpful, like connection and intimacy creating type of behavior. So it's pretty simple. It's just that, you know, we might not have learned it properly. We may have actually felt more hurt when we were younger or throughout our relationships in life. And instead we've created these other things that are more protective against our relationships and creating intimacy with self and others. And so that's kind of why we can feel disconnected.
Interesting. Yeah. And I guess we come to you to get undisconnected.
Yeah.
And
I'll help you learn
how to ask for what we want.
Yeah.
So you talked about attachment styles and you deal with that. So tell us a little bit about the attachment styles and what are the problems or the struggles that come with those attachment styles and how do we know which one we have?
Okay, well, there are 4 attachment styles. So the first one is the secure, which is the one they're quite balanced. Not that they don't suffer from some of the stories and anxiety and stuff like the other attachment styles do. It just doesn't seem to be as much. They can regulate themselves really well. They know how to ask for what they need. They usually they can state their boundaries really well. Like they're just very balanced and kind of know how to communicate and have those intimate connections. Usually they've done work along the way too. I'm not really convinced that any person is actually gets out of any of relationship being a secure human. I think that there's always growth to be made. So, but that's a secure. And then there would be the anxious, which is, you know, kind of exactly how they sound. They are a person that suffers from anxiety, and they usually have a wounding, which is about feeling like they'll be abandoned and they're not really very lovable. And so what ends up happening is they become people pleasers and they create all these stories of why people might not, you know, want to hang out with them or be with them, or why something might be changing or they're not good enough. And it just creates this big anxiety bubble that's very dysregulating to the body and the nervous system. And that's kind of where they live. And when it comes to intimacy in itself, like physical intimacy, that can again look like people pleasing and not actually speaking up for what it is that they want or need in the bedroom. And that doesn't really help anyone. It becomes an issue for both partners where they kind of, you know, I'm hoping to have a good time here, but I want you to have a good time too. But if you're not really sharing with me what it is that you need because you just don't know, because you just want to please me, then that's not very helpful and that's not very fun. So that's kind of some of the things that the anxious what it can look like and what they can suffer from. Also, I like to kind of joke about if you're interacting with an anxious, they might be the type that likes to text you a lot. So they'll text you a lot. They'll text you like big paragraphs and it'll kind of be like all throughout the day. And they'll get really upset if you don't text back. It can feel really overwhelming for the other person if you're on the other side of an anxious spiral.
Oh, I can imagine. You know, we've all heard of people pleasers and women by nature, right? We're people pleasers, but I never really thought about it or heard someone talk about it in terms of the bedroom. And I imagine there's tons of fallout there. So what's the risk for those people pleasers in the bedroom that aren't getting
I say that the biggest thing is actually it's this concept of recognizing that you are violating your own consent a lot of the time. So I like to get people to think of, you know, what kind of self-consent is it that you need or want or need to start looking at within your own body? Because if all you're doing is people pleasing and you're actually doing things that you don't like, you're going to get resentful. But also on the other side of that, again, you are also causing a consent violation with your partner. Because again, you don't know what it is that you want, or you do, and you're not speaking up about it. And now your partner's doing something that you don't like. And so it just becomes this like negative feedback loop of, you know, non-consensual stuff actually happening, which doesn't need to happen if you just were able to speak up and will have the tools to speak up and talk about your needs and whatnot. But again, there's usually a lot of stuff going on in the anxious human's head. So it's kind of like almost like a fear response. If I don't want to get left, so this is how I'm going to cope with it.
Wow. Great. Okay. I think I took you a little off. So you want to tell us about the last two types?
Yeah. So the next one would be the dismissive avoidant, or a DA. And so this one is, again, they all kind of sound relatively like what you would imagine they would be like. So the dismissive avoidant, they are humans that are a little more likely to be dismissive. They are a little more likely to push people away, to avoid situations, not actually want to confront conflict. And these guys are kind of the humans who are a little bit more like these lone wolves, and they don't really want to, not that they don't want to, they're just not really able to receive from people, because they've learned that if they try to get something from someone, usually they aren't going to get it. And that has been very painful for them. So like, I'm just going to stop asking. I'm just going to take care of myself. I'm going to protect myself. This is not worth it. This is far too hurtful. This is how it's going to be for me. I'm just not going to let people in because it's safer that way. And the thing that they can really suffer from is this wounding of feeling like something's wrong with them, or that they're defective. And that can be really, really hard. And so shame is a big thing for them. And then again, especially when we escalate it and move it over to the physical intimacy and in the bedroom, that's very hard. So if they feel like they're criticized for any reason, anything about performance is like going downhill, or again, being talked about, criticized, or in a way that they perceive as criticism, that's going to shut them down. They're going to pull away. They're not going to want to potentially have sex for a while again, if that's how they feel their partner is perceiving them or is shaming them. But then also they can get very disconnected from their emotions. So that might be more like a physical act versus this really connected, beautiful, emotional and physical union. So that can be something that might happen for the DA. But then the other thing that I notice is that because they don't necessarily always want to connect those emotions as well, or because they've kind of pushed them away and don't want to let people in as a protective mechanism, they are more likely to dissociate as well. So they might not actually be super present in the bedroom, or potentially even with their partner at all in every other aspect of the relationship, but they might have this this issue being more present with them, or present with themselves and in their bodies in those points in time. So those are kind of some of the things that the DAs can suffer from, and what it can look like. And then the last one is a fearful avoidant, which is can also be known as the anxious avoidant or the disorganized. And again, all those aptly kind of explain what they're like. It's a combination of both the anxious and the avoidant attachment style. They are disorganized. They are a little chaotic. They kind of swing back and forth between both styles. And so they can have like a very confusing type of dynamic to people who don't know what it is, because they might, they can be very emotionally present. They really love to emotionally connect. Growth is a big thing that they really, really enjoy. But what can happen is that when they get really scared that they're going to get betrayed, their core wounding is usually around betrayal. So once they start to get closer, they're kind of like, okay, can I actually trust this person still? I'm not really sure, because in the past it's been shown that I can't. And so they can kind of get anxious because they want that attention and they want the love from the other person or the affection. But then something can happen, it could set them off, and they can push away. And they'll be like, oh, I don't know, you kind of hurt me. I need to protect myself. I don't know what's going to happen here. And then it can go back and forth. And then they can also get very, like, anger is one of the emotions that they really suffer with. They'll get very resentful. And then this kind of actually goes over into the bedroom as well, where they can kind of get spiteful and then use sex as a weapon, either by withholding or using it in a way that's a little bit more manipulative than connecting. But then on the other hand, they can also use it in a sense of if they have had a rift with their partner, they might actually use it to connect without doing that actual emotional repair. So it feels like you're closer together again, but you're not. It's just because you've physically been together, but you haven't had that communication.
You know what? These are such powerful points, and intimacy is obviously such an important part of a relationship. And we see the failure rates on our relationships go through the roof. So this is so keen that you're bringing this in, and we can recognize that pretty much probably how we are in the kitchen is probably the same way we are in the bedroom, right? And it goes way beyond, I'm not just in the mood, or they didn't bring me flowers. So that's, you've taken us to a new depth there. You said something and you said it kind of casual and it went on, but I want to highlight it and want to ask you, you mentioned self-consent.
Mhm.
And, we've talked about boundaries. We've talked about things like that. What exactly is self-consent and how does that play into this healing journey?
Well, this is the part of really getting to know yourself and your body, and understanding what it is that you've been doing where you've been basically causing yourself not to trust your own decisions, trust what your body's been telling you. You'll say that you're going to do a thing and then you don't. So starting to notice those things, but then on a physical level too. So if we're talking about pleasure, how is it that you're touching your body in a way that might be still what society is saying we should be doing? Like our goal is orgasm. And so that's what we're going to try to do. But our body actually requires us to slow down and to touch ourselves more sensually. Like maybe I just want something really nice and soft on my arm like this. And that's where I want to start. I don't actually want to start on my genitals. I want to start on like other parts of my body. And so starting to notice that and starting to notice if there's different parts of the body that feel good or don't feel good. And then are you touching a part of your body? And then you're just saying, you notice something comes up, your body says, like, no, I don't like that. And you're like, it's fine, just deal with it. Noticing that, and instead of saying, no, you don't have to just deal with it, have some compassion, be like, okay, stop, or try something else. Maybe there's an alternative. Maybe I can do something different. So starting to look at things in a different way like that, and noticing those things where, even in our own pleasure sessions, are we moving past what our body is actually telling us? Are we giving ourselves consent or not? And I think that
Wow.
there's a big thing, especially when there's when we're working through like significant trauma and it's coming up and our nervous system is really dysregulated, we might start to notice that our own hands seem to become the weapons, and we could like touch our body and feel dysregulated by that and feel just feel a certain way. And it's like, I can't, I can't even touch my body right now. Maybe I need to do something. I need to do something else. Like I need to go for a walk, or I just need to, I've got a blanket on here. Like maybe I just need to wrap myself in a blanket and just like, not put my hands on my body at all, but I need some other sort of comfort. So how do I do that? So starting to
Oh, wow.
understand stuff like that.
I love that. That's such a key spot too. When we think about intimacy, we don't think about it as with ourselves in general, and we certainly rarely talk about it. And except for on the 262, because we've had some women on that have shared the importance of knowing our body, getting to know our body, and yes, in an intimate way. And it shouldn't be shocking when someone else touches us, let alone ourselves. And I love what you said too, because this is a practice I have. You can have a special moment with yourself at any time, just the way you described, put on that lotion and really sort of being aware that you do it. I think that was just so spot on. And there's opportunities like that, like all day long, right? And every day. And if you're not in tune with yourself, how can we expect to be in tune with anyone else, right? And there's a lot to be enjoyed and pleasure there. So one last thing, because we are getting close to time here, but what is emotional safety? What does that exactly entail? And does it also help us heal this shame once we feel safe?
Yeah, it definitely does. The emotional safety is, I guess like, okay, I'll go with some of my personal examples for it. So I found that I have experienced a lot of gaslighting of my emotions from people, and I didn't realize that's what was happening for a long time. And then when I did, I also realized that not only did other people do that, I started to learn that that's what I was doing to myself. And that is not a very emotionally safe thing for us to live with. So starting to understand that having your feelings validated and held, and that they are okay and they're not too big, that's a huge aspect of what emotional safety looks like. And regulating that can be a hard thing too, like trying to figure out how it is that we need to feel our emotions and let them out. And that can be everyone else's, like that'll be a personal journey for each person. But I find that being able to do that, you kind of have to listen again to what your nervous system is telling you, because as we when we start to feel emotionally unsafe, our body will start to respond in a certain way. So do we lean more towards the fighting response? Do we lean more towards a freeze? Do we want to flee? What is it that we want to do? And some of that can tell you like how you should adapt and start to learn to regulate yourself. So if you're in something that's more active based, so that fight or like runaway situation, then doing some sort of activity to help you regulate and move those emotions through your body might be really good. So I love to dance. I find that to be it's a very emotional, creative and sexual expression that comes through me, through my dance. And so that's how I like to get a lot of it out, because it's like this, a somatic type of work for me where I can express it and move it out of my body. I might end up crying at the end of something, depending on how I'm feeling through the emotions that I'm evoking or the song that we're dancing to. That can be a really good way to like regulate something. But if you're in something like a freeze response, recognizing that you're probably not going to want to move, your body thinks it's going to die. Basically, that's what the freeze response is. I'm not safe. I don't know if I'm going to survive this moment. I'm feeling too much emotionally, so I have to shut down so that I don't feel anymore. And in that, then it's kind of like, okay, usually my experience of it is being very cold and literally wanting to roll up and be in fetal position. So just being like, okay, you know what, being cozy and warm and trying to find comfort and support for myself is all that I need. And I'm going to give myself that. And then when I can start to move, then I will. And then doing something softer and gentler, like a walk or yoga, or trying to, connect with someone that you love and care about and will support you, could be the next thing to do. But it's definitely something that you need to kind of like assess what response you're having, or look at it. You won't be able to do it in the moment. Look at it now while you're feeling regulated and be like, okay, I recognize these responses have happened, and maybe the right thing for me to do would be, XYZ. And that will help you come back into like this more emotionally regulated state and create like safety in your body.
Oh my gosh, we keep hearing it over and over again. Come back to you, figure out where you are. And something you said, I love too, the gaslighting, and that's kind of a big term right now. Everybody's talking about it. But I got back home and back to that accountability message we've been talking about all along. Pretty good chance what you're experiencing out there, you're bringing on in here, right? And you said you might be gaslighting yourself. So a really wise person, and I'm sure it's been written a million times since, said, whatever everybody else is thinking about me is none of my business. And I think what your whole message is worry a little bit less about what's outside and worry about what's inside. Because when you do that, intimacy can be an amazing thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Very cool. Well, that was awesome. Let's give Shelby a big round of applause. That was so good. Deb, do you have anything you want to add in today?
Well, I mean, I always love hearing that. And I think as Shelby talks, you just get more and more and more engaged into listening to what it is that she's saying. And I love the way that it is separated so you can easily maybe identify with one of the character definitions that she's talking about, and so that it can give you some solution. I think we all yearn for more connection. I think through this last phase of experience the world has had, it's been an interesting lack of communication and a lack of connection. And I think it's actually taking a toll, and people coming back to themselves. I mean, our first conversation this morning with Eleanor is that no one's even going to the movie theater anymore. We're staying home and we're watching streaming, and we're not even getting out. And so I think that what I heard a lot about is connection with yourself, how you can go deeper within, but also you can't express to somebody your boundaries if you don't know what you like, and you don't admit what you feel, and you can at least admit that to themselves, because then it's a world of guessing, and that's a really difficult place to come from. So I just really appreciate the insight, and I'm sure we're all kind of, nodding our head. If we're not nodding it here, we're nodding it on the inside. So I always feel I appreciate women like Shelby coming on, because it's a brave topic to talk about. Sometimes people don't want to talk about that, or you know what I mean? So it was fantastic. So thank you so much, Shelby. Once again, it's always insightful. And Kathleen, I believe that you have a prize to give away.
We do have a prize to give away, and well, we have a couple of prizes, but the one for the one person is a free intimacy coaching session. And I'm thinking you might not be wanting to raise your hand, but I'm guessing you want one right now. So here's how we play the game again, in case you're just joining us. I'm going to ask a question. You're going to go into the chat, put in your email address first, and then the answer. And Dorothea will take all of this magic that's happened all day, and she'll figure out who gets that prize. So if you were first somewhere else, don't let that stop you, because you might not have been in the, the order. I don't know how she does it. She does amazing things, but everybody gets a prize. So fill it out. The question I'm going to ask, I'm going to give you multiple choice. She mentioned 4 different attachment styles, and I'm guessing you found yourself in one of those. So let's just, all I need is one. Just any of the 4 will win the prize. So go ahead and put that in. Thanks, Shelby. Everybody, another big round of applause and a lot of love. Thank you. Very important topic.
Oh my gosh, it's just been such an incredible day. And this is what we do. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing? Here's the variety of life. Here's the walking into 52 flavors and, taking what you need. And I know that my bucket is starting to get full. And I see that Miss Robin Rise is in the room. And that's so cool, because we have Kat, who you introduced me to. And I love the tentacles of this 262 project. I mean, really, that's what it's all been. So Robin, I see that the other speaker is in the room, but let's grab a couple of minutes while we can. You are my new official femtech girl. And I think, right? Because I think that, I think technology still, it can be a difficult conversation for women. And I think it can bring up a not knowingness, not knowing where to go. That's why I was really glad that Janice was on talking about, because even sometimes with LinkedIn or platforms, it gets intimidating. I personally didn't want to go into the gym. I don't know how to use these things. I don't want to. I remember back in the day, I'm like, I'd rather go for a walk or whatever. And you are my you're my all-time what do I call you, femtech girl? But look, there's something that's coming out that people are talking to people about, and we're hearing it. We've been using it for a long time. We GPS. And as soon as we hear these 2 letters, some of us go into trauma. And that is the 2 letters of AI. It is a love, hate, misunderstood. I don't understand. I need to understand. I'm not ready to understand. I got things to do. I can't possibly take on this big thing. Can you just, I know we only have a few minutes and I'm throwing you right in the bucket here, but can you just give us something that will make us feel a little better about AI? How can women navigate this? I mean, they can call you and that's super cool and I recommend it, but how can we start to have a better relationship, or at least not get so darn stressed out about it?
Well, those are 2 different questions. So first,
I know. Okay, I just asked you an hour's worth of, do you want to come back for an hour?
We'll figure that out. But I think, Deb, one of the first things you said was that we've been using AI for much, much, much longer than you even know. So if you're using Siri, if you're using GPS, you are already familiar with AI. What at Woman Optimized, what we want to do is take the responsibility of learning and understanding all of the details of applying AI, especially to your business, since the women here are in business, that you can outsource that to other platforms, other people who actually do know what's going on in the AI world, because I'm here to tell you that it is exponentially increasing. You will not be able to keep up with it. So trying to keep up with it is not the answer, especially for busy women, right? We're not trying to keep up with the technology. We want to help you stay caught up in your business. So you can outsource it to Woman Optimized if you're a businesswoman. And I'm going to make a little change, Deb, because we are trying to create a brand new hashtag that we call Fem-led Tech. So Femtech is more about women's biology, things that haven't been represented in technology. Fem-led tech is technology that's designed by and for women, for the way women's brains think. So we want to bring that to the forefront, that we want women designing women's technology.
Very cool. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that burst of inspiration and information, and trying to ease the idea around AI and implementing that in what we're doing. It's not something new so much as learning how to adapt that technology, and that don't worry, it's going to be there, and there's people that can help you walk through it. So, you know, I think, you know, we talked earlier a little bit, Dr. Melissa was here a little bit about anxiety, just being able to put those things to rest and knowing that we're in good hands. So thank you for that. Thank you so much. All right, thank you for that. So you're, okay, I got it. I'm going to do it. You're my tech drop lady. Okay. I see that Grace is in the room. So Gracie, hello. Look at this. I think red is the color today. I've got red. Everyone's wearing red today. So this is Gracie W. Liu, and she is going to share with us today. Now look at, she's an international speech pathologist and has been doing that for 23 years. She has chosen to focus on communication and specifically has fallen in love with the dynamics of human design. And when we have conversation, just the human design aspects and her love for communication and her expertise in speech pathology has really bridged a very interesting platform. She's going to talk to us about that because there's energy and communication, and she's putting it together on the energy of communication. I absolutely love that. Okay. It has been so much fun to hear that, you know, I mean, look, I've got the best job in the world. I get to talk to everybody privately, and I get to hear all these things, and I even chuckle when I get to hear them again, all the things that we don't know about people. She has a hula hoop. I know you have fire hula hooped. That is crazy. So that's something that you may not know about her, right? And this is our second shout out for Queen. Her music is Another One Bites the Dust by Queen. So we've had 2 shout outs for fan music for Queen today. And you're going to want to listen to win. That's how we play this. You need to listen to win because we are going to find a question which we don't know yet. And you are going to win a full human design report and a private session with Gracie worth well over $300. And for everyone, again, grab that swag bag, jump into the chat room after and pick up your free communication style quiz and report. Because honestly, how we communicate, I mean, Shelby just talked about communicating in one type of area of life. We've had different people talk about communication, but it's so important on the return of investment on how we have our experiences, both business and not. Am I correct in saying that, Gracie?
Yes.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, introduce yourself and say hello. I know we're going to have a bit of a chat today, but you know, I know that you utilize these tools in your life and this human design philosophy, so maybe you can share a little more about that.
Yeah, so thank you, Deb, for that wonderful and lovely introduction. And I just have to say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here. It has been so wonderful to listen to a lot of the speakers. And it's like today, the theme is like relationship. And part of that is also with communication. So talk about like divine timing, right? So I'm going to answer the question, but I'm going to do it in a little bit of a different way. So first of all, I would just love to know, how would you love to be able to overcome your feeling of anxiety, increase your feeling of self-worth, and be able to communicate your truth by overcoming what I call stagnant communication syndrome, so that you can have more harmonious relationships at home and at work? And so Deb did mention the human design, but I'm going to put that off just a bit because I want to talk more about the communication styles, because, you know, it's important to know your communication style. And I'm going to share my story. So hopefully by my story, you'll understand more about that. So before I decided to become an entrepreneur, I was actually working as a travel speech therapist 4 or 5 years ago, and my husband traveled with me. My husband was very supportive. However, he has a very different communication style from what I am. So I was finishing up one of my assignment and getting ready for the new assignment. And I'm a very nurturing person. So when I communicate, I like to use what I call a nurture communication style, which means I like to use words and I like to communicate in a way where I want a person to feel like they're supported, they're guided, and they have like step-by-step instructions with lots of details. So that way we can transition, we can provide support, and just, make sure that everyone is feeling really good and comfortable. So it was during the time that, like I mentioned, travel assignment, and I was finishing up one assignment, getting ready to move on to the new assignment, that there's a lot of pieces that need to be put in place. And my husband and I were having this intense, deep conversation because we had like differing ideas. And as I was, talking to him and trying to figure this all out, he puts a picture of me with devil horns. Yes. And I can see some of you like going, what? No. Did he end up in the doghouse for doing that? Well, I will share with you what happens, but I'm sure, by the time I finish the story, you'll figure out whether or not he ended up in the doghouse. So the next picture that goes up is a picture of him with tears running down his eyes, snot running down his nose. And I have to admit, I busted out laughing because I realized right then and there, like his communication style is he's a humorist. Okay. So he was telling me in his creative and humorous communication style that if I didn't stop being the devil, it was going to end up with him in tears. So if I wanted to continue our conversation, then I would need to pivot. And was I acting like a devil? I have to admit, yes, I was. Because as a nurturer, like I said, we want to make sure that everyone is supported. And so we can sometimes overburden with too many details to try to figure it all out, like how to get it all working in a right order or in the best order possible. And for the humorous, my husband, he's a fun-loving guy. He likes things to be lighthearted. And when something gets too intense or too deep, so he tends to want to lighten up the mood. And so sometimes you'll find out, like with the humorous, they tend to want to lighten up the mood with maybe a little joke or a little something, but not done properly or not understanding it. It can feel a little bit insensitive, right? Because me in a devil with a devil horns felt a little bit insensitive because here I was trying to provide support and guidance, but because I understood his communication style, I was able to say, okay, got to pivot, know what to do. And so those are the two communication styles, and humorous, and there's two more. The other is the fireball. So the fireball, you can see and hear the passion that they have, all right? They are so motivated, and when they love something, you can hear it in their voice. You can hear the motivation. You can hear their energy. Why? Because they are so fired up in them. And then when you share something with the fireball, if they love something that you have to share, or if you need somebody to believe in you and give you that fire, boy, are they ready to do that. So sometimes though, for some people who are maybe a little bit sensitive, they might feel that fireball energy and it might just feel like a little bit of an aggression, but really, truly, they just love life and you can feel it. And then you have what I call the diplomatic. And the diplomatic, they have their own ideas and thoughts and opinions, but they want to hear what you have to say as well, because they're just going to pick and choose. And hopefully what they're looking for is to find the best solution to help them to find the balance, right? And so when you're speaking to a diplomat, they're going to still share with you their ideas, opinions, and thoughts. However, they're also going to allow you the space to figure out what opinions and thoughts will work for you, because they want you to be able to decide for yourself the balance that's going to work. Now, with the diplomatic, because they're hearing so many open ideas, sometimes they might be a little bit lost as to what to pick and choose. So they might be a little bit lost in sometimes the decision because there's so many good ideas that they want to like try to do them all. So those are the 4 communication styles: the nurturer, the humorous, the fireball, and the diplomatic. And where you get these communication styles from, they come from within you. What motivates you, what moves you forward, what gets you going. And then there's the external factors as well. The background, your culture, the people you've been with, your family, your friends, teachers, life experiences, work experiences. So it's kind of like your personality, right? And then there's another part of you of when you came into this world, you were born a certain design. And this is what we call the human design. And so with the human design, there are 5 types. They're not in any order of importance. I'm just telling you these 5 designs by my memory. So one would be the reflector. Then we have the projector, the manifestor, manifesting generator, and the generator. But because of time, because I'm under time constraint, I decided that it's best not to describe each of these designs because of the time. However, I just want to say that each of these human designs have their own authority and their own strategy. So when you work with your human design, with your strategy and the authority, along with your communication styles, this is where you start to feel the flow and the ease in your communication. It's when you don't know how, or you don't work with your human design, the strategy and authority, along with the communication styles, that sometimes you might start to feel the breakdown. And one of the questions I get asked a lot is, well, can I change my communication styles? Can I change my human design? Or, what can I do, with all these different styles or human design, like, besides changing it, is there good or bad? Here's the thing. There are no good or bad communication styles, and there are no good or bad human design, right? And you can't change because it's who you are. So why would you want to change who you are, right? Because there's no good or bad. It's just you. And you are perfect the way you are. It's just about working with your human design, with your strategy, with your authority, along with your communication styles together. Then you start to have that ease and the flow. And that's what I want for all of you, is to have that ease and the flow in your communication.
Oh, wow. There is so much there. Now, the one thing that we talked about when we've talked is the energy of words. And I know that you love to talk about the energy of communication and the energy behind communication and the power of that energy. Can you highlight that a little bit? We have a few more minutes of Gracie time. So can you share with us what you say when you mean the energy behind your words?
Yes. So, there's energy in everything, right? So there's energy in your words, your tone of voice, your body language, your facial expressions, hand gestures. So when you have the exchange of energy back and forth, when you throw out the energy to somebody, they're getting the message, they're sending it back to you, you're receiving it. When there's that flow, you got that connection. But sometimes what happens when you're going back and forth in that flow, all of a sudden somebody said something, or somebody has a certain tone of voice, and it's like all of a sudden there's like a glitch, like a misunderstanding or something, which is what we call a communication breakdown. And usually there's 3 possible reasons for communication breakdowns to happen. One is not seen. So what do I mean by that? Well, I'm sometimes guilty of still doing this, is that I have something I really want to share, right? And some of you might be able to relate to this. You got something you really want to share, and the person is like so focused on their TV show or the game or something that they're working on, right? And so you come in and you're telling them something, and all they're doing is like, yeah, I hear you. Okay, yes. And what they're trying to do is just rush you out, out of the room, out of the door, because they just want to go back to focusing on their activity, their TV show or game or whatever they're doing. So one of the things is to help yourself is to be seen, right? So that means call their name and say, hey, I have something I need to share with you. Can you spare me 5 or 10 minutes of your time? And if they ask, is it important? And if it's not, then you can just tell them, hey, when you're done, come and see me. If it is important, then you want to call their name and tell them, hey, this is really important. I do need 5 or 10 minutes of your time. And if the person agrees to it, then make sure that all the distractions are off, like the TV off. If they're on the phone, know, so they're not focusing on their phone. If they are at the computer, that they've pivoted to where they are seeing you. So you are making eye contact with each other without any distractions, so you can pay attention and you know whatever you say, the message is going to be heard. And then the second possible reason for communication breakdown is not heard. So there's a video and it's on YouTube, and some of you might have seen it, where there's this lady and she's sitting on the couch. I believe she's talking to her husband and she's saying like, I have such pain. There's like pressure in my head. Well, what you see is there's this long nail sticking out of her forehead. And, you know, her husband sees this nail and he's like telling her, all you have to do is just take out this nail. And she goes, no, it's not about the nail. I'm telling you, I got the pressure. I'm ruining my sweaters because of this. And when he finally said, oh, it sounds like you're having a hard time, she finally said yes, because what she wanted from him was to be heard, validated. So all you have to do is make sure that you validate the person and if that person validates you. And you can just do that by saying, I hear you, or I heard you say, and list it all out. And the third possible reason for a communication breakdown is perception, right? We heard about people having stories. You have a story, I have a story, we all have stories. And so because of that, we have life experiences. And so we get memory from those life experiences. And so sometimes a certain word is said, or a certain tone of voice is heard, or something happens that brings up that memory. And sometimes the memory might be a negative memory, right? It might be some small or big trauma that caused us to have a certain reaction to a certain word or tone of voice or body language. So to show that you understand that each person can have their own perception and story is to ask a question, right? So, you know, sometimes, you know, here's an example. Maybe you've been in a conversation with someone and you said it or someone said it to you. Like, why did you say that? Or what is with that tone of voice? And so all you have to do is just ask questions like, what was it that I said that made you feel unsupported? And, you know, or it could even be, what word would you have preferred I said to make so that you felt supported? Or if it's a tone of voice, like, what did my tone of voice sound like to you? And what you're doing is you're showing that you are willing to make certain adjustments, shifts, changes to show that you are supporting that person so that you can continue to have that communication with the person. Because here's the big takeaway. Everyone wants to feel important, right? So you can make the person feel important with the person that you're communicating with, and you can also make yourself feel important by 1, being seen, no distractions, paying attention, 2, being heard, validate, and 3, realize there's perceptions. So be willing to ask questions so that you can shift and pivot. And it doesn't mean that you do all this, that communication breakdowns will never happen. I wish that was the case. But hopefully by knowing your communication styles and the human design, working with a strategy, authority, and knowing why communication breakdowns do happen, you now feel confident and empowered that you know what to do, that if and when communication breakdowns do happen, you know what to do. Because my philosophy is, you can have amazing solutions when you have clear communication.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so there was so many mic drops in there. I was sitting up, I was sitting down, I was writing. I'm like, okay, I need to pay attention because she told him to pay attention, but I want to write that down. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. First of all, that show her some jazz hands, that show her some love as we are live here on Zoom. And I want to do a big shout out to all of the people that are listening to us by streaming. We expect you to be doing some jazz hands as well and some little happy dancing and pay attention, like Gracie said. Thank you so much for everything that you just shared with us. And you were able to like drop that communication in a very short period of time. And I know that you've got a gift for everyone to be able to find out more on how to do that. But before I pass it over to Kathleen, and then we're going to give away your big prize, there was just so many things that I wrote about. But the one thing that I'm hearing that's been talked about a lot today is this idea around being triggered. And you talked about communication, how when you say something, sometimes we don't know how it's landing. and actually to check in, because someone might be getting triggered. You might say a word, you might say it in a tone, you might say it because you're running out the door, but it sounds, you know, it sounds harsh to somebody or what have you, but there's this check-in and responsibility. And you talked about it, and Taylor talked about it, and Shelby talked about it, and everyone has talked about how people are experiencing you on that side, right? And recognizing, at least, either one, taking responsibility, or two, recognizing that sometimes we're not being received in the way that we think that we are being. So Kathleen, I'm going to pass it over to you before we do that prize, but thank you so much, my friend. I know we'll be talking soon.
Oh, Grace, I loved it. I remember that story of the nail in the head. And actually, one of my peers at work had shared it with the whole group. And I was the only female sitting there. And he framed it as, you know, men are from Mars, women are from Venus kind of thing. And how, you know, men are fixers. Men are fixers. And they're like, well, I see the problem. You got the nail in your head. And the woman, you know, and he carried on much longer than you did about the extremeness of the nail. But what you said was so important is we don't want to be fixed as women. We do want to hear. So we want people to hear us. We want to be seen. We want to be heard. So of course, then we have to give that back, right? You start that by doing that. And I loved your be seen, be heard, and then ask questions, which also says, you know, to me, that says, don't walk away hurt. Just say, wait a minute. Because, you know, most of the time, in my experience, people didn't mean or weren't, you know, because there's two sides, right? What you're ready to hear, what's got you triggered, what's got you charged, and what they're actually meaning to say. And I thought you brought that home beautifully. So thank you so, so much. Yeah.
All right. So let's see who's going to win. I know that there is, again, a swag. You don't know how we play. How we play here is you listen to win. So you can buy as many raffle tickets as you want. But if you didn't hear what she said, if you didn't hear what the communication expert said, okay. So again, we try to make these really easy because we know that we are engulfed in listening and taking notes. But she said something pretty beautiful that I think we all probably know. And it was nice to hear highlighted. So to be able to win some private time with this incredible woman, everyone, you just put your as an answer. And what she said is that everybody likes to feel what? There was one very word that everyone likes to feel. So put that answer, put your email, and the prizes will come. So we're super excited about that. So thank you. One more round of hands. And woo, woo, woo. Thank you, Gracie. And we'll be seeing you more so throughout this summit. We know that. Okay. So this is the place where usually one of our sponsors pops in, but one of our sponsors right now is down at the United Nations. So I'm like, okay, we'll take over for you. Great place to be. And I think that's actually where Kat is right now. She's is in New York, our next speaker. I see you there. So I just wanted to do a shout out because not only have I been texted, but I've been reminded, and we do want to do a big thank you to all of our speakers that sponsored themselves to be here, all of our sponsors. And one of them, sometimes people love a little more than other because it includes wine. So what can I say? So not too long ago, maybe, well, gosh, it would have been over a year and a bit ago. I called a very good friend of mine who'd been in the wine business. And it was not because of myself, but it was because my son was launching a company, and my son's an artist, and I wanted him to do, a wine label for his company. And Brett Hudson at that time told me of a really cool collaboration that he was doing with a man named David Harmon. Now, if you're not familiar with wine, you may not know David's name, but David owned wine.com, and he was Mondavi's chauffeur at 17. And I just so happened to be popping down to go, hot air ballooning in Napa, and went and visit David at his, at his farm. And we had this great wine experience, I'll say. And he's like, have you ever had a beautiful fine wine? If not, let's do it. I'm like, oh, twist my arm. So we had this beautiful glass of fine wine, and he said, look, let's help you support what it is that you're doing. And the one thing I love about our initiative is that this is for women and those that support women, right? I mean, I think it's important to spread that we all have beautiful people in our lives that may not, be able to speak on the stage because they're not women, but we certainly are supported by some incredible people. So he's like, how can we help you in your initiative? And I said, well, you can give us free wine. No, he said, that's not how it works. But what we can do is set you up a wine club. And so It is a beautiful, fine wine. And I'm going to show you the bottle because ironically, I did manifest the ability for my son to design the label. But we have a wine club and it's called 262 Women Rock Legacy and Tell All, which beautifully goes alongside the book that will be taken to market May 11th. And let me just read the back of this wine for you because it says, "What does being a woman mean to you?" The 262 project was brought together to heighten and remind women that the 8th day of March has been established as a day of solidarity for all women, a day that is meant to be celebrated globally as well as powerfully celebrated individually on the heart of every woman, which means you can drink with friends and you can drink alone. No, I'm kidding. So, right? But it's all good. But what I wanted to say to you is that this may be the first time that you're coming onto our summits. This is one of the initiatives that allows us to keep this summit accessible globally. So as you notice, you didn't have to pay anything to be here, and that has been due to sponsorship. And that's what this, you know, in the journals and all the other extra things that we do help fund it. This literally is a beautiful cab. And look I'm not one to keep things to myself. You too, if you have a project or a fundraiser and you want to be connected to Brett, I mean, amazing. There is a QR code that takes you, that will tell you the lot number in the vineyard and all of the information you want to know when you're buying a fine wine. Also, it can take you to a video of yourself talking about your charity, talking about your event, talking about your book. I mean, we don't have to be the only. I think we're the first book and summit that actually has its own wine club. But it's a beautiful wine. It normally is about $150, and you can get 2 bottles for $50. If you live in the US, you literally can be delivered to anyone's front door. If you live in Canada, don't worry, I smuggled some across the border. No, I paid a ridiculous amount of duty. But if you live in Canada, you can contact me. If you live anywhere in the world, we have creative ways to make things happen. That's what women do, so that you can share in the wine. And I just wanted to do that. Shout out to Brett. Also to let you know that the wine club does exist. And if you want, it's probably been put in the chat by now, or you can go on to debdrummond.com, click on 262 and pop right down and learn more about the wine. And if you want to have your own wine party, let me know and I'm happy to put you in touch with our sponsor. All right. Kathleen,
That is so good.
I go and introduce our beautiful speaker for today.
I want to add one thing to the wine because yes, we all know the value of buying it, getting a fine wine for way less than you could purchase fine wines anywhere else. But it's also a calling card. So if you're proud of being in this 262, if you've benefited from it and you're thinking, you know, how much wine can I drink? Well, I'm in the club and it comes every month, right? I get 2 bottles every month. And I don't drink that much wine. I like wine and it's a great bottle, but I'm kind of using it as a calling card. It's another media piece, right? We all get invited to dinners and you know, if you want to take a hostess gift or whatever, how nice is it to have, you know, your bottle be open maybe at dinner? And then the conversation turns to, what's this 262? I've never heard it. Well, they can't buy it anywhere else except for through the club. So there's your chance you can support, I guess, through other people as well. And it really sort of brings your level up. And tomorrow I'm speaking at an event and they're asking for gifts and giveaway and raffles. And guess what's going to be in my raffle? It's going to be one of those bottles because it's 140 women or 170 women, whatever we have. And I want all 170 of them to know about this amazing community and all of you that are in this community and give them that chance to join us as well. So just an idea, if you're not into drinking a bottle of wine every night, there's other things you can do with it and still support. So yeah, I'm excited about the wine. What can I say?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I think Kathleen is on, you can get a case of wine every month, or you can also get 2 bottles. So that's fantastic. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. All right. So I would like to introduce our next incredible speaker. And this is our celebrity featured speaker, and we are so grateful for her to spend some time with us today. I'd like to introduce you to Kat Curry-Williams, not only the 2018 Women of Worth, but also listed as the Woman of the Year by the state of California. She is changing conventional concepts of philanthropy. She has over 28 years of entrepreneurship in the nonprofit sector. She has been seen on a plethora of shows, including the Today Show. She has a plethora resume of all of the articles that has been written about this woman. She has raised over $100 million for Shane's Inspiration. She is the founder of She Angels, which you will hear more about. That just sounds good. I just want that t-shirt. She Angel. I think that's a hashtag in itself, but she really has changed history to her story. And I know that she recently has just come back from doing an incredible TEDx talk, and she is going to talk about from pain to passion to action. If there's been a theme that's been happening today, now her music, the Woodstock album, Sweet Sir Galahad, and she will be giving a gift. She will be giving a gift from She Angel for the person who is listening to win to hear what Kat has to say today. Thank you so much, my dear new friend, Kat Curry-Williams. You have been generous, even in the sense of when we first got introduced by Robin, and then I'm like, so who else do you know that needs to be in this party? And you're like, oh, that was a question you're going to be afraid to ask. And it has been the most incredible experience getting to know who you know. So thank you so much for that as well, for supporting. And welcome to the Stand Up, Speak Up, and Show Up Yes You stage today.
Well, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. I've had such great information. I've had you on, clean the curtains at the same time I was listening. You get a lot done when you're a woman. We multitask because I'm in New York, so it's 2:30 already. So I had lots of things going on, and that was the best information that you've been sharing. Dr. Melissa, I'm like, oh, all of it. It's all been great.
Thank
So,
you.
Today, you know, one of the things that I like to share with everyone is I wasn't a likely candidate for a philanthropist, I guess we would say. And the reason why I'm a philanthropist, and that many of you are as well, is because philanthropy means the love of humanity. Simple as that. I mean, it helps if you can donate your time and your money and so on, but the love of humanity and strategic giving. There's a difference between charity and philanthropy. If you strategically give to an organization over and over again, whether it's your time or volunteering or in ideas, you are a philanthropist. Now, I didn't take that word on for a long time because I was too scared of it. I thought you had to have millions of dollars. But when I realized you had to have empathy and compassion and desire to support others authentically, I am gladly wearing that hat now. So I'm not as scared as I used to be with that hashtag under where you put philanthropist on my name as a celebrity. What I am is a love of all people. Shane's inspiration started my unlikely endeavor to make an impact in the world. My first son, my first child, very, anticipated. I was, walking around, letting everybody touch that 45 extra pounds in my belly. Everybody knew, everybody was waiting for Shane. I always had a large community of friends, and Shane was born on time, but unexpectedly diagnosed 10 days, almost 14 days after actually his birth, with a very rare genetic disorder called spinal muscular atrophy. And the best case scenario is that he would live in a wheelchair. But in fact, the worst case scenario happened and he passed away. And after a very long time and a very dark space, I received a letter from my sister-in-law 3,000 miles away. She was I was in Los Angeles, she was in Scarsdale, and she read this newspaper from Connecticut and talked in the newspaper where she saw that, revealed this woman who lost her 9-month-old son to this very rare same genetic disorder, spinal muscular atrophy. So my sister-in-law sent me the article saying like, oh my God, we had never heard of this. 2 of the parents have to have this. What a crazy thing she's reading about it. But what I picked up in it is that this woman was going to do something good in her son's memory. And from after 9 months of writing really angry letters to God and trying to understand what would all this be, and frankly, not even sure I was going to make it another day. I was so distraught. That letter and that glimpse of hope, it just came to me that, oh, I could do something good in his memory. And at that moment, with the village and friends, and we started an organization called Shane's Inspiration. And that organization, which is 27 years ago now, we built playgrounds. We started just building what's called boundless, universally accessible playgrounds where children of all abilities can play side by side, and leveling the playing field for children with disabilities. Going to accessible parks in the past, we learned, was actually not playable. So that really drove our mission. We got angry. When I get angry, you got to watch out. I'm very mild-mannered, but that was crazy. And we went and did some research, my friend Tiffany Harris and I, and we were shocked to find that this is true. They were not playable unless you got out of your wheelchair, and much ado, a lot of research to come to find less than 10% of children can actually leave their wheelchair. And if they can, do they want to slither alongside their able-bodied peers? And the answer was no. And the families did not want to go to accessible playgrounds. So we had to educate them on what we were doing, and they had to educate us. We did programs where they told us what they needed. And we built the first universally accessible playground in Griffith Park in 1999, I believe we opened. Can't even remember, was that 2000? And today there are over 90 playgrounds worldwide, in 5 continents. Okay, gotta fix my hair too. As I said, I just looked at myself. Okay. And education programs in 5 languages in 30 countries. And so about 7 years ago, when so that's after 20 years of working pretty much day and night on this, I felt my mission was complete. The organization's mission continues and thrives with education and more playgrounds. And of course, I am still there as a founder and an ambassador, and we just rang the NASDAQ bell, and I'm so grateful to have this legacy in my son's name. But I felt like, I don't know, I was kind of deciding what do I want to do now? And because I have this crazy desire to research things at 6:30 in the morning, or maybe that's just midlife, and I get up and I'm like, well, after meditation is over, what now? And I find myself researching, and I find a statistic that is so staggering that I don't believe it's true. Then I do more research, and I find that the only place to find this is the Women and Girls Index data, and the reports show that women and girls in the nonprofit sector, basically charities and organizations that support women and girls, critical unmet needs, including medical, like Planned Parenthood, receive less than 1.8% of all US giving. I was like, no, this can't be true. I call for animals. If you look up right next to on the scale, on their beautiful graph, animals receive about 7%. So I love animals. I have had, a menagerie of them almost all the time. I might not keep the fish alive, but I try to keep everything else pretty much so I love animals. It's not to say, but I'm one of 4 sisters, the youngest of 4 daughters. I have a daughter myself, Grace, who is truly a gift, and she was born 2.5 years after Shane had passed. So we never let her feet touch the floor. She's the purpose. And I called friends, and I called another friend, and I, practiced that Prel commercial, call a friend and friend, a friend, a friend. And as Deborah, now that I have a lot of wonderful friends and so grateful for that community, and asked them, would they be willing to jump into something with me called, well, at this point it was Women with a Purpose, but then we had to change that name, and Catherine Gray is the co-founder, had the name She Angels for another organization that she has, and that supports women in venture capital, called She Angels Investors. We are She Angels Foundation, and what we do now, it's been 3.5 years, we give grants to female-founded and operated nonprofits that provide funding, mentorship, and different resources to young women and girls from a diverse portfolio of organizations. If you go onto our website, sheangelsfoundation.org, you'll see that we've given to date 38 grants. Now, all of this was without fundraising. Now, hold on to your hats, because nobody wants to fundraise after no one wants to see me after coming down the street saying with my hand out, like, so I'm like, okay, how am I going to keep my friends in? Well, we started something called, and it wasn't brand new, but this was brand new to us, and the way we were going to do it, we started a collective giving movement. And so anything after a donation of $500, you become part of our collective giving, and you become a member of our organization. Now, our organization, speaking about wine, women, and song, and all of that we love, we don't give galas. Everything for our members are free. So if I'm on the East Coast, we just had Broadway Sings, and there was a beautiful event put on. The members come for free. We've had at least 3 cocktail parties here in New York. The members come for free, because it's about, that's the way we network and we connect to each other and share the word. At all of these events, we are so lucky and humble to be able to give a grant. So we bring along the big check, and the grantees join us, and we all get that feeling. It's not just somebody writing a check, it's we all get that feeling of how great it is to give back, because it's not just, it's about the community, you know, giving and philanthropy. It's not just about money. It's about the way we feel, the community that we have. And it's been such a successful model for us that this January, we started a program with our program director, chief bottle washing cook, Robin Radin, who is fabulous. And of course, the board of directors, and Dr. Teresa Ashby and Jill Mulligan Bates. I can't even say how grateful we are, because their in-kind donations makes our organization triple the of what we are, because they are executives from the entertainment and the strategic world of good people, good women. And so we started this program called the Philanthropy Circles Program. And what we do is we go into different states, into different regions, and teach how young women and girls, and women, I'm a young woman, you're a young woman, you all, we teach them how to begin a giving circle. They don't need to start their own nonprofit, because She Angels is the nonprofit. We show them how we raise this money. We walk them through how to have a party. we bring the wine, and they get to have hands-on giving to their grassroots community. So we teach them about how we do, and how to create a swell of philanthropy in all of these states, because it may be Women's History Month, but her story is bleaker than it should be. Our history should be that we are not 1.8% on the lowest receiving. We should be the highest, because in my feeling is if we're united together as women, women of color, BIPOC, the whole 9 yards, we are women supporting other women, that we won't have animal shelters because we'll have found a solution. We won't be spending money on environmental disasters because we will find solutions to that. You know, men are great and I love them, but more women need to be in the room, and one step at a time, one little step at a time, because again, I said, I knew nothing about this when I was growing up. My biggest job at 14, I was a latchkey kid. And my biggest job was, no, my biggest mission was to have fake ID and get into a disco. So it took a lot of perseverance, and I think that's my superpower. And now I've used it for good. So I would love, you know, for anyone or all of you to join me in our movement at She Angels Foundation, and ask me any question you like.
Well, and I think thank you. First of all, thank you for sharing, and thank you for giving us that journey, because when you talk about, you know, 28 years or the extent of which any company or profit or nonprofit has been able to, you know, hold through economies and times and world issues and that kind of thing, it takes a certain amount of strength and endurance to be able to do that. Foundations have to be built, mission statements have to be built, people have to step up. And I think that is incredible. Like, it's incredible. 28 years of anything is incredible. You have lots of different personalities, you have people volunteering time. It takes quite someone who can posture and hold space. I call it like holding space. That's a big container to hold. So congratulations, and congratulations for attracting women that are willing to hold that space with you, because it's a big deal. I mean, we're doing it in our own way here. You're doing it in your own way there. And holding space, I believe, is a powerful thing that women historically have been able to do. Hold the communities together, hold the families together. Like, I think we're used to holding space and container, but you said something about mentorship, and I know that you feel it's super important to mentor, and I know it's one of the things. Can you elaborate a little bit on mentorship? Because I'm not saying that we don't mentor, but there's ways that we can mentor without having to officially go, I'm a mentor and I'm going to make it part of my, you know, because we get glazed over with all the things that we have to do in life. What can we do to mentor from a small to a larger scale? Because I know it's important to you, and why.
It's important. First of all, mentorship to me is, it's living the example. So you don't have to be an official mentor if you are spent many years of your life in a field, maybe lending advice to your daughter, or not advice, please. I say, don't take my advice, you know, or please take my advice, I won't be using it. So, so if you've been a parent or, you know, a friend that have come to you in moments of, really, you do need to be the example. So you should be using your own advice. And as I grow and I learn and I understand more about mentorship, I realize it is, you need to be the words and walk the talk. And, you know, it's easy to reach out. There's so many wonderful organizations. I think we have Holly Folger on today, and she has a fabulous organization called True Beauty Discovery. And it's all about mentors. Well, it's a lot. I won't be able to get that in a few minutes, but it's, look her up, True Beauty Discovery, because it's an amazing organization. They mentor young girls on beauty and empowerment, and our magazines would have been considered a mentoring thing for us girls. We went in, we read the teen magazine, we tried to look like them, we tried to, you know, and now it's Instagram. Like, we need to reprogram the distorted version of what women think we are and what power we possess, and what our voice should sound like. A great book I encourage everybody to read called, oh, popped out of my head. It's about why speaking, how women even lose and use our voice differently because men have put we've listened to that. That was mentorship. They said, speak low, Kara, have a, you know, as a woman, you should be. And we weren't heard. It's not what we were told not to speak up powerfully. So even how we speak to one another and how we respect each other and appreciate each other's skills, it's not a threat. I think mentoring needs to go right into there's enough for everyone. And it's what our friend Grace online was saying before, you know, it's how you interpret things and how you hear them. And when you are being a mentor to someone, that is a perfect thing that you need to say. Have them repeat it back to you. What do you think I'm saying? And how do you think that you could carry this message on to others? I don't know if that answered exactly your question, but.
No, I think so, because I think we mentor many times and one, don't realize it. Two, I think it's important to recognize that we're mentoring and we need to realize it. And that our words have power, our actions have power, and people are watching us. We know that within, you know, our nuclear family, our children, you know, live what they learn in the community of which they live in. But I also think it's something that sometimes we forget about. Sometimes we forget to mentor. I mean, I don't know. I was like a brownie and then a Girl Guide and then, you know, all the way up, and you mentored down. Like that's how you made your way up, was you mentored down. And I love that. It's one of the things that I love about, you know, certain business sectors like the direct sales industry. You mentor down. And I think sometimes we forget that even a half an hour. Taylor talked about earlier, you know, needing women that know how to play a guitar to help with events. It's 1 hour a week that they're calling. And I think that just a reminder, I wanted you to highlight the power of mentorship, because that half an hour call to somebody or that hour a week to somebody, that is a constant. I mean, that's how things are built, is through consistency of the right messaging.
Yes, that is consistency is good. And also teaching teaching is mentoring. So I learned so much as I teach, and I hope that I think I know that many of my mentors have said that to me. And then of course repeating what you get from it. And it's okay to question a mentor and to with a mentor and to even share something that might mentor your mentor, because I think up and down, sometimes it's very much reciprocal. I've learned from the young as I have from the older generation. Certainly Liz, as will be on here, Liz Swadek, I mean, she's not a child. You know, she's in her 50s. I'm giving her up. She always says it, but she's younger than I am, and I'm like, wow, she has this intuition that I'm so grateful that I can listen to her, and also take away judgment. Judgment doesn't serve anyone. Being the thought police does not serve anyone. That's the best advice that I could have received. And then I would say, you can't, people will go, well, what are they thinking? And it's not like I don't care what people think about me, but I cannot spend my day pivoting to act so people, what I think they might think will like me. So you can, if you do that, you spend all the day policing everyone else's thoughts. What are they thinking? And you can't be in your true authenticity. And I think if you're authentic, you will be able to understand when you're going in the right direction. And maybe if you've made your forgiveness is there, your judgment takes a back seat. And that's my advice for
That's your
today.
advice. there's been a revolution around being authentic, and I think it's coming in out the most beautiful way. I know we're about time to wrap up, but you talk about liking grassroots. I want share with us about what it is about grassroots that you love.
First of all, grassroots organization like She Angels, like Sheen's Inspiration started, it starts with passion. And for me and for you and for all the women who I've heard about their amazing organizations, it is from their own personal story and passion. And so it becomes boots on the grounds organizations. They get stuff done because they know what's happening in the community. They know it because they've been in it, they felt it, they asked about it. They do more with their money because we have a huge volunteer, most grassroots has huge volunteer base that you couldn't even pay for. People will volunteer because they love to do it, but wouldn't take on that job for a large organization. And you know, they're ordinary individuals just like us, and we're coming together to make an impact from the ground up. And I feel like we get shit done. And that's what I love about women. And you know, that they're thoughtful, they're kind, we're curious, and we get stuff done. And I know, you know, we may not change the world in a moment, although I'm really going for that one, but it does change who we are.
Absolutely. And you know what? I think I love this whole history to her story, that what you're working on, and that what you're doing and you're accomplishing. And I know when Kathleen talked earlier about a woman who we didn't even know her name, like we didn't even know her name, had won what, 5 or 6 Wimbledon, before, you know, half of us was born or even thought about it. And there's women making history every day. And sometimes, again, we don't realize the trailblazing that we're doing. We just don't realize the trailblazing that we're doing. And I think that is the collective joy. I think that's how you can get people to volunteer and do things for free that they would never apply for the job. They'd never take it. You'd have to give them 6 weeks benefit because no, thank you, please. And I think it's that collective joy that's really making a difference. You're absolutely doing that. Before we wrap up, please, can you make sure that you go into the chat, because I can, you know, that's my superpower. My superpower is hearing questions that I can't ask because we don't have the format to ask it. It's like, how can I get involved? What does it take to participate with She Angel? How can I be a She Angel? You know what I mean? Don't we all want to be She Angels? I want to be a She Angel. I'm waiting for this thing to pop over the border. I want to, you know, Canada She Angel, and all of that. So please make sure that you put that in the chat. I know that we have a gift to give, and I have a question, and I just want to do a big round of, but before we do that, is there anything else that you want to finish with before we cheer you on, my dear friend?
Me? No, I'm challenged in technology and I can't put it in the, I'm like, where is the chat right now?
Okay.
So if we could put in sheangelsfoundation.org, and if you want to reach out to me directly, I'm C. Curry Williams at sheangelsfoundation.org. And of course, I'm on LinkedIn. I love learning from, is it Janice this morning, this earlier?
Yeah.
More stuff about LinkedIn, because that's about the only platform that I can manage. It's all too much. Thank God for Robin Radin, who manages, and even my daughter, who's going to helping with TikTok. It's like, thank you. So it's sheangelsfoundation.org, and it's C. Curry is the why can't I find that? C.
No worries, we're putting everything in for you. I see Kathleen's gonna be.
It's C like Catherine with a C.
C. Curry. All right.
C. Curry Williams at sheangelsfoundation.org. So short, you know, good for the memory.
Lesson learned. If I could go back in time and change that.
Right?
Oh my goodness. Let's do some jazz hands and all the love that we can do. I mean, it has been such a powerful day. Thank you for everything you do. I'm so enjoying getting to know you. And you do have many superpowers. My question is going to be is that you mentioned one superpower that was very obvious early on when you first started talking. And so to win this beautiful prize that Kat is going to be gifting, a She Angel gift, is please put in her superpower in your email. And Dorothea, our CEO, Chief Everything Officer, which I am so grateful, got tag on that. That's what it takes, right? Come on, that's what it takes to make women be in movement. It needs women in movement to allow women in movement, and everyone's got their role on that train to do whatever it is that we do. And with that, Kathleen, I've got like, I was trying to write notes and be attentive at the same time, but Kathleen, I'm going to pass it over to you, my dear co-host.
Yes, that was a great interview and a great talk. Thank you, Kat. Oh, so much that you said. I like everybody else. I have a full page and I'm so curious about your foundations and what you're doing. So pass the word, everybody. So thank you. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you,
Well,
Robin, guys, for the introduction to all of you. Wonderful.
and Robin's awesome also, right? I have the pleasure right now. I see that our next speaker is in the house. And guess what? She's been in the house all day. And most of you think, and I'm sure that all of us feel like we know her. And hopefully I might just shed some light on a few things that maybe you don't know. And you might have guessed by now that I'm going to introduce Deb Drummond as our next speaker. You probably know Deb lives in beautiful Vancouver, Canada, and she is the mother of her two favorite people, her daughter Chloe and her son Ocean, which she's mentioned, and we'll hear more about. And she also has a new title of a Yaya, and she's added to her favorites list with Brinley and Cashton, her little grandbaby. So how nice, right? Deb is a pioneer in the world of entrepreneurship, if you haven't figured that out, and was one of the first in her country to create companies in the health and wellness sector. And she didn't stop with one. To date, she's built 7 international companies and inspired thousands around the globe. She's been recognized, get this, in Success Magazine 48 times. And has been given numerous nominations and has won numerous awards for her accolades in her personal and business achievements. She's the founder and visionary behind the Yes, Show Up, Stand Up, Speak Up, Yes, You movement that we're all involved in. This is televised. It's a heart-centered project which has created over 350 million women in its reach. It's designed really to inspire women and those that support women, that we like to say, to remember that solidarity around International Women's Day. Deb's 30-year deep dive of study and training in top performance has built her reputation in the field as a speaker, mastermind trainer, and personal coach. She's inspired, educated, and motivated audiences of 20,000 people to get on their feet. In her private practice, Deb has personally worked with over 30,000 clients, moving them to the higher state of optimal health and wealth. She's a well-known radio host on the Mission Accepted podcast, and she interviews dynamic entrepreneurs, ultrapreneurs, creatives, and media professionals who share the guts and the glory of entrepreneurship. Also included in the weekly podcast, and this is new and fun, is Gen Z is Us show, where Deb and Ocean work together to interview momagers and dadagers and Gen Z entrepreneurs that are creating successful and generational companies, experiences, and wealth. She's the founder of Mission Accepted Media, where she creates anthologies and books about people and business. And she's the creator of the ever so popular Top Performance Day Planner and Tracker. And we talked about that earlier. She loves music and is happiest when she's connecting with people she knows will benefit from meeting each other. She's that connector. If you were to go into her home, you would be greeted with a table of treats that look like she took over Willy Wonka's candy shop. Who doesn't want to be there? Please welcome to this stage, her stage, our movement, Miss Deb Drummond.
Well, thank you so much. It's so a pleasure to be here. Oh my gosh. And no, me and Kathleen did not talk earlier about what we were going to wear. but it is a real pleasure to be here from that outside perspective. I mean, I know behind the curtains, but it's nice to be here to share with women from a whole different perspective, as if I was on Kathleen and Kat's summit
There you
today.
go.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
You are so welcome. And, you know, we've already heard throughout this whole thing, all the thing that Deb's created for us to go out and be successful along with this whole site that we're on and this whole movement that we're in. But Deb, do you have a prize for us today? Do you have something that you want to give to the ladies today?
Yeah, I want to give everything, but so I want to give everything. Look, we do a top performance class and it happens once a month. And it's a place where you can just come and ask what you need. And that is a free gift to everybody, as well as I'm going to spend some time with anyone, either you're a momager or you want to have a private session around your own business and how to top performance. And then I have an incredible book. The mention of 48 times in Success Magazine was due to my ability in acquisition. So I was, you know, hitting some incredible numbers in multiple countries out of a, you know, kind of a large amount of people. And I was able to create a formula that pretty well was sustainable for anyone that activated it. And I'm happy to walk that through with people. And I have a success tracker that we produced and put on Amazon, actually. And so I have no problem gifting that as well. So I mean, the reason why I wanted to be here as a person and not necessarily as someone who's organizing is that I have a core belief around sustainability. And I may not have the most sexiest job because, you know what I mean? What I do with people is the kind of thing that most people like to avoid until they hit a bit of a financial crash or a time crash. No, I'm not an anti-burnout coach. That's someone else who's here with us today, Kim. But I love sustainability. And, you know, interestingly enough, when I came into the music industry and I went into starting my first company, that transition wasn't like a conscious decision. It was really going to a restaurant that had a pink flyer that caught my attention. And I started to learn, you know, holistic health. Seriously, due to a pink flyer in a restaurant that had no sugar muffins because I was pregnant and I wanted one. It was the only non-sugar place you could go 30 years ago, and I drove 45 minutes to get there because I was pregnant and no was not an option. Yeah, no is a, you know what they say, no is a complete sentence. And as I transitioned from one industry into the other and fell into the world of entrepreneurship, there was nothing 30 years ago. There was not a women's networking group. There really wasn't. And so I started a women's networking group in my, you know, at my home on Sunday afternoon at 2, because it kind of seemed like 2 was either after the first nap and before the second nap for people that had babies. And I was one of them. And we all donated $2, fed all the women and our kids. And that was their first form of creating something that was sustainability, or the first platform to create community around being able to be sustained. And what I found out throughout my years and why I dove into top performance, one is I wanted to have good results, but second, it was something that we were avoiding necessarily as women. It wasn't as fun as marketing. It wasn't as fun as creating our products. It wasn't as fun as sitting in community, was infrastructure. And so for me, I believe that a sustainable woman is a powerful woman. And if we are sustained, then we can give from a full place, which is what we're all doing here today and what we've all been hearing about, right? And so that was that whole thing around being able to learn how to stay sustainable, because I went into the health and wellness sector. And, you know, people call me a professional hippie, and I truly am a professional hippie. Come on over, you know, come on over. You'll see that very clearly. But what I found is that my visionary, creative, incredible, newfound entrepreneurial friends were not staying sustainable in business. And I had to learn that myself as well. We had to learn how to be sustainable because we were visionaries, right? We were creatives. And by nature, creatives and strategic planning and top performance and looking at your numbers quarterly, they kind of were like very opposite. So somehow I felt it was my calling to learn and then teach. And I've answered way more than your question. So if you have a question, throw it at me.
You know what? I mean, really, she is going to pour into us, and she's offering us those top performance class, and along with her planner. Guys, don't miss any of this. I want to say, you know, you talk about top performance. And maybe that's not the sexy part, it's not the fun part, but it is what keeps us sustainable. So, when your business isn't doing well and when you're not hitting your projections, it's never fun, ever fun. Give us some insight. What do you do? Where are you when that happens?
Okay, so first of all, I've built 7 companies, so I know this answer intimately. I know this question and I know this answer intimately. If you've been doing this or anything for a while, you know that sometimes there's a natural rhythm to the sector you choose to play in, and then sometimes there's not. One of the things that I really say is 2 things. One is get into relationship with statistics and analytics. And I'm not talking about Google. I'm going to tell you how you can do it with paper and pen if you want, because don't forget, I've been doing this for 30 years. So there was no Google and there was few coaches and there wasn't a women's networking group, right? So I'm going to talk to you from that standpoint. But 2 things is sometimes when things are not working in your business, or you do a project and it yielded last year, but it didn't yield this year, I see a lot of people go, well, I'm just not going to do that next year. Well, that's probably not what you want to do. Is before you make any rash decision about what didn't work, you need to Inspector Gadget. And it's better if you don't Inspector Gadget it yourself. So have someone that you trust, have a trusted advisor. And this is where I say, don't go to your bank manager and talk about your marriage. Would you ever go to your bank manager and go, I'm having an issue in my marriage and I'd love your opinion? You wouldn't do it. So this is where if you're not having the experiences that you want to have, you need to go to someone that A's had those experiences and honestly is more successful than you in them. Right? You would go to your bank manager to talk about finance. You'd sit in the kitchen and talk to your girlfriends about relationship, maybe, but you wouldn't take all of their advice. You know what I mean? So look, you just have to go to the appropriate ways. A lot of times we will self-analyze our own experiences and look at, if you've been playing this for a while and doing this game, you can probably do that really well to a certain degree. But if you cannot figure out your next move or why you are hitting your own ceiling, then ask someone that either knows you really well or has surpassed you or had this experience many times. So get another pure vision on what it is that you had. The second thing, by nature, it's probably not like what you've done, it's how you've done it. And the only way you can really define how you've done it is to Inspector Gadget it. You might be doing something really successful. Look at, I did, before we had all this, hey, let's meet people online, I raised the ranks of my career through trade shows, right? And a lot of that was trial and error in the beginning until I got it till it sang. And if it stopped singing, it might be that I need to change something that I'm doing. I might have had incredible success. Honestly, when you're in Success Magazine, a number of times you're like, I'm going to keep this gravy train going and do the same thing. But if there's something, if it starts to show that it's not working, it could be not that you need to change what you're doing. You need to change how you're doing it. Maybe there's different words you need to use. Maybe you need to change the formula around your booth or your color, your messaging. We all kind of go through rebranding. Right? Sometimes we rebrand. Sometimes we have to rebrand something that's super, super, super successful. We have to, like when I talked about, I think last month I was in Calgary doing a keynote, and I talked about when I left my practice to go into going deeper into the direct sales industry and teaching in a sector, I was leaving something I loved for something I loved. That's a tough place to be. It's easier to walk away from something you don't love anymore. But sometimes you're still in love with something, AKA your business, your profit, your nonprofit. You just need to change how you do it so it works for you.
Oh, that's so good. And I love the whole Inspector Gadget thing. And you're right. You're so quick to say, this doesn't work, throw it on the shelf. I love that stop, pause, look at every single point of it, because sometimes it is the littlest of shifts that'll make a difference, right?
Yeah, and sometimes people will notice that something didn't work. And here's where stats and analytics come in. And I probably just lost half the crowd. You're going to go into the dishwasher now. But so when you talk about stats, right? When you talk about statistics, I want to talk about an example. So I was doing my business and I came up against my own wall. So I was going through a divorce. I had 18 staff in a business. It was 2008, 9, 10. For those of you that remember 8, 9, 10 being an entrepreneur, very interesting. I'll say it was a very exploratory time of one's personal self. Okay, so I'm going through that time, and all of a sudden I get the news that, and we're talking quite a long time ago, I get the news that really I found a school that would serve my son's learning differences. But I was a single mom. I had 2 kids. I had 18 staff. We were in challenging times. And that school was $32,000 a year. I'm going to tell you right now, I was not in $32,000 a year single parent income, not even close. I just choked up. And if any of you ever wanted to help someone that you love and you're like, I don't know how I'm going to do that. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I got really deep, and with my back against the wall, I'm like, I need to figure out what I'm doing that works and double down. I was like, it is time to double down. It's not about me. I need to double down. And so that forced me into that statistic place that honestly, I'm like, again, you heard I'm a hippie. I'd rather make, I created one of the first aromatherapy home party companies and formulated 300 products. Statistics wasn't part of that. I didn't even think it was fun, but I needed to dissect my business, figured out what made money, and double down quickly. And I can tell you within 12 months, I had that kid in that school. Wow. And so what I did is I figured out really from an analyzing standpoint. So what I learned from that experience was that I analyzed at the end of every month. Put it in your calendars, or we talked about the planner that's created, and it's a reverse engineer strategic planning planner for a reason, so that no one gets any more surprises. I don't want anyone at the end of the year, at the end of the month, or halfway through going, I don't know how I got here, but I know I didn't make what I wanted to make. But if you analyze it, if you break it out, honestly, it takes about 20 minutes at the end of your week to just answer some questions. And if you don't know what those questions are, you're going to call me. And we can tell you what those questions are so that you can just take stock. I mean, a lot of people will check their stocks on the stock market daily. Daily, they'll pop over there and look at it, at least weekly, but they won't go years without doing it. And people go years without analyzing their business. And I'm not saying they do the hope and prayer, but they keep trying new things to get the answers that they want, but the answers might very well easily reside in statistics. So here's an example. I opened up a direct sales company for Canada and Australia and blah, blah, blah. And I chose to do it through a certain marketing model. And so I did trade shows. And so I started statistically keeping every month how many customers I got, how many people joined the company, how many people built the team every month. I can tell you right now, in 2016 in March, I had 55 people join my team. And when I examined that, how can I tell you? Because the year before I had 42, and the year after that we had 51. And I took a look at it and I'm like, what is it about March that's rocking my world? I'm like, oh, that's the month I do 5 trade shows. So if I was going to take a holiday in 2017, was it going to be March? No. Was I going to make a commitment to have an event or throw a party for my family or overcommit? No, I wasn't. Because I knew statistically in 2017, 18, 19, and 20, I knew what March was and I knew what it did. And if I dipped, I would examine what it was that I was doing differently or needed to do differently. That's just one example of being able to be statistic in your business. But at the end of each week, at least take stock and go 2 things. 1, I go do it on your personal, what did you do this week that you were proud of? What did you do this week that you rocked at? And what did you do this week that if you could go back in time and change it, you would? And if you could, what do you think that would be? Honestly, that's a 5-minute. And if you're like a journal, I'm a journal writer, right? So I'm actually leaning on journals right now. So I'm a journal writer. You can write that out while you're watching whatever. The other thing is, what did I do in my business that rocked, that I want to keep, and what didn't I? And by asking yourself different questions. So let's say you're in a lead gen business or you need leads for your profit, nonprofit, whatever. So you're like, next week, I need to make 8 calls. I need to make 8 calls because you know that 8 calls is your magic number or whatever. So I would say to you as a top performance coach, what's your top 8 calls that you need to make? Your top 8 calls that you need to make. And then you'd be like, that's a difference. That's it. Can you please stop calling that person that's said no to you 12 times this week? If it's a top week, those are people that you don't forget about. but it's a top week. So it'd be who's your top 3 out of your top 8. Because I call it like living in the cream, right? So people sometimes don't like the pyramid picture. I don't care. So you have a pyramid picture, and I always say there's water down here. You can go swimming, and then there's milk here. I don't know why I do this. I'm dairy intolerant. I don't even know why I use this as an example. But there's something about living, probably because my grandmother used to put cream in my tea. It was a specialty. But if you live in the cream, your cream is your top 3. You know, this is your top, this is your top 8 in your milk. And if you're just calling anybody and everybody, if you don't have a system to call, then you're living in the water. So if you can just analyze at the end of the week, at the very least at the end of the month, then you know what it is that you're doing, and you're fully responsible for your results, right?
Wow. Yeah, right. She just put that out there like it is so second nature. And what I'm hearing is we need to make it second nature for us.
Taking a while.
World. Taking a little while, right?
Taking a while.
Well, so, we know that a lot of the entrepreneurs, we say entrepreneurs, and creatives, right? And a lot of us got there because we like the creative part. We like the fun part. So if you were to take a look at all your years of top performance training, what is that something that someone could do to bring their business into the performance that they're looking for? Obviously, we talked about that on stats, but is there something that's kind of overreaching there?
Yeah, I do. Here's the thing, that we're going to have ebb and flow to whatever. If you track things that have gone on in your business, right? Maybe you had a personal thing. Maybe you needed to take care of your mom last June, and that's going to give you the answer to why this June is different. So if we know those things, we know those things. But when someone calls me and they're in that situation, and I usually get these calls, I get the calls of, I've just started my business and I don't want it to be that hard. And they can point at a few people, right? Or I'm double downing, Deb, to the best of my ability, and I don't know why I can't break my own ceiling. Then it's usually a how thing, not a what thing. Or people that are just, they're exhausted. Like they're exhausted because they're doing everything that they want to do for their business to perform. And they're saying this, I'm not making they know their worth, and they know they're not making as much as they're worth. And they want to know whether they're on the journey to that worth, because it might be just that they're in the journey, or how can they tweak it? And I'm not saying that, one call with me is going to make you the 6-figure a month compared to the 6-figure a year that you might be now, because that's a conversation that we have all the time. And to go from 6 figures a year to 6 figures a month probably takes a good 6 to 8 to 9 months of different activity, and it's possible. But here's the thing, that if you are in the same situation that I was in, when I got that call from the school and they told me this and they told me that information, and I was, maternally inspired to make that down. And what I said is I doubled down on the things that worked. 1 is to find out what works, and 2 is to really, there's 2 things that people do in their business. 1 is income producing activities, and 1 is everything else. And sometimes they blend, and we don't know what is income producing activities and activities that lead to income producing activities. There's a difference. Let me give you an example. Okay, so look, people that want the tracker, you're going to contact to you. And this is a profit calling tractor. I'm not saying it because you need to buy my tracker. You don't have to buy my tracker. You can call me.
I heard.
But when I do follow-up, I'm just going to show you something. When I get to the page where it's follow-up, it's 14 follow-ups. I'm saying this to you, if you are out there, look it. Don't financially hurt alone. Call me privately. I don't care. Call your friends privately. No entrepreneur needs to suffer financially alone. And do you know how many times we financially suffer in silence? Have you been like on a, and I'm going to sound like but you've been on a networking group and you think everyone's making more money than you? 1, not true. 2, not true. And 3, not true. But what happens is you need to track, your people and how many times you're calling them and whatever. Look at money starts at 5. Money starts at 5. I don't care if it's they saw you on a show, they read they saw you on a podcast, but money starts to kind of start at 5. You can do those 5 touch points in one conversation. You can. So look at when someone's got their back against the wall, Kathleen, and you ask, what is it that they can do, is to stay in that top performance. So if someone called me, let's say you called me and you're like, hey, I'm really up against the wall. I'm not ROIing the way I want to ROI. And I'm going to say, okay, what's your income producing activity? You're probably going to say to me, well, I'm speaking at this event. I'm going to this networking event. I've got an ad in this paper. And those are things that lead. And I'm going to say, okay, that's lovely. Yay. I'm like, I want you to do some activities. I want you to pick up the phone or however you contact people. And I want you to contact people that you've had conversations with your business at least 5 times, because 87% of people will join you or donate to your foundation or whatever in the 8th to 12th time. Most people don't make it past the 3. Right? They don't make it past the 3. If you don't respond back to me on Messenger by 3, I'm going on to the next person. And that's not necessarily the case. If someone's had 5, you have way higher odds. If you've touch pointed them 8 times, and I don't mean call them 8 times in a week. I mean, we're not talking about that. We're talking if they've had, then they're way closer to that date. If 87% of people purchase from you or sign up from you or do your program or whatever it is that you got out there or buy your book, and it's 8 to 12, then you need to stay the course. Like if you were listening to Kat's Success, they stayed the course. So stay the course in income producing activity. Income producing activity is asking. And oh my gosh, women hate to just come out and ask. You'd rather go to a networking group and say, hey, if you know anybody or what have you. But if you're in that place where your back's against the wall, I promise you, you're going to start asking, hey, what do you need? You know, is there anything I can do for you in your business in the next 30 days? And Kathleen, you're going to tell me, and then hopefully you're going to ask me the same thing. Yeah, you know what? I'm trying to put something together for, you know, maybe my son's education or my this or my that. And I've got 3 projects that I'm, you know, and you can be able to ask someone for that direct ask, right? That direct ask. So I say, focus on the actual true income producing activities, which is ask for the sale, make the call, lean into it, call your customers from before, contact people that know you, and all that other 80% of stuff, which is way easier and less rejection based and way more fun by nature. Those are things that lead to the leads that create the sales. But if you're in it and you need revenue, or you need to ROI, or you need to make yourself happy, or you need to make rent, or you want to do something, you need to play in that part that is a little bit more difficult, and it's that sales activity. It is, you know, people say the 80-20 rule. I don't. I say it's really 10%, 90%, because 90% of what we do leads to the sale, and 10% is actually, I mean, who sits up and goes, oh, I'm going to face rejection today and I'm going to make my whole day. I'm going to make my whole day of calling sales leads. You don't tend to do it unless your back's against the wall. So you have to have those days. You have to have those days where you dig into your 5s, your 8s, and your 12s to produce. We know that.
Wow.
Soapboxy today. I don't know who needed to hear that, but I don't usually get so soapboxy. So anyways, I love you.
I think it's just plain, I think that's just plain powerful, right? Because at the heart of all of it is right where you started. A sustainable woman is a powerful woman. And if you're worried every day about where all these things are coming from, you're out of your power. So, oh my gosh, Deb, so many good things there. Is there anything you feel like you left out?
No, I just want to say during that journey, you need to be gentle with yourself. There's nothing more heartbreaking for me than hearing that one of my sisters wants to step off the entrepreneurial deal, not because she's fulfilled her dreams, because she's friggin' tired, because she doesn't know her next step, because she's having, you know, because she's having too many bad days back to back, or she doesn't know what to do. Or this one, I've tried everything. Like I've tried everything is something that I hear a lot about. And it's sad because I don't want women to quit before the paycheck, because we know that the paycheck is there. And I just don't want you to quit before the paycheck. And it's not about enduring the pain of entrepreneurship. It's not about enduring pain. Like, have we not all done that? Have our sisters done that? Historically, sisters done that. And it doesn't mean that it drops like candy from the, you know, you can come and have some candy, but it doesn't mean it drops from the sky either. There's a fine, there's a relationship. That's why, you know, I don't mind being called like a corporate gypsy or a professional hippie or whatever people call me behind my back. It's not my business, but I love it. Is because there's an engineering part to your business, and which by nature entrepreneurs don't necessarily dig into. It was one of the things that even my son, I forced him in a 2-day with his mom. Imagine that. I'm like, we're going to reverse engineer. And he's like, no, we're not. And I'm like, yeah, we are, because it's the foundation of which you can build and make really good decisions. So it is one of the kindest things that you'll do for yourself, and you'll feel 10 to 15 pounds lighter if you actually do some infrastructure. And the other thing is I would say is don't be afraid to say, I don't know. Like, it's super important to say, I don't know how to do a business plan. The word philanthropy scared me. I don't understand what you just said. What's reverse engineering? I don't understand how to do this. Like, it is the most powerful statement you can ever make, is to admit that you don't know something, or AI scares me, or what have you. You just heard it all here. Just because we came out of the pantsuit era into being authentic entrepreneurs doesn't mean we're walking universities. But just don't quit before the money comes. Just find someone to help you with that part. So that's it. That's all I have to say.
Is that it? I love that last piece, you know, be gentle with yourself. Don't think you have to be a walking encyclopedia. Not sure. Well, I maybe am a little more sure. Where we collected and decided to hang on to the fact that we were expected to know everything, and that there was shame in anything that we didn't know. So, wow, what a gift. And speaking of a gift, I am going to ask a question. And remember, if you want to get in the chat, put your email in first, and then let's have an answer to any of the myriad things that Deb put on us today. So, I'm gonna, because really the focus for entrepreneurs is there's two activities. And I'm going to tell you that the first activity that Deb said is there's income producing activities. And then there's what? What's that second one? Probably the one that we all like to hang out in and doesn't give us much data from. But yeah, well, let's just go ahead and put that in the chat. And can we give Deb some love here? I mean, honestly, let's just give her some love, some online hearts. We got pizza for lunch, it looks like.
That's cat.
Thanks so much. Yeah, so let's just give Deb some big time love. And what an open heart, what a generous heart. No doubt now why you've accomplished all that you have, and the fact that you're here to help us do what it is we want to accomplish. Pure love. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just came up to the clock to look at, oh, look at, I took us over our time. So how fun is that? How fun is that? But so we'll get right back on track here, I promise you. And yes, there's a top performance class. So if you just put your emails there, and then someone's going to win the success tracker. And I'm super happy to meet with any of you and all of you. So
very cool. And our next speaker is in the house.
But you know what? I wanted to ask Molly Ann something, because we were chatting earlier. I know I'm going to take us over about 4 or 5 minutes, if that's okay with you, right? So here's something that, because we've had conversation and Grace was talking about communication, and there's been a lot of communication and responsibility and people hearing us and that kind of thing. And Molly Ann, can I ask you a question? Because we were literally talking about this yesterday, and I was hoping that you would pop in. I was hoping you'd pop in, because we had this conversation yesterday or the day before, what have you. And it's one of the most incredible business tools as well to get. I don't know if you all know Molly Ann. She's an expert in starting over and all of those beautiful things. She's an incredible healer and healing relationships. But what about being defensive? What about being defensive? You have great communication formulas around people getting defensive. Has anyone been defensive? You get defensive, right? And then it's a blockade to success. And I just finished talking about that, but that's one of the things that we talk about is some of the blockades to success, and some of it's around communication. Anyways, I'm going to stop talking. Can you answer that before we go on to our next speaker?
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Deb. Yeah, one of the biggest things I work with my coaching clients is how they can communicate with someone without that person getting defensive, like their spouse or even coworkers and friends. A fundamental thing that I share with them that actually applies to all three of those, spouses, coworkers, and friends, is try to avoid using the word you, okay? Because that kind of comes across as though you're directing blame to them. I'll give you an example, okay? How would someone receive hearing, you're not listening, compared to, I really didn't feel heard? Or how is someone going to receive, why can't you finish that project? Compared to, I'd feel a lot better if this project was just completed. So you're making it about your feelings and what's really bothering you instead of pointing fingers at them. And then the other one is we're working with kids. And actually, I do this a lot with my coaching clients, very briefly. It's so important. Is if your teenager comes to you and they actually start to tell you something that's bothering them, it's amazing how you open the door to trust when you respond with, I'm so glad that you shared that with me. Because you're telling them that you appreciate they're comfortable with you. Okay? And the other thing is when you say, you know, I believe you. And even if you don't believe their story, you do believe how they feel. Okay? And they're going to sense that. All right? And then the last thing is, just kind of ask them how that situation, especially your teenager, how they felt, and ask them to share more about that with you. Okay, so those are the fundamental, very core things that I have found really makes a difference when you're communicating with someone. Just, if nothing else, remember not to use the word you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I just saw that you're here today. And if you don't know, I'm Molly-Ann, please put your information. I mean, the one thing is that sometimes we're inspired by one moment and sometimes we're inspired by five. So please, whomever has been sharing, please put your information. And a reminder to all the speakers that have been sharing so far, there is an open swag bag for all of you to go and collect all of the free gifts for everyone that they've been giving all day. So there you go. Fantastic, fantastic. And I see Sandra is in the house. Sandra Von Hollen, are you going to take yourself off mute, my sweet friend? Oh my gosh. Okay. So I want to introduce, oh, are you there? Whoop, whoop. Okay. I want to introduce Sandra. She's our next speaker. She's been hanging out for a few minutes. So Sandra Von Hollen, and she is a woman of my own heart. She is big and holistic. Absolutely. So she is a mindset specialist. For 11 years, she has specialized in the ownership of a wellness company, and she is a multi-international best-selling author. So she's had something to say, and people have been listening. She's going to talk today from something that we haven't heard yet about today, and that's from grief to gratitude. Woohoo! You know what's funny? I'm sitting on, maybe I need to send this to you. I'm sitting on this grateful, and my elbow has been on this gratitude, and I'm like, okay, now I know why, honestly. Oh my gosh. The thing that you may not know about Sandra is she has the world's best Santa Claus collection. Okay, I want a picture of that. I want you to post a picture of that. And of course, her music is Luke Bryan. Oh my gosh, amazing. One lucky listener is going to win 2 beautiful wellness products and 3 private sessions with her, well over $800. I imagine the wellness products are going to be based on your conversations, if I was just going to take a guess. And then 1 to everybody is you are going to get a beautiful From Grief to Gratitude PDF. And for those that are ready for some shift from grief to gratitude, she is opening her heart and her phone to 15 minutes with each and every one of you. Oh my gosh. Welcome to the Stand Up, Speak Up, and Show Up Yes You show, my friend.
So exciting. So grateful to be here, Deb. Oh, you were fire, my friend.
I don't know what's happening. I don't know. I think I'm drinking this energy drink, maybe. I don't know what that was. You know, sometimes when something comes over you and you're like, that was meant for somebody. So
absolutely.
So look, we've done a lot of talking, not just pre-show, but friendship conversations. And you had a pretty incredible experience with feng shui. So do you want to share your story a little bit? And I know that that very much aligns with your topic of from grief to gratitude.
Right. So I didn't know that I was actually stuck in some grief. I just thought that's how life went. And I just have to change this because I'm really big there. Oh, that's better. I lost my dad to a drunk driver when I was 9. And so years ago, we didn't know there was supposed to be counseling or anything. We just did, right? And so then my grandparents became super, super important to me. And my grandma was my best friend, and they passed away. And more grief piled on. Didn't really know what was going on. That my uncle was in an accident, and it was just a big pile of a big dark cloud. And I just thought that's how life was. I didn't realize that I was stuck, literally stuck in grief. And when they would come up in conversation, I would get that big lump in my throat, the heaviness in my chest, and the tears would be right there. And I could never seem to get past that until I had this wonderful, I facilitated a lot of classes in my shop, and I had the feng shui ladies come, and I participated in their class. And if you know the Bagua map, if you don't, you got to look it up. It's super fun. So the Bagua map of my home is the garage is my travel center. So I went in, and that's where all my grandma's things were. And so it just came up. That was my aha moment of I was stuck in grief. So through the class, I cleaned out the garage and took a moment with all of my grandma's things. And instead of being stuck and feeling that awful of the grief of her, I actually felt the amazing, wow, I am so blessed, truly, truly blessed to have been her granddaughter. And since then, it was like the weirdest thing, but I got to, I don't know, it was like I broke free from the grief, and I got to step into my gratitude of being her granddaughter. And that was my aha moment to why gratitude has to be implemented in every single thing that we do. And a little side note to cleaning out all grandma's stuff. Remember that the garage is my travel center? Literally the week after I did that, I earned a cruise. So crazy how it works. Super fun.
Wow.
So then from there, I just went on to literally starting gratitude journals and implementing every single thing in my life through gratitude. So now I get to live life through the eyes of gratitude. So that's where it all started.
Wow. Okay, so what I'm hearing is that when you kind of went through that process and you had that break and relief, and I think it brings up the topic, or brings up at least the idea that sometimes we don't know till we know.
Right. We totally don't know. Like, I didn't know that I was actually stuck, and that, because I thought everybody felt that way, because as we've heard today, us women, we don't talk about things, right? We don't say, Mary, I know you lost your grandparents. Do you feel this? We don't really talk about that. And it's sad, really. So once we do start talking about it, we realize we're not alone. And that's why these summits are so good and so great and actually life-changing, because we share our stories and we have our own aha moments through so many others. And I don't know, that's what I just thought that's what people felt like. And so when I went through that class, I realized that, oh, we can honor our loved ones that have passed on without feeling the heaviness, and not without feeling that lump in our throat. It is amazing. And so now I'm so excited every day to be able to talk about my grandma and my dad and my no matter what friend that just passed away. And it's remarkable to not be stuck in the yuck of it, but to actually be so consumed by the beauty of it, because we don't get to grieve so harsh without loving so much.
Well, I
So
think
that's,
yeah, no, when you talk about being on and hearing things like this, I think when we hear people tell their stories, it kind of gives us permission, right?
right.
It gives us permission, and so people can have permission. And I think also, was there anything else? I mean, you went and had this experience, and you were like, oh my gosh, this is what it felt like. I didn't realize, because it sounded like it was layering. And many times I think we have that, like, our lives are so busy, a trauma happens, we're working, we're doing it, we're trying to live with the trauma, and then something else can happen. And it kind of layers before this is complete, because we don't live in that world where like, oh, something happened and here, let us, someone's going to step in and take care of all the things and doings that you have going on. What do you do? Like, I mean, you're big in wellness. You obviously had an incredible wellness experience that's allowed that kind of break from that darkness that you talk about. But what do you do now to stay in gratitude? Like, how do you stay in that place? Because, things still happens and life still happens. So how are you able to adapt that almost as like a mindset, a life mindset? Well, you're a mindset coach, so that helps, but share with us some of that stuff.
Well, and it was another aha moment was when I was writing my first book. My dear friend ended up passing away during that process, and that was really the proof in the pudding for me that living in gratitude really is the catalyst to get through grief. Because she was my no matter what friend. We've been friends for decades, and when she passed away, I didn't get consumed in the darkness. Don't get me wrong, I had the ugly cry days and I felt like my heart was broken, but I got to get to the brighter side so much quicker. I got to just live in all the amazing memories and the love that we had for each other and the strong friendship. So every day, I seriously, whatever is the yucky stuff, I stop and I switch it, like literally switch it to, wow, I don't have to do this. I get to do this. So gratitude is the switch in our thought process of being our very best selves. So, oh, I have to go to work. No, I freaking get to go to work. And for me, it's like, I get to walk 42 steps across my driveway to go to work. And how many people do I get to help today? Of course, I have supplements, so I believe in high speed supplementation, high speed nutrition to stay at our healthy best. So because we have to be healthy in our whole body to be healthy in our minds as well. I literally write in my gratitude journals every single day. Gratitude is for the life that we're living, the life that we want to live. It is a catalyst to the very best relationships. I was just coaching a lady a couple days ago, and of course her husband was the problem in her day that day. And I said, and so she was telling me all the little nitty gritty things that were driving her crazy about him. And I'm like, okay, you've recognized that, but now what are 10 things that you absolutely love about him? And she stopped and she's like, wow. I said, yes. Yeah. So every time that his pile of stuff is on that table that drives you crazy, go and write it out, 10 things that you love about him. And soon that just, it flips our minds. It is the light switch, right? From, oh my God, he makes me crazy to, it's okay because he's my guy that makes me crazy. That, I don't know if I totally answered you. Just live in gratitude every day, every single moment.
Well, no, I think that you absolutely show that. And I think that was a perfect example, because sometimes it's the people that we love the most, or, we can, sometimes we forget about all their good things, right? It's one thing when it's your girlfriend or someone you're interacting with, but it's like, so her husband, or for any of you that have teenagers or whatever it is, right? It's like, what is, just not only is it a reframe, but I think you talk about the power of gratitude to the point where it actually kicks in itself, right? It was like, it actually kicks in on its own. And I think that's what happens after you practice something for a long period of time, and just being able to look at something different. So no, you didn't ramble at all. I'm sure a lot of us could, make that list. If you're doing your gratitude list, maybe it doesn't hurt if something happened that day or what have you, to be able to write those good things about, whether it's the person that you're living with or the person that you used to live with, or, that kind of thing. So, is there other things in writing in a journal and reframing that you suggest? I know that you talk a lot about feeling free now. So Is there things that you can recommend that we do to feel free? Or what about for those that are in the transition? You know, you were burdened by grief and now you're free, but what about when you're in that place?
Well, once you realize what it is, then we get to make the decisions of what we want to do with it. So the first part is the realization and accepting of it. And then we need to give ourselves grace. We need to be okay that it's going to get messy and it's going to be hard. And some days are just downright going to suck. But we embrace the suck and we know that there's going to be brighter days ahead because we're going to choose that. And we get to choose it each and every day. And sometimes we need to choose it every minute because some days, like, there's no fluff here. It really is hard. But once you decide it, it gets easier and easier and easier. And you just have to choose every day and each and every day. I am truly blessed. I live in the country, so I get to connect with nature every day. I literally walk 42 steps across my driveway to my shop. I live in the woods. So I'm truly blessed that I get to soak that up. I'm in the wellness journey. I'm all about wellness, you know that, and nature and the universe. It's just my jam. So I truly live it every day. I know not everybody gets to, but if you're in the city, there's grass. You got to go touch grass. My son, he moved to the city and lives in an apartment, and he, of course, is used to living on the 20-acre woods, as we call it. And so he doesn't get to touch grass very often. So he's very cute. And when he goes out to the plant at work, he's like, Mom, I got to touch grass today. So I apparently spill over a little bit because we don't know, we don't know what we don't know that is bothering us, but we sometimes forget what we do know, that how important it is to touch grass, to reground yourself back to Mother Earth and just soak it all up and bring on as much goodness as you can each and every day. So.
Okay, before we wrap up, I want to talk about this purple butterfly.
Ha.
Let's talk about the purple butterfly, and then we'll then Kathleen, I'm going to talk to you for a question. So you have one, I've got one, but let's talk about this purple butterfly because you talked about universe and serendipity, and it's wonderful. And many of us have these magical experiences in our world, and we kind of keep them to ourselves. So, hey, I'm so glad you're on the summit today. Can you talk about purple butterflies, please?
So we talked. I touched on a little bit of when I wrote my first book and my collaborative book, and my no matter what friend passed away during it. So she ended up being in my book. It's amazing. We all know that things happen for a reason and things line up. So the day I went to say my goodbyes to her, we said to each other that, and it was only her and I there. So we said, I asked her, what if you get to come back after you've passed on, what are you going to come back as? Like, so we know that you're okay. She kind of just looked at me, and we've been friends for decades. So she's like, I don't know. I'm like, okay, you got to come back as a purple butterfly. Literally, it was only her and I in that room. So that was our pact. That was my last day. I got to see her on this earth. And so then I left, and her husband came in and brought her mail because she was in hospital. We know it was time. And they opened up the envelope, and what was on the card? A purple butterfly. So we have had so many instances of my no matter what friend and purple butterflies everywhere. I wrote the title of my story in my book is One Purple Butterfly. And I may be the only author in that has a tattoo to commemorate my dear, dear friend, One Purple Butterfly. So my motto is, you are the magic sauce, and may there always be purple butterflies.
All right. I just thought that was such a powerful story, and what a powerful way to end. And if we can just show some love and some some hands and some love, it's so beautiful, right? Isn't it just so beautiful? We want to thank you so much, Sandra, and I'm going to pass it over to Kathleen, who I saw was like, oh, there's that look. She's got that look. Kathleen's like, when her heart's on, she starts leaning over, and what a beautiful way to wrap up your story and to encapsulate true meaning of reframing. So Kathleen, my friend, do you have
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, you're right. You had me. My heart was there. I was totally feeling you. Thank you so much for all that sharing. And, just kind of, I did take a whole page of notes and I'm going back through them, but there were just a couple things you started out with right away is like, I didn't even know I was grieving. That's a boom. And I just got chills through my whole body with that because, right? We're so get over yourself and get going, get over yourself and life is busy. Life is this. And yeah, you know what? And it fits in beautifully with the theme of the day, right? Getting into ourselves, feeling ourselves, knowing ourselves. Thank you for that because that was huge. And the second big bomb for me was the whole gratitude. And you've not been on the planet if you haven't heard, live in gratitude, start the day with gratitude, end the day with gratitude. Right. What you gave us is the knowing in the sense that it is way more than a mantra. It is way more than an activity you do with your planner every day or your journal every day. And you can see it in you. You can see that you live in that gratitude. And just really thank you for sharing your heart and those so big words of wisdom. I mean, I'm taking it all in. And so now I'm challenged to sort of pick one thing. And I love the purple butterfly. I love how you honor your friend in that way. And this is going to be easy because, right, maybe this whole topic wasn't so easy on our hearts, but this is going to be easy. How is it that Sandra referred to her special friend? The one that she lost, the one that the butterfly is all about, the one that the tattoo is. We all have sort of a way we explain our best friend. What did she call her best friend? And remember, put your email in and then the answer. And she's a grief specialist. She's going to get you out of that. She's a mindset coach. And I just want to kind of remind you, grief comes from a lot of different directions. We talked a lot about loss and losing people. Grief can come from job loss. Grief can come from you breaking out into being the new person that you need to be. You might grieve a lot the person that you're no longer. You might grieve a friend that you no longer talk to. So, don't take anything out, don't get in your mind that if you haven't lost somebody recently to death, that she's not your gal, because that's not true. And you might just be grieving, right, Sandra?
Grief shows up in so many layers of what we do and who we are. And once we recognize grief in its gnarly little face and when it shows up unexpectedly, and then we go, oh yeah, hello, old friend. Yeah. Then we can, it's all about knowing how to switch it and flick that switch, right? That's the big thing. I'm going to put in the chat the link to actually get the gratitude journal for everyone. So that will take you right to our shop and you can download it there.
All right. Very great. Very great. Well, thank you, everyone. Big round of applause, please. Let's show some heart for Sandra. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Well,
turn this back to Deb.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sandra. Thank you for everybody sharing. And I know just, we're a few minutes over. That's okay if you're all okay with that. Okay. So interestingly enough, so we have Kim in the house today, and Kim is my dear friend. So let me just ask Kim, because you know what? I just find it incredible how we've been having, there in every summit that we do, there's these really incredible themes, right? Oh, I froze a little bit there. We have these incredible themes. I actually was talking about you earlier. Oh, maybe you were listening when I was talking. I'm like, I'm not an anti-burnout coach. I'll help you with the infrastructure. We have people in the room for that. And I was talking about you. So I just wanted Kim to show up. And for those of you that know me, Kim's part of our internal, she came in and as the intensity of this project actually started to get bigger and bigger and bigger, right? We had you come in to our team and do a really powerful meditation and worked the whole team through on this really beautiful journey and this woman's journey. And I know that your specialty is taking care of oneself and anti-burnout and that kind of things. And, we just finished talking with Sandra, who went through a big transformation and the challenges that happen that go through transformation. So My question to you is about that. I mean, I know that is your specialty, working with leaders that experience burnout or trying to do a lot while you're still producing, because like we were saying, many times you have experiences, but you can't stop working, or you can't stop living, you can't stop doing what you're doing. Maybe you can share some insight and give us a few ideas around that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me. I think the biggest thing for us to remember is that we are human beings, not human doings. And I think from everyone that's been talking today about taking responsibility for our health, and that powerful women are healthy women, that we need to commit to our health, and we need to commit to ourselves. And so taking that responsibility. And so a big thing for me is learning how to be in the moment. And I don't know who here, but you can put up your hand. Who here gets stuck in overthinking? Who here is overwhelmed right now? And who here is feeling any stress? Okay. And I feel like 99% of you, 100% of you are going to put up your hand for one of those three things. And so what we need to do is just learn to be that human being again. This is our innate gift to us, our feminine energy. This is how we listen to our intuition. This is how we connect to our authenticity and who we are, is by learning how to slow down and pause. And so right now, I just ask you, I want you all to take one deep breath, deep into your belly, allow it to expand in through your nose, and then slowly let it out and exhale. And so sometimes we just forget to breathe, you guys. We forget to take a pause. And I could give you all of the things that taking a breath, Dr. Melissa was talking about lowering your blood pressure. Taking a deep breath can help you do that. So it's just really important that we decide, yes, I commit to my health. And yes, I'm going to pause, because honestly, if we pause and slow down, then we can speed up, and then we can be that top performer, like Deb had said.
Well, thank you. How poignant and how perfect. And I'm so glad that you're with us and we were able to shift to that, because it is important. And I know that everyone here today is taking that time to fill their cup, and so able to receive what it is that you're saying. And honestly, I'm just going to offer your meditation now. I mean, if you, there's just a really powerful meditation, and I have like a little card, because we talk, we have a little pause, breath. I mean, for me, it was just, having a conversation about deep breathing and all the things that you do to take it to the next, because, in our day, we do multiple different things. As you're a breath of fresh air between speakers, and we're taking in information. So I don't know if you can go in the chat, and if people can have access to that, or you've got a PDF, or you got something that people can just remember and remind themselves to just breathe, digest, and take it in. So thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that. All right. And look, I want to, before we go to our final speaker of the day, which is incredible, I see that Natalie is in the house, and look, it is like in sync today. And so as we were talking about grief to gratitude, me and Natalie, we talk often, and we talk about things of legacy, and we talk about things of life, and we do business together, and we collaborate, and I'm doing this and you're doing that, and let's do this. And we do all sorts of cool things, and talk about, a lot of things that I talk about is leaving business legacy. A lot of things that you talk about is leaving legacy. You are a keynote speaker, and you've been all over this project. You, as well as Kim and Sandra, and I think pretty well everyone that spoke today, is part of the 262 book, and I know you're big on that as well. But what are some of the things, because when you say legacy, it means so many different things to different people. And what are some of the important things to think about in terms of regards of legacy, and how we want to not only just experience our life like Bev talked about in the moment, but also in those moments where maybe someone's thinking about us, but we're not there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's been amazing. And I was thinking about listening to Sandra and the Purple Butterfly, and then Kat and her She Angels Foundation, and just thinking like, oh my gosh, these women are making such strides on a legacy to be carried out, you know, way after their time is gone or when you're after you're gone from this planet, your legacy can live on. And really taking into account, taking time to reflect what truly matters to you, what are your core values, and then what are you passionate about, and how can you, you know, put those together and maybe take time to journal, take time to breathe, take time to center yourself and envision how you want to be remembered, and focus on, you know, the legacy that you want to leave, but beyond material things, the heartfelt messages. Make sure that your important documents are together. You know, my motto is don't leave a mess, leave a legacy, but making sure that your vision of what would leave you with no regrets, that you feel completed, that you feel that your life on this earth, you know, was worthy, and that you can take simple daily actions towards those things. And it could be like the breath. It could be journaling some of your messages. It could be going through old boxes of photos and just sharing the memories of those and recording yourself. You know, when I talk about recording, everyone gets a little nervous to do that. But do you know how meaningful that would be to your loved ones if something were to happen to you, or you know, you were gone, and they could pull up a video of you laughing about a time and talking about that specific photo, you know, or reading a heartfelt memory or message or wisdom. I always go back to our family recipes or the traditions that we carry on. You know, there's so many different ways to commit to, you know, move your legacy forward. And it doesn't have to be in big strides. It can be those little daily things that you just stop 5 minutes, pull out some old pictures, record, write a thought about something, and make sure they're in a safe spot. So I think, you know, hearing these women today and thinking about, you know, what I would like to get across is, if you're not living the legacy that you want to be remembered for, what are those things that are still missing? And then how can you take some steps towards them? Because you want your legacy, you want your journey to be meaningful and impactful now, but then for future generations.
Well, thank you. What a beautiful, it just, I mean, you know, here I am, I kind of put you on the spot, but wow. Elegance is always, my friend. Just, I think that's what we've talked a lot about today. And that's what we're doing. Like, we're out there, we're making history and we're making legacy. And sometimes I think, I don't know about you guys, but sometimes I think, ooh, there's things, you know, my kids don't know about me, and that's kind of good. I'm so glad I get raised in the social media era, because, and Kathy, I know you know what I'm talking about. So there's things that I'm glad, but there's also things that I wish that they did know. You know what I mean? So thank you.
Yep.
Thank you so much for that. And we are heading right to, I know we've captured up on our time. We're doing really well. We're doing really well. We are going right to our next speaker, who I see sitting there looking absolutely, absolutely gorgeous. And for those of you that don't know, this is Miss NICKI KEOHOHOU. And a lot of you know my love and favor for the direct sales industry. I truly believe it's one of the most equal opportunity employers that we have internationally. And this woman is a well-rounded pioneer in the direct sales industry and founder of the Direct Sales Women's Alliance. She is named number 2 in the international most influential women in direct sales. And the topic that she is going to be sharing about today is the she economy. I love it. We had Kat on with She Angels. We've had, you know, Herstory, and we've heard Shiro. The music that she's listening to and loving is I Am by Tongi. And before I tell you what she loves to do, we need to let you know that she has 200 banana trees because she likes to watch her bananas grow. So there you go. She is in abundance. She is in fruit abundance. She has a beautiful gift for everybody, which is a month of free membership. And then she also, I noticed that a late text came in. So if you're going to add something to your gift or shift it or change it, let me know. But a free membership to someone to step into the Direct Sales Women's Alliance, which is an incredible sisterhood and community of women cheering you on. And she will talk a lot about that, but also a private session worth $500. So Miss Nikki Keohohou, I know you've been across many, many stages. So thank you for gracing ours today. Welcome to the Stand Up, Speak Up and Show Up Yes You Summit.
Well, thank you so much, Deb, and everybody else that's here, and all of you that have worked so hard to put this together and make it happen. I'm happy to be a part of this 262 project with all the amazing women who are participating in it. You know, there have been so many great speakers throughout the summits, and I debated with what I would share with you today that could bring some additional insights. So we're talking about the she economy. Ladies, this is our chance. This is our opportunity to come forth and show our strength, show who we are, show what's possible. And we've heard so many good little comments and nuggets like, don't give up. I could have given up 22 years ago when I started the DSWA. 22 years ago. There were ups and there were downs. And sometimes they were really downs and sometimes they were really up. But through all that, I just kept going. And I guess what I would say to you is, don't let anybody squish your dreams. Don't let anybody tell you what's possible. Know that you can move impossible to possible when you believe, and when you believe in yourself. And belief comes from a lot of different directions. You know, belief comes from enlarging your comfort zone on a daily basis, doing those things that are uncomfortable, taking risks, taking opportunities to step out and to be a little bit uncomfortable. I remember the first time I had to speak, and it was actually at a direct selling meeting, and they were going around the room, and all you had to say was your name. I just want to tell you, try saying KEOHOHOU when you're nervous. It was awful. It was awful. I couldn't get it out. And I thought, oh gosh, I'm not good at this. That was my first thought. What I said to myself was, I am not good at this. I don't think I can be her. So in the she economy, we have so many women that are growing and expanding and becoming more. Sometimes we compare ourselves to them and we don't measure up. I want to tell you about two different kinds of comparisons. There's external comparison, internal comparison. An exclusive, it's also called exclusive sorting, internal sorting. When we look at these women that have been on the stage today and we say, oh man, she's so beautiful. Wow, she's so wise. Man, she has the support of her family. You know, she has a lot of experiences. I don't. I'm not that person. So when we think we're holding this person up, we're actually holding ourselves down. Be cautious with how we compare. I could look at Sandra and say, how am I like Sandra? I'm very grateful for the things in my life. I'm very blessed. And by the way, Sandra, my mother told me she would come back as a butterfly. And so whenever I'm not feeling my best, I'll go outside, and I live in beautiful Hawaii, so we have lots of butterflies. But I go outside and I look for butterflies and I say, there she is checking up on me today. So part of this is the she economy. We are making big things happen. We are leading the way. We are creating new entrepreneurial opportunities. You know, when I started the DSWA, people said to me, Nikki, it's not possible. It's not going to happen. People have tried that before, you know, and women aren't really excelling in direct selling. Well, when we started this 22 years ago, it was only 42% of the women that were in the business were, I mean, just very sparse. And now today we're like at 78%. That's a big difference. And I know that we had an impact on that. See, notice those things along the way where you have an impact. Notice those things along the way where you're making a difference. You know, for some reason, we look at all the things where maybe we're not doing too well, or we're not at our best, or we're not showing up 100%, or we screwed up on this or screwed up on that. Instead, just try to notice some things every day that we're grateful for and that we're pleased with ourselves. So in the she economy, we are put into roles where we must lead the way. And sometimes we don't feel like a leader. And in the beginning, that was me. I was able to lead elementary aged children, but when parent night came around, it was like, oh, I have to talk to those adults. It was scary. So I decided, no, I'm just going to get really good at speaking with the children so that I can speak to the adult and become a leader in education. And still today, I'm an educator. That's what I do. I teach people how to be successful, entrepreneurs to be successful. And so much of that, I really want you to be aware of, is the lessons that I have learned through the years of being who I am and not trying to discount myself, but also the lessons that I've learned came so much from my parents. And you see, that's really why I got started in education in the DSWA, was I knew I could raise the level of self-esteem in a lot of people. So those children, yes, but I could reach more people. When I got in the field in direct selling, I could reach more people who could have an influence over the children. You all are leading the way for the future of our world. You are leading the way. And so for everyone, take control of yourself. And one of the big things, you know, being raised in a big family, I was a middle child, so I was kind of lost in the shuffle. I got pretty good at negotiation, though, because I got everybody to listen to everybody else. So I learned some skills there, but I learned so much from my parents. And one of the big things, and I'm going to say this to you because you are in the middle of this as an entrepreneur, as a leader, as someone in the workforce, we've got to let go of the guilt. Let go of the guilt. You see, many women feel guilty when they're working their business and they aren't with their family. And then they feel guilty when they're with their family and they're thinking, oh, I should be working my business. Just release the guilt. Let it go to outer space and be gone because it isn't serving you. Guilt sucks your energy. And we have to maintain our energy in order to influence a lot of other people. So part of this, when we let go of that, is to learn to be present with people, with others. It's a gift that you can give another person. Just being present, listening, staying focused on them, acknowledging that, you know, being present where you are is the most important place you're meant to be. So guilt isn't serving us at all. You know, my dad, I don't know how he functioned with 5 girls. He did finally have a boy, the last one, but he was the calmest man you could ever meet in your life. And he taught me an important lesson, and I'm going to tell you now because this is what's helped me to hold things together for a lot of years. I used to work in his office. And I sat outside his office door and I kept his schedule. This one was 13 years old, so I wasn't like a seasoned person, but I could file invoices in alphabetical order or numerical order. I did, my sister called it menial work, but to me, it was important. I did them right. But I'm sitting outside of his office one day and he hangs up from this call and I go, Dad, where are you going? There's nothing in your schedule. And he goes, Nikki, I'm going down to the other store and and I'm going to be there probably about an hour, hour and a half. And I said, well, what are you going there for? And he goes, well, the store's on fire. I wasn't as calm in those days. I thought, what? The store's on fire? What are you going to do? He goes, Nikki, I'm going to go down there and take an assessment of the situation and find out what I have control over and what I can do about it. I'll be back in about an hour and a half. And I'm going, holy smoke. So I'm sitting there on pins and needles thinking, what's going on? And he walks back in and he just walks into his office. And I said, Dad, what happened? And he said, well, the store burnt. I said, how bad? He said, to the ground. What are you going to do? He goes, I have my list. I have my list right here of what I am going to do. It wasn't necessarily in order. He went back and put it in order after he wrote down all the key things, that he sat down and made progress on that situation. And he taught me an important lesson. So I'm going to ask you to do this with me. Everybody just touch your right brain. Your right brain. And now let's touch your left brain. Okay. With your right brain is the emotional side. The left brain is where your logic is, left for logic. So just do this with me. Raise your right hand and say this. When emotions are high, logic is low. Logic is low. When emotions are high, logic is low. And that was an important lesson for me. Because, Nikki, if you go all emotional when something gets tough, what's going to happen is people will run circles around you and you can't think logically. So I learned that lesson from a very young age, to be calm in an emotional situation. And, you know, women, we can get a little riled up every once in a while. And so just a reminder, I just kind of tap my brain and remember, be logical. Be logical. So my mom taught me about managing our minds. How do we manage our thinking? You know, in the she economy, we're going to be working with lots of men, lots and lots of men. And sometimes, you know, they see the world differently than we do. And sometimes we get our feelings hurt. So our emotions go up. And sometimes they'll want to put us down for something. And women do the same thing. But I just know that for me, I've got to manage my thinking so I can stay with something. Now, I'm just going to ask you to draw on a paper a little diagram and pretend it's a clock. So at 12 o'clock, right at the top, put a little thought bubble and write thoughts. The most important thing that we have is our thoughts. How we think makes a massive difference in the results that we get in life. So thoughts, now go over to 3 o'clock and put feelings, put a little heart and write the word feelings inside that heart. You see, thoughts lead to feelings. And by the way, most decisions that we make are based on emotion. So we got to take care of our thoughts so that our feelings are in check. Our feelings go down to 6 o'clock, lead to action or inaction. Action or inaction. So it all starts with our thoughts, but then how do we feel about that? So what action or inaction don't we take? And then that goes up to 9 o'clock. Just draw a little round arrow up there. And those are our results that we get in life. So managing our thoughts is the most important thing we have. Don't just deal with the results. What was I thinking when I did that? How was I feeling? So some of you, maybe you're really good at your business, but marketing isn't your thing. So you got to pick up the phone and call a few people, and you're thinking before you go to the phone, oh, I've got so many other things to do. I'll put that off. Oh, she's probably going to say no anyway, or he's probably going to say no anyway. So I'll do it tomorrow. We move to feelings, which leads us to sometimes to inaction, which leads us right. Calling people doesn't work. That's our results. So us being prepared to take the time to think and know, doesn't matter what you thought yesterday, you had a fresh start today. Your most current thought is the most important thought. So if you're thinking, I can do this, I can make this business work, I can lead people, I can be an entrepreneur. Those are your thoughts. Your feelings are going to be very different, which are going to take you to action, which will take you to different results. So again, lessons from my parents. So another thing that I learned, and again, this is probably being in a big family and probably, you know, playing sports all my life. It's called living above the line. So I'm going to ask you to draw a line on your paper. And above that line, put this word, responsibility. You see, we're responsible for ourselves, but we're not responsible for everybody else's results in life, particularly in direct selling. A lot of leaders think I'm responsible for their success. So when they lose a leader, they say, you know, wow, I lost another leader. I lost another director. I'm going to give you a hint. They're not lost. They're not wandering around in the forest. They chose to walk away. That was what they chose to do. I'm not responsible, but I do have responsibilities as a leader, to lead by example, to train, to coach, to follow the guidelines of the company, policies and procedures, to lead the way. So below the line is blame, shame, and justify. And for some reason, a lot of leaders, and this happens with men and women, but we blame people for our lack of success. Which some people are still blaming their parents for what happened to them as a kid, or a second grade teacher. I had a crummy second grade teacher, I do need to say that, but I got past her. So I've never blamed her since the second grade. So we blame other people. We shame ourselves. Well, I'm not that good. I don't have an education. I don't have a lot of money to work with. We shame ourselves. The third thing is living below the line is where we justify. Well, I can't do it because it won't work because we justify. And I gotta just tell you, all these things that I've learned about life. I have a lot of girls. By the way, I have 10 grandchildren and two and they're great grandchildren. One day I was sitting in my office and I'm listening because in Hawaii we keep our windows open all the time. I do want you to know I shut them for you today and it's kind of warm. So this is not dew, this is sweat. Anyway, my grandbabies are outside playing football, and Anu, who's the oldest, is throwing the ball and they're playing, and all of a sudden I hear from him, "You're all living below the line right now. Kai, you have a lot of excuses why you're not catching that ball. Just catch it." I mean, he was going through each one where they were all living below the line. I thought, wow, out of the mouths of babes, that's kind of how it happens. So I want you to know one other thing about women. When I was young, a few years ago, there were two choices for women. We could be a teacher, we could be a nurse, or we could get married and find some wonderful man that could take care of us the rest of our lives. And I'm just telling you, my parents never put me into that. I chose to be a teacher. But they told me that I could do anything that I chose to. That was up to me. I needed to believe in myself. And I'm so glad that they taught me that. And I've taught my grandchildren, my children, that both my children are entrepreneurs also. And one girl and one boy, and they're doing very well in their business and their life and have great relationships because these things that I was taught, I'm able to teach them. And just a couple more quick ones. I learned to be gracefully assertive. Write that term down. Gracefully assertive. Not I don't need to be aggressive. I don't need to be the guy that's hitting the wall and wearing the black suit that and looking like a man and trying to be a man. I can be gracefully assertive. And that's with kindness. That's with respect. But owning my strength, not force. There's internal and external. Strength is internal, force is external. It's not force. I can make somebody hear what I'm saying in a way that lets them know that I know what I'm talking about and I'm not going to roll over, yet I make my point. And that's again, maybe from being a middle child, I don't know, but that's how I've been good with boards because I can get people on opposite ends of the spectrum to get to common ground. And the last one I'm going to talk about is self-coaching. We have a lot of great coaches on this call today and part of our program and what we're doing. But I'm going to tell you, Self-coaching, you've got you with you everywhere you go. You're with yourself. You get to take care of your mind. So learn to coach yourself. I have morning questions throughout the day, evening questions. Before my feet touch the floor in the morning, when I have roommates, when I go places, they think I'm sleeping. I'm not sleeping. I'm going through these questions in my own mind. What am I most excited about for today? I start my day with that every day. I don't say, what do I have to do today? That doesn't feel good. So what am I most excited about today? Whose life can I make a difference in today? What's going to be the most fun today? What are my 3 most important accomplishments today? Every day I ask those questions to get my mind ready to approach that day. Throughout the day, all of us have to deal with poopy people sometimes. And so we know we've got a call with a poopy person. And I kind of like to get those out of the way early on so I don't have to keep going back to them. But I'll say something like, how will I best relate to Susan? By the way, that wasn't a real name. How will I best relate to Susan? How can I engage her in a new thought? So throughout the day, stop, take a pause. You heard somebody else talk about pausing. I call it the precious pause. That's a moment when you can slow down so you can speed up. Because when you slow down and think, you're going to be much more in control to go forward into whatever's next. So throughout the day, evening is the most important thing of the day. And I will tell you this, what you put in your mind the last 15 minutes of every day is the most critical for the results that you're going to get the following day and how you're going to sleep. So every night, who loves me and who do I love? Whose life can I make a difference in tomorrow? What do I get to do tomorrow? Take care of your brain. Take care of your mindset. Take care of how you see the world. And another big thing that I learned is how to let go of the outcome and enjoy the journey. Women were very outcome oriented, as are men. But when we hang on to the outcome so hard, we can miss the joy in the moment. So sometimes it's just letting go of that outcome and celebrating what good came from that experience. What baby step did I take where I could impact somebody else? So these lessons led me to founding the Direct Selling Women's Alliance. It's called the DSWA.org. It's a global alliance that elevates the level of professionalism for all entrepreneurial women. We give you more access, more increased performance, the path to succeed, and the confidence to act. Our goals aren't met until yours are. I want you to know that we're here for you. This touched a little bit on what's going on, why women are succeeding in the marketplace, why women are elevating and raising up, why more entrepreneurial women are coming forward, why the direct selling profession is growing. 78% women from 42 is a big difference. You all can be a part of this and take forward what you want out of life and let go of the junk. Release it into outer space and know you are meant to be successful. You are meant to have joy in your life. You are meant to lead the way. Thank you for your time today. I really enjoyed being with you.
Oh my goodness, let's do the love, love, love. I mean, if we were all at a conference right now, we'd be hugging and oh my gosh, and I want to go hang out behind the stage and all. That was just amazing, Nikki. And thank you so much for rounding up what that Direct Selling Women's Alliance is, because there is a free membership for everyone for a month. And then one lucky listener is going to be able to spend much longer and having a beautiful private session with you. And I think it's incredible that we are seeing a rise on many levels just from women in business, but this particular business I'm a big fan of because of the international piece and just the alliance. When we talk about a sustainable woman is a powerful woman. So thank you so much for everything you've done. I've known Nikki for many years. When I owned 2 direct sales companies as a woman, it was the only place to go. And once you went there, you felt no need to go anywhere else because it really addressed not only the business side of it. And we're talking a few years ago, where there wasn't a whole lot of resource places. So thank you for pioneering as well in the industry, because, you know, pioneers tend to have a few little bruises that may not ever go away. So thank you for doing that for us in this sector. Now, I have a question, and I'm going to make it easy. It has been an abundant day of information and downloads. I am sure your cup overfloweth. I love how Oprah said, my cup overfloweth, right? Make sure your cup overfloweth, and I'm sure it is today. And Nikki talked about her journey from the very beginning of when speaking to kids was way more fun. And now she speaks on stages to large corporations, training, and the process that she went through. And the first time she was super, super, super nervous. And she was asked to speak. What was it that she was asked to speak that she could barely say? And put that answer with your email. It's a one-word answer, just to make it easy on you with your email. And then Dorothea, our Chief Everything Officer, our CEO, is going to go through all of the chat, and not tomorrow because she officially gets the next day off, but she is going to put you in touch with your winning person. And everyone is entitled to all of the links, all of the docs, all the PDF. I know I saw, Nikki, you put it in there as well, the website, to be able to get all of those everybody, everything gifts. And I'm overflowing with just gratitude, actually. Thank you, Sandra, for highlighting that for us. Kathleen, pass it over to you before we do our wrap up. And please don't go anywhere. We have a beautiful reel that takes us out, but we have a few things to share. Kathleen, do you have some things to share?
Do I have some things to share? Oh my
Yeah, stop crying. Wait a minute, Sarah.
Wow, what a powerful, powerful, powerful day. If you loved it today and you've loved it all the way through, we're not done. In fact, we have another one of these coming up on the 27th. So, you know, come back, bring some friends. We've talked a lot about mentoring, and that's one of like my favorite things in life. We all need a mentor. We should all be a mentor, and there's lots of ways to do it. One way to do is just introduce a woman that you know that could use a chance to fill up her cup with nothing expected from her. In fact, she can come with an empty bag and trick or treat all day and leave with jewels and gems and prizes and really tangible things, and be able to make connections with some really powerful women. So I want to say that. I want to say take advantage. You know, that's it. Everybody had something to offer, and oh my gosh, so many good things to offer. And, you know, don't be that polite one that stands back and says, no, it's okay, I won't. Take. That's why we're giving. And that's a big lesson that I think as females, eventually we get to, maybe, hopefully, take what was given to you, take what was intended for you, and then go out and share that. You know, drop those, you know, little bits of goodness for your friends and for your family and for your colleagues and for yourself. I love it. And I got to say, I've heard stay above the line, but when you said that little boy's out in the backyard and saying you're all playing below the, that's hilarious. Kids are such a mentor as well. If you want to see how you're speaking to the world, if you want to see how you're being seen, get next to a child who spends time with you. And when you ask yourself, where'd you get that? When you're thinking, why is she saying that? Just look in the mirror, because it's you. So I love it. So much love for everybody. Deb, so much goodness here today. So many amazing offers. Thank you. What a great day.
Thank you so much, Kathleen, for being my co-host. And thank you, everyone. And thank you behind the scenes. We all know that it takes a team. I just want to remind you of some very cool things. Yes, we have another summit coming up. We are on the countdown. We started at 22. I'm surprised look at that. We just, doing some good stuff. So we started at 22 and we are making our way down, and we are getting to a very powerful day, which is May 11th, which is the day before Mother's Day in North America. It's not an international day, but it's certainly a day where we are recognizing women again in part of the world. And that is where we're going to have this incredible book launch. And we invite you to come to as many summits as you can between now and then. And then everyone's been like, okay, this has been going on since March 2023. When do we get together in person? And so we promise you, we are doing some incredible, all of the book launches are live. We are, if you did not see Raise the Roof, going to continue with 4 summits a year, not 22, but 4. So if you have a desire to share, contact us, and we are starting to open up the doors for August 2024. But June, if you've ever been to anywhere sunny in June, if not, come to Vancouver. It's beautiful. June 6th, we have a beautiful live book launch. Look, it is incredible. There is going to be, of course, the whole classic media and celebrities and VIP and all that beautiful part to it. But there is a woman hosting us who owns one of the first women bars. Hello. And we have singers coming in, international DJs and singers. And we are going to just have a good time. We're just going to have a good time together and meet and sign the book and just have a great time. June 6th. And we have a week of activities for you. We have private dinners and private shopping times for those of you that are in the project. We have a 2-day Ayurveda and Yoga Businesswoman's I Need to Love Myself retreat in Vancouver. And then we also have 3 days of beautiful round tables for women that want to get together in a group of 6, work on our business from meditation 8 in the morning until we're completely done, and have everything in our business infrastructure. So we have some round tables. We have a bit of everything. Or if you just want to come to the party and you just want to hit the beach for the week, no problem. So that is our first live event. Then it looks like it's going to be LA, New York, Ireland, and Dallas. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for being here. If you need us, you know where to reach us. If you want to speak, you know where to do that. And everyone has their information in the chat. So make sure you capture the chat before you leave. And with that, we are going to close out with an incredible reel. So thank you. Enjoy the reel. Stay on. It's empowering. I love the music. And once again, we will see you March 27th for another day of women standing up, speaking up, and showing up. Yes, you. Butler in the house, and this is your empowerment drop. So Kim, I have to ask you, what is a magical moment that you had being a woman?
The magical moment I had being a woman is when I was sitting on the grass at NYU. I was in my senior year, and Gloria Steinem and everybody was going down Fifth Avenue screaming bloody murder. Now I'm going to graduate, and I'm going to go into a male-dominated industry of photography, and I have to break through. And I realized at that moment that they had set the stage for me. And I got out, and I looked at them, and I realized, you know what? Pick up the phone, call them, say, I want to show my book, not let anything stop me, and that was it.
Sonia, do you mind sharing, like, I'm sure there's many, but what is a magical moment about being a woman? Is there one that you can share with us that comes to mind?
Yeah, absolutely. So
Kind of a funny story. I have 2 older brothers, and when I was a kid, I wanted to be a boy. I wanted to climb the trees and play with the trucks and the cars, and I was not interested in dolls. My mom can testify. And for the longest time, I wanted to be a boy. I still climbed the trees with the boys. I did all the things. I was definitely a tomboy growing up. And then, menstruation hit, and then I even more wanted to be a boy. I was like, this is stupid. Why do we have to go through this? So, yeah, so that's kind of my backstory. But then as I was growing up, and especially in my 20s, I started becoming closer to a group of women, and it's like when we got together, there was a bond that I don't have with any guy friends. There was this unspoken understanding, like we knew where each other was coming from. And it was like, I just felt so connected, so a part of something. And it was just like, that hit me that day, like, you know what? I am actually glad that I'm a woman.
Well, cheers. Thank you so much for joining us and having a cheers, a glass of wine, a hello. Welcome to the 262 Women Project. Thank you so much. 262 women, entrepreneurs, ultrapreneurs, creatives, and media, rock legacy and tell all book. This project started with a book. And then while I was sitting on my late night couch office one day, a movie got presented to me and I got very told to watch the movie, and I did. And it was the life story of one of the most incredible women that has dedicated her life to women's accessibility. And I got a very clear download, if you'd want to say, or message that we needed to incorporate more into this project. And their birth 22 summits of women coming together from all over the world, a world global accessibility event where anyone in the world that was a woman or someone who supported women could come for free and just download their own inspiration and innovation from everyone that was sharing. It's incredible, and it's been incredible. And you know, thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of women's lives have been changed due to this. And we had to be the first project to ever release a what we call sip and summit, sip and read, sip and book, sip and join in. And we launched this incredible wine club for people like you to be able to enjoy and participate. You may not have been to anything that we've done, but by purchasing the wine, you have supported and contributed to that message of having an incredible day where women all over the world get to be united in solidarity, whether they're in each other's company or in each other's country or in each other's energy. So thank you so much. I want to cheers to you. If you are a woman who supports a woman, happy International Women's Day. And may that be every day. Treat yourself special every day with a little something.
Woohoo!
That always tears me up. Thank you. And we're staying on till you leave or until Dorothea clicks us off, but have an amazing day.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks,
Love for the day.
Thank you.